Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the GEO Symposium. We're going to start off now with this first town hall session for the day. My name is Mark Dowell. I'm from the European Commission's Joint Research Centre, and I will be moderating this session. So the session is entitled Harnessing Innovative Technologies for Earth Intelligence Solutions. I think we already started to see quite a lot of discussions today on this, and things have actually not only within, of course, the GEO community, but more broadly have been progressing very rapidly over recent years. Just to remind everyone that back in, and I know there are a number of colleagues in the room who worked with me when we were preparing the post-2025 strategy. So back when we were first writing that in 22, 23, we already recognized, although I'm not sure to what we could really appreciate to what degree these technologies really will be taking over a lot of the work that we do in the last years. And in fact, there was a quote in the GEO post-2025 strategy where we defined Earth intelligence, which stressed that it should also integrate Earth observations, models, innovative new technologies, including artificial intelligence, machine learning, digital twins, cloud computing, into the design of services that provide Earth intelligence. So as I said, I'm not sure back those 3 or 4 years ago, we could really appreciate to what degree that will be the case, but it definitely has come to be. Okay, so this session is going to look at these technologies. I guess you could say it's the geek session in a sense, because we're really going to dive into how some of these technologies are being actively used across the GEO community. And we're going to look at this through very practical use cases from some of our panelists, but we're also going to invite the audience to engage and provide their own perspective on how these technologies are transforming the work that we do. And I'll come back to that just in a minute. I want to already give you an idea of the outcome that we want to get from this session, so that we kind of, maybe you can gauge your own interventions, and the panelists you'll see are also addressing this. And there are really 3 dimensions that I think we would like to be able to address when we're hopefully wrapping up some conclusions to this and then reporting back to plenary tomorrow. First is how we address scalability issues. I think that's key in how we use these technologies. Secondly, we want to acknowledge and understand the issues related to responsibility, inclusiveness, and equity. And finally, really to zoom in onto what is specifically GEO's role and GEO's niche on these aspects. It's obvious that GEO kind of looks at this from 2 points of view. It is, on one side, a heavy user of a lot of these technologies. But on the second side, I believe that also we are driving in certain areas of this technology's progress, the actual technological advancement itself. So the structure of the session is basically going to be, we have some panelists that are going to provide their own perspectives. And you'll see we have a very diverse range of perspectives on the panel. And then with a couple of questions. And then after that, we're really going to open it up to the audience for your input. We would like to take input, of course, from GEO member countries, but also from participating organizations and associates. And then finally, and to some degree, perhaps also most critically, we'd also like to get input from GEO work program activities above those that are represented here on the panel. Okay, so we have in this panel 5 panelists providing, as I said, different perspectives. We have Vincent-Henri Puck from ECMWF, who really will provide that system level idea on how technologies are integrated in services, but also in support of policy and European leadership. We have Yifeng Ban, who is, of course, providing almost the internal strategic thinking on AI in particular, as responsible for the AI and EO activities. And you'll see she'll introduce some of the works that have been prepared on the upcoming strategy paper, who is a technology enabler and provides kind of really the AI reality check of what's possible and what we should be doing. We have Sven Gilliams from GeoGlam, who is the executive director there. And he'll provide the perspective from a thematic operational agricultural point of view. We have Letwin Pondo from the GEO Secretariat, responsible for Africa youth, for the youth activities, and specifically we'll focus on Africa and the use of VHR. And then we have Grace Saunders-Hosberg, who is really working more on those last mile applications, but also will address some issues addressed to ethics. So I think with that, I'd like to move first straight into the first question. And in particular, I'd like now to really focus on specific use cases that our panelists can provide from their perspective to hopefully at least provide some stimulus and food for thought as well from interventions from the audience. So I'll start with Yifeng. And I believe we also have some slides that will be accompanying the panelists in the individual interventions, but they're not presentations, just for illustrative sense. So the question is going to be the same to all of them. I'd like you to provide concrete examples of where innovative technologies have become real and provide input to decision-making solutions. So Yifeng, over to you first.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mark, for the introduction. There are many great examples from the AI for EO enabler community. I choose the project that I'm most familiar with. It's my own project. That how we use AI-driven Earth observation for environmental intelligence. So this was an actually very unexpected project. I have not, a year ago, I have not thought about working on this. We've been working with AI and EO for change detection for many years. Then about a year ago, the Swedish Environmental Protection Agency came to us, contacted me to say, oh, you do a change detection, you should be able to do this. So they also brought the Stockholm County Administrative Board. Maybe you have heard about the Think Pink scandal, the Swedish queen of trash. She has dumped illegally with her, partners, many illegal sites that amount to 200,000 tons of illegal waste. And last year, the court judgment came, then they have to pay 260 million Swedish krona fine for removal and environmental cleanup. But the cost is much higher than that. The water in the lakes were polluted, soil were contaminated. You used to be able to swim in the lake, but now you can't nearby. So that's what we're doing, is using change detection techniques, using open data, because they say if they pay for high resolution satellite imagery would cost about 100 million Swedish krona per acquisition. So can we do it cost effectively? So that's what we're doing. We use AI, using high resolution past event. Now we have collected 400 illegal sites, unbelievable how many. Train on them, and we hope we're able to detect ongoing upcoming illegal sites and to save costs and save the environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yifeng. And now I'd like to move straight away to Vincent-Henri with the same question. Thanks.
Thanks, Mark. So I will take an example from numerical weather prediction, which is one of the most mature application area in terms of operations of Earth observation. AI in this field has been revolutionary in recent years. And what I would like to highlight here is the fact that together with a number of European national weather services, we've worked to develop a framework which is called ANEMOI, to develop AI-based solution for weather forecasting using AI technology. So it's a collection of data sets, pipelines for machine learning training and operations, and also for inference. And the precise example I want to highlight here is this forecast in a box concept that we have developed in the context of Destination Earth, a program of the European Commission. The idea is to make fit within a small computer, a laptop, all the handling of input data that you need to do forecast, a trained AI model, the post-processing and graphical routines, and control systems for managing the process. So within a laptop, you can do numerical weather prediction operations. And that's what was demonstrated in particular by the Norwegian Met Service, working in the context of cruise, with an application over Malawi. So this forecast in a box was deployed and is being tested over Malawi with the Malawi Climate and Weather Service involved, allowing them to make operations in their region, which is of course critical for extreme weather. So technology and AI in that case is not only changing, I would say, the workflow of the operation, it's changing the way the players are collaborating, and it's opening new options that were completely out of scope with traditional methodologies.
Thank you very much, Vincent-Henri. And next I'll pass to Letwin.
Thank you so much for the introduction, and I'll head straight into my example, coming from an African region and also from a youth perspective. So VHR, or very high resolution imagery, is no longer just an innovative technology that we just talk about and randomly. We as youth are also using it. For example, I used it in this project. I'll talk about this flood mapping in Tanzania, where I personally used VHR to map the flood-prone areas for disaster response. The project was under the humanitarian OpenStreetMap team, but focusing on Tanzania. So I want to highlight at this point that there's a kind of excitement, there's this kind of fulfillment, there's this kind of curiosity that comes with using a very high resolution satellite imagery. It's not like using some other imagery that are not like so clear. You don't have to guess where features are. You don't have to assume there is something when there is nothing. Very high resolution imagery gave us that perspective that infrastructure is here, people are here, communities are here, and it helps us to respond to this disaster also effectively. But also it gave us the experience and important challenge of internet infrastructure coming from an African perspective. But also this is why conversations like what we're having today are so important, so that also young people and also people from different regions and also those regions affected by environmental challenges are not just only end users of these technologies, but are also contributors, innovators, and co-creators of the ecosystem. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Letwin. And now we'll pass to a work program kind of activity perspective with Sven. Sven, go ahead.
Thanks, Mark. Well, first I want to start by saying that it wasn't easy to find or to select one, because GeoGlam is over 100 organizations. So choosing an example is always difficult. There's so many impactful and using cutting edge technology. The reason why I chose this one, also on Malawi, so maybe Vincent, you should look at your tool as well, because climate data is used in this one as well, is because it's a yield model using AI, and that's really scalable. In this case, it was used at national level, so district level, but it's also integratable in scaling it from the basically almost the field level to the national level to the global level, and that's really key within GeoGlam. Another reason why I chose this example is because it's a really collaboration between different GeoGlam partners. On the one hand side, you had NASA Harvest, and you had FAO working together in combination with the ministry. So we were able to use this tool in the El Nino drought, and it helped the ministry to plan their actions or plan their drought interventions in the country by providing yields at district level in a timely manner, so way before the actual problem was visible on the field. And so I think combining new technology, working together with the countries, that is really the way to go for impact and make sure that the people in the country trust you. So I think this is why I chose this example.
Thank you very much, Sven. And then finally, I hand over to Grace to address this with her example.
Thank you, Mark. So I am an independent contractor and I operate drones. And in my experience with nature-based infrastructure projects, using drones to create high-resolution, geo-referenced orthomosaic maps has been the most requested deliverable from my clients, who tend to be environmental engineers or ecologists that are often contracted by a land developer. So NBI is the client resilient approach to infrastructure management. It recognizes that nature can provide many of the same services as engineered services, often in ways that are more adaptable to extreme weather and more cost effective. For example, wetlands can naturally filter water and help reduce flooding events or flooding impacts. But seeing nature as infrastructure is a paradigm shift for many professions engaged in land use development. In the past and still now, land use decisions were made with limited understanding of ecosystem services, which led to natural assets being mismanaged and their services degraded. And using drone outputs to help understand nature as infrastructure, likewise, is a new data frontier for my clients. So my project onboarding tends to be quite detailed, where a lot of questions are asked, and as they present an information gap, I'll suggest a deliverable. But orthomosaics is always the gateway deliverable because of its high resolution, because they're able to see areas that are difficult to access on foot, and because it's something that can be shared easily and easily understood when they go back to their consultant or when they go back to consult with the developers or with funders. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Grace. So I saw Rui have a heart attack when there was that announcement. Rui, do you want me to start from the beginning? No, okay, just checking. So that was, I think, very useful. It provided, as I said, a diversity of different use cases and started, at least as I was reading and listening to the colleagues, to address some of these issues along those three dimensions that I mentioned. So, for example, Wei Feng and Vincent Henri, to me, addressed also very much this issue of scalability, that both the methodological advantages of using these technologies, such as for change detection, which has applications, I'm sure, well beyond those that Yifeng showed, and the forecast in the box approach, which could basically use these technologies and be scaled up to many different reasons. Then the inclusiveness aspect that I think Letvin started to address with her intervention, really on the kind of the ownership and the direct association of citizens as they can take advantage of VHR data. And then really also thinking about GEO's role, both from Sven's intervention on how they brought a number of different GEO members, participating organizations together to address that specific application for Malawi using those technologies. And then finally, Grace's intervention on really how these technologies are really helping to address the last mile type of applications with recognizable and reproducible products such as the orthomosaics. So with that, I think we're going to move now on to the second round of questions, which is really, I think we've seen these very strong examples now, but now let's focus on a bit more on these three dimensions that I've just summarized, how we scale these things up and what is GEO's role in supporting the process. And we're going to start this time with Grace. Grace, if you can provide some input from your work with end users and give us some indications of what are the main barriers to scaling up Earth intelligence solutions. that harness innovative technologies and how we also ensure that these are used responsibly and inclusively. Over to you.
Certainly. Thank you. Clearly, I have a gentle touch. So, like myself, when you work at the intersection of the environmental sector and Earth observation, it's easy to overestimate the familiarity other environmental adjacent professions has with EO technology. This area is very fragmented and has nested sectors where we have specializations within specializations. And on top of that, technological advances and behavior change does not occur at the same time. So once you work within a niche, for instance, within nature-based infrastructure, you also need to build capacity and awareness of the capabilities of the Earth observation technology that you use and how it can be applied to solve your clients' problems. Many of my clients still use Google Earth, a notebook and pen and iPhones to collect in-field data because this is what they're comfortable with and they're uncertain about the expense involved in adding new technology to their workflow. And the developers that they work for are even less familiar with EO technologies, and they're also new to the idea of nature as infrastructure. So in my mind, there really needs to be training materials, webinars that use Earth observation technology and products to educate about nature-based infrastructure. The other thing that I wanted to address is integrated workflows. There are several facets to interoperability, but I just wanted to focus on the benefit that it provides in telling a fuller story about the natural world using different data collection methods. I bring this up because there is a misconception among some of the professionals that I work with and that I've encountered who think remote sensing and drone mapping and in-person fieldwork are competitive approaches to data collection rather than complementary. There is an economy of scale with each method where it doesn't make sense to use drones, for instance, to map a 900 hectare parcel of land. But the shortcomings of one is the strength of another. So they don't cancel each other out. They're actually quite complementary. So environmental practitioners need to see interoperable workflows and data collection methods modeled that combine these techniques or these technologies and methods. And I think GEO could support this by sharing practical case studies that demonstrate what these workflows actually look like in practice. And in terms of data standards and frameworks, for drone technology to scale responsibly, data standards and governance have to be embedded at the initial stage. Trust and fair, that helps guide transparency and interoperability and data integrity. But ethics is hugely important, and so is the governance models needed to be, and this needs to be on par with the standards and not just an afterthought. And the same goes for privacy concerns. For me, when I onboard a new client, I have a huge checklist of questions that I ask that discuss whether there is Indigenous interest in adjacent land or how to notify people who are living right beside a project area so that they know that their privacy is not going to be invaded. So one instance that we had recently was that we were mapping a riverine area for a restoration project, and we discovered that right adjacent to that property was a house that was a women's shelter. And so that completely changed how we approached that project. And we also wanted to make sure that the people that lived there did not feel as if they were being, we didn't want to invade on their privacy or their sense of security. So I'll wrap up there.
Thank you very much, Grace. So now moving to Sven. Sven, GeoGlam obviously has a lot of experience working with countries. I think you mentioned yourself in picking the example. It was quite complicated to pick one among many. And you also obviously have this multi-tiered engagement, both with countries, international organizations, and things like this. Can you maybe say something about how, in that kind of very complex context, multi-scale, multi kind of needs, you scale up solutions to specific problems?
Well, thanks, Mark. And first of all, of course, AI can help. It made my slide, so that's great. So I put your question in AI, combined it with a couple of GeoGlam stuff, and this is what I got. But the story that I actually want to tell is that scaling does not come along. Well, technology alone does not scale. You need to have a trusted technology or a trusted organization to provide technology. You need trusted methodologies, long-term partnerships to really work, because in GeoGlam we have a number of excellent technological pilots over the past 15 years that have never scaled. And why is that? Sometimes it's just the way certain projects were structured back in the day. They were one-offs. And if there's no ownership by the end user or by the partner, that's where your scaling ends. And so I think for me, the role of Geo and what we try to do within GeoGlam already is be that and trusted broker. We have best practices documents. We work with on webinars, so they're available on the Geo Knowledge Hub, so people can have a look. We have really an open community of practice with experts from all over the world, so that when we talk about an essential agricultural variable, it's not just the European vision of what is, I'm going to say, of what is an agricultural field. Myself, with my background, I have a very European vision of agriculture. If I talk to an expert from the US, he will have an American vision of agriculture. If we then talk to people from Africa or Southeast Asia or Asia, they all have different visions. So when it's really important to bring the community together, that's for me the strength of Geo and GeoGlam as well. And definitely in these, and now I'm going to sound really old, in these AI times, I feel we're back when I started working with remote sensing. Back in those days, you had the free and open data was pixels of 1 by 1 kilometer. And every time you talk to somebody, the thing was, yeah, but next year, ESA is going to launch or JAXA is going to launch the next satellite with this kind of resolution, and that will solve all the problems. And I feel now we're back at, oh yeah, we have this AI model and we push this button and it's going to be solved. It was also mentioned yesterday, I think, by UNCCD, and that there's a number of organizations that were contacting them with AI solutions. But for them, it was very hard to decide which would be the better solution, what would help them. And I think that's really where Geo and the Geo community can help be that broker, have some kind of, let's call it a stamp or whatever, that, okay, this solutions, document the different solutions, document what works well, document what doesn't work, where users need to work on. Because I think at the end of the day, for Geo, it's not, we really need to focus on that research to operations. So Geo as a community where we can start from pilots, end up with flagships, go to sustainability. So really run the whole chain. And it's not the amount of new technologies that we develop. That's not, I don't think that's the impact of Geo. It's really the amount of solutions to real world problems that we can solve. That's for me really the role of Geo. And I end with that. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Sven. A number of things came up there that I think are very useful, and hopefully others will reiterate and may come up in the discussion. Okay, now I'd like to pass to Letwin. So Letwin, you already mentioned the kind of the value and the almost like the the human impact of using VHR data and how people can relate to that. How do you think GEO should promote within, of course, its mandate and the boundary conditions of how we work as an organization to promote the use of VHR, ensuring that solutions are deployed in a way that are both inclusive and accessible?
Thank you so much, Mark, for that question. And maybe like I highlighted in my example of using VHR in Tanzania, I realized that the experience gave me some realities that we might somehow overlook when we're having this kind of conversations. Many people, young people, institutions, regions, and other communities, they still face these barriers around accessibility, around affordability, technical capacity, infrastructure awareness, and even discoverability of these data sets and tools that we're talking about today. And this is where GEO comes very important. The role of GEO comes really important at this critical moment. One thing I appreciate about GEO is that openness and accessibility are already embedded within its mandate, within its strategies, and within its ministerial declarations. GEO continues to reaffirm the importance of open and free data exchange, while also encouraging governments and partners to increase access to Earth observation resources generated through public investments. I strongly believe, and I hope, and I pray that GEO and its communities include conversations around VHR more accessible through approaches such as multi-user licensing, collaborative infrastructure, shared platforms, and broader access mechanisms that reduce barriers for researchers, for young people, and for other communities that are maybe underrepresented. But another important aspect is the aspect of youth engagement. For your information, maybe, young people are no longer just end users or maybe just observers of all these conversations. They're already using and working with VHR as developers, innovators, and many other roles out there. So these conversations around accessible platforms where they can experiment, collaborate, and contribute have become a necessity. And this is something that we've actually been discussing extensively throughout the ODOC sessions that are ongoing. We had 4 of them yesterday. We are talking about AI-enabled Earth intelligence, national geo-knowledge hubs, capacity development, and etc. And in fact, I was also responsible for setting up the GEO survey on the use of VHR that many of you or some of you have already responded to. We're going to have a discussion about that later in the afternoon on one of the community sessions. I think I deserve a round of applause. Okay, thank you. You have to ask if you need something. Okay, which is good. So I would really encourage participants, and I really encourage each and every one of you to engage in this conversation throughout the ODOC session that we have today. Particularly, we have the youth session that is coming up on Geo-Infrastructure, Youth and Geo-Indigenous Alliance. We were going to discuss youth engagement, accessibility, inclusion, and open knowledge, and also the VHR session, our community event that is going to be there later in the afternoon, where we'll continue exploring how innovative technologies and VHR imagery can better support communities. We're going to discuss the results of the survey that you filled in. So please come in numbers, engage, ask questions, and contribute to the discussions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Letwin. We all support a little bit of self-promotion, so please come to Letwin's sessions this afternoon. So I'm just going to jump Vincent for a minute, but I'll come back to you, Vincent. So I'd like to next ask the question to Yifeng. And I think we've seen this also in some interventions from Sven. There are some very concrete things that GEO should probably take positions on as far as how we support the use of these technologies in our work and make kind of clear opinions available to our users and our communities. And of course, inside GEO at the moment, we're looking at defining a white paper on AI for EO, and Yifeng is leading that activity. So can you say a few words, Yifeng, on that process and the role and GEO's role in scaling the use of AI for Earth intelligence, so that it can be done, of course, also in a responsible, trustworthy, and equitable way?
Thank you very much, Mark, for the opportunity to present the AI for EO communities white paper. We call it the living book, AI for EO. This has been a community effort. When we started this enabler last year, officially established, we are growing in numbers. Now we have around 150 members, and we thought about, okay, how do we, help to survey the fast evolving landscape of AI for EO? Can we actually provide a good survey of technologies being used, data sets, benchmark being used, and what are the opportunities, challenges, and future directions? Can we create some kind of reference book for the GEO Knowledge Hub? So that's what we have been doing. So this is the first draft. If you come to the afternoon session, so this is not the right QR code link to the page. So the QR code comes later. This is, if you're interested, you join the AI for EO community. So we have actually a number of chapters. You can see, first we talk about the taxonomy of AI for EO. What are the models? What are the learning paradigms? What are the systems structure, and how have they been used? We presented application cases and many different AI models. We have 9 different kind of AI models plus a section on benchmarks, and also some ideas of which models are good for what, And we have some application examples: biodiversity, wetlands, forest, natural disasters, urban, as well as land degradation, how they have been used. We have 40 people contributing to the Living Book, really thanks to it's a great community effort. We call it Living Book is because things are changing, and we also collect more. We want to collect more use cases from the community. So if you're working with agriculture, with many the water, hydrology, we're missing those. So I'm calling for community contribution to this. And we also identified a number of opportunities and also challenges. Maybe you have heard of. Let me just look forward, more focus on challenges is data quality bias and also geographic representation, basically more data labels, training, validation coming from global north rather than global south. And also limited model generalization. Maybe some models perform well in the regions being trained, but when you go out of the unseen areas and it fails. So how do we leverage a geospatial foundation model as an example to overcome this transferability problem? And also we need to have better explainability, uncertainty reporting, and also better governance and AI ethics. So I also want to say that, the unique role GEO can play is really to coordinate we already have an open knowledge, open data platform. How do we collaborate on that? And users are looking at all the models and which one to use, what do we do? So this is a guide. And also I think GEO can help to reduce inequality by maybe supporting getting more cloud credits, infrastructure access, reduce digital divide, and last not least is really support uptake of this technology as enabler. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yifan. I understand that you call it a living book, but can I ask specifically what is the timeline for this? When will there be a version available that you consider complete, even if still living, let's say?
Today is the release of the first draft, so I'm announcing it here, and the link comes in the session in the afternoon. But if you talk to me afterwards, I can give you the link.
Okay, thank you very much, Yifan. Okay, and so then finally, I'd like to pass to Vincent-Henri. Vincent-Henri, of course, you provide a very strong background from the European experience, both within Copernicus and Destination Earth. Can you maybe give some concrete examples of maybe two to three concrete examples where you've seen the scaling potential and opportunity work that maybe could provide lessons learned for the GEO community?
Thanks, Mark. Before going into the examples, I would like to maybe reflect a little bit on the success factor that have enabled in Europe the implementation of GEO principles in real life. I think it's a combination of necessary conditions. They maybe not be sufficient, but they are necessary. The first one is a dovetailing of programs at European level on science. So we have Horizon Europe, on technology, Digital Europe, and Earth observation with Copernicus in particular. And I think leveraging this European scale capabilities together with national scale capabilities is a very important success factor. Without those programs, probably not much would have happened. The second thing is to have already existing operational lines in the upstream, midstream, and downstream. Upstream with satellite observation, midstream with a number of operational agencies. My first example was on numerical weather prediction, but there are lots of examples like hydrology, air quality, and more. And this operational context with agencies that have mandates is also a necessary ingredient. And the third ingredient, I think, which is equally important, is the building up of an ecosystem of data, an ecosystem of numerical systems, including AI these days, of course, but also an ecosystem of institutions, companies, and individuals that make it possible when an institution wants to operate an operational activity, there will be responders to tenders or grants. So I think these success factors are very important, and I think it's the best way to overcome the Death Valley that Sven was mentioning of prototypes of things that are very nice, very good, but then they depend on one person, they depend on funding. This context makes it possible to have long-term applications. The one example I would like to take of one of the most integrated or the apex product, I would say, of the Earth observation ecosystem in Europe. It's ERA5, the meteorological reanalysis. This is a very important product for us, delivered as part of Copernicus, because it's basically aggregating a number of factors that make it operational. The first one is that so the reanalysis, for those who don't know, is replaying the weather of the last 80 years and providing these maps with no gaps, very comprehensive to a number of users. I think it's combining a lot of observation, but at the same time, it's very easy because it's gridded in space and time. It's also very well accessible. And the needs for weather and climate information is very ubiquitous. So the result is a big success. In terms of science, the number of citations of ERA5 is 30,000. So that's 3 times more than the second most cited paper in all of geosciences. So it just shows the impact on science, but the impact is very much everywhere. In areas where it was expected, like water management, wind energy, offshore wind energy in particular, but also it's at the base of other things like the AI revolution. This was not planned when we decided to run this reanalysis ERA5. Nevertheless, all the systems today, the prominent systems that forecast weather, not only in Europe, but in the world, they train on ERA5. So that's an example of Earth observation data set that becomes almost an household commodity because of these different properties. And there are many other examples. I don't have much time. These days, for example, we are using AI to run scenarios about air pollution. You've seen the weather, it's very hot. One of the pollutants is ozone, and ozone is a complex pollutant because its effects are seen not directly where the emissions are, and it's transboundary. We are here between Swiss and France. And thanks to AI, we are able, and Earth observation, we are able to play scenarios and answer the decision maker. Would it make a difference to stop half of the cars in Switzerland, in France, or in Germany? Would it improve the situation regarding ozone these days?
Thank you very much, Vincent-Henri. And I think one thing that Vincent-Henri alluded to in his last comment that we haven't really perhaps addressed so much in this discussion today is also the value of training data for AI models, and in some cases using Earth observation or Earth observation derived data sets like reanalysis data sets, but in other cases the training data that we need ourselves for implementing a lot of these AI models. So maybe that's something that we should at least think about in the future, how we action that. So just before we move into the questions, I don't pretend to make a comprehensive summary of everything we've dealt in this second question, but I'll just pick up on a couple of keywords. The points that the emphasis Grace put on the need for capacity building and integrated workflows, I think is key, and also showing the complementarity to users of the Earth observation products and in situ or ground-based observations. The points from Sven on the role of GEO as an entrusted broker in bringing these technologies that sometimes people are apprehensive maybe of in this, and kind of guaranteeing the value of the data, and the focus that Sven and both Vincent-Henri came back to on the research to operations pipelines. Letwin made this point again on the value of free and open data and how that enables it, and how we should think about, although perhaps not directly free and open, what models we can implement for access to VHR data in that context. I think Weifeng was touching on a lot of the expectations that were coming from other panelists, in that this new document that will be released this afternoon really provides, although a living document, as Yifeng mentioned, it provides a basis, almost like a blueprint of what GEO could and should be doing on this. And then Vincent-Henri, again, showing the need for commitment at multi-scale, in our case, in Europe at EU and member state level. The fact that there is need for a strong, even though if we continue still to develop, the strong underpinning of operational pipelines, both for the upstream and downstream. And then, as I said, reiterating Sven's point on the research to operations pipeline and avoiding these gaps. Okay, as I said, there'll probably be a more comprehensive summary when we report back to plenary on this. But now we'd like to open up to hear your opinions and voices. And first of all, I'd like to invite colleagues from GEO member countries, if they would like to intervene, to address, maybe with some examples of their own, what they still see as big barriers in adopting these technologies at the level of their country, and how critically they see GEO perhaps supporting them in these efforts. So if anyone would like to come in, please raise your hands. Yes, and I'd ask you, of course, to be quite brief and succinct in your response. Please try and keep it to 1 minute, and also please introduce yourselves before you intervene. Anyone like to take the floor? Okay. Oh, you saw one there? Sorry. I'll pass first to France and then I'll come to you. France, go ahead. Not France. France. Sorry.
Yeah, Franz Simler, European Union. I'm not sure we are a member country. We are a member of GEO, of course. So thanks for this interesting presentations. Actually, I was thinking, I mean, I've been, for example, we had a workshop on AI for EO recently in Brussels. I've been to the Big Data from Space conference, and there are amazing developments there. The technology is moving ahead enormously fast, and actually there's a lot of really useful stuff coming out from them. And I must say, I didn't see this here really. That I think GEO is a bit lagging behind and not adopting this at the pace that is necessary today, where these technologies are moving extremely fast. We have a number of projects that work on this area. We have OEMC, Open Earth Monitor. We have EU4AI. We have BioClima, who uses AI for mapping ecosystems and biodiversity and so on. And I don't see this diffusing into the GEO activities at the pace that I think is necessary. And I would really like us to think, sorry for being a bit provocative, that we need to find ways that we can really pick up this at a much faster pace in GEO, because otherwise I'm afraid GEO becomes irrelevant if we are not able to go with that pace and to pick up these technologies a lot faster than I think currently we do in GEO.
Thank you very much, Franz. I don't know that we need to address that. I think it's a taken point, but I was just wondering, Yifeng, if this is something you have considered in the document, how basically in GEO, which is of course a complex organization of countries, participating organizations, how do we keep up with this pace basically of that things are moving?
Yeah, thank you for your comments. I would say that's not my impression of GEO, even though maybe it looks like that. We did a survey about 2 years ago to the GEO community about how the AI adoption within the GEO work programs, people engaged in GEO. I think if I remember correctly, because it was a couple of years ago, it's already some advanced users within the GEO work programs, and many are at the intermediate level and very few at the lower level. But we feel that we need to sort of speed up this. That's why we established the AI for EO enabler, is really try to bring in the methods, tools, data sets, AI-ready data sets, so that the community, it's a lot of resources are out there. How do we introduce that to the community that can scale up things? So that's now we have a momentum. We have 150 plus people within the enabler. And also we now have the living book to show the state of the art. Many of the work we cited are from the GEO community. So I welcome you to take a look at the living book.
Okay, thank you, Yifeng. I think we had Amos. Amos, do you want to come in?
All right. Again, Amos from Ghana. I just want to follow up from Fran's point, because in this particular symposium, in fact, from Ghana, our ambassador to Switzerland was trying to come, but unfortunately she could not make it. And one of the points, critical points that she felt that GEO could really leverage on is the fact that from Ghana, we have recently launched what we call a national AI strategy. Now, the question is, as a country, there is no clearly yet an institution that can really run this show. So it means that there is a connecting point with which GEO could quickly leverage on. Because I also know in Africa, there are a number of countries launching this AI strategy, but which international partner can come in to say that, yes, I have the solutions, I have the room to really promote that, becomes something that we need to take up. So I think the speed with which we need to go beyond the living book and all the things we talk about. Maybe there has to be some kind of an official communication from the GEO Secretariat to say that this is the value proposition in terms of what we want to offer to the member countries. That could be one way. But also to mention a point which GeoGlam mentioned, that ideas can be very excellent, but the mechanism to build long-term partnership is super critical. I don't know how we work around that, but I think we need it. It is one of the things to be able to scale up, because without that, we can't really scale up. And at least in this room, these are the ambassadors that are going to sell. So we need to think about also a mechanism with which the current initiatives, flagships, and what have you are serving as good ambassadors on the ground in order to scale up whatever we have been doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amos. Yes, before we continue, can I ask for any hands raised? Can you please raise your hands if you want to come in, so I have an idea of how many additional interventions? Is there one there? Oh, yeah, 1, 2. Okay, we'll go here first. Ukraine.
I'm Natalia Kusul, geoprincipal alternate from Ukraine. Ukraine now is in position where AI can help us to understand the real situation, because due to the war, part of our territory is occupied, and nobody understands what is happening there regarding, for example, agricultural statistics and so on. So we are working on implementing machine learning and AI models to monitor the situation. For example, we are working in agricultural monitoring of frontline and occupied territories. And now we submitted ESA project for implementing AI principle and ESA developments for implementation of satellite data for agricultural statistics. Also, now Ukraine is on the way of European association, and we are implementing pilot projects of LPIS system implementation in Ukraine. And due to very time and resource consuming work of traditional LPIS procedure, we try to use automated field boundaries extracted through AI models as a proxy of formal LPIS boundaries in Ukraine. For your questions, what is the biggest barriers of adopting these technologies? We are able to do this due to close collaboration with European and world organizations such as Joint Research Center, NASA Harvest Program, European Space Agency, GeoGlam Program. We implemented the procedures of in situ data collection according to GCAM principle and international best practices approved by GeoGlam. And what are the barriers? AI is very resource-consuming technology. So to implement it at country level, and Ukraine is a very big country, you should have a big amount of computational resources. And for this, we collaborate and we use Copernicus data space ecosystem. So we are grateful very much for getting us access to this ecosystem. Due to this, we are able to do every year agricultural monitoring for entire country, crop mapping, and so on. And as a scientist in computer science, I understand, and I would be very grateful if we can have such access to cloud computer infrastructure to implement these AI principles in operational mode. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. Yes, I remember seeing a couple of hands over here. Oh, okay, I'll go over there first, Harris, and then I'll come back to you. And by the way, I also will take questions now from participating organizations, which FAO is, of course, and associates. Please go ahead.
Thank you. And indeed, this is in line with previous comments, so I'm following the path. So Livia Peiser, I'm GEO principal for FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization. And yeah, what I would like to ask the panel to reflect on, or the community, is how we navigate the risk of introducing disparities, particularly when it comes to training data for AI and large language models. We see this for some data that we are familiar with. And for example, I mean, we participate in GeoGlam EAV, essential agricultural variables for evapotranspiration. For example, we see that if you look at the map, a global map of efflux towers that are needed to calibrate the products, there's 2 or 3 in whole of Africa and hundreds or thousands in the rest of the world. A similar reasoning would apply for precipitation and ERA 5. And the precipitation data needs to be calibrated with stations. So how do we make sure that we are not introducing disparities, both in training data and also in computing power? I agree with the comments made by Ukraine in that there's a cost. And how do we support countries around the globe to use these technologies without introducing additional disparities? And last comment is, so in FAO, we mindful of this risk, maybe to some extent, we use a lot AI and use these new technologies, but more for, so far, more for let's say, communicating data and enhancing the experience and interaction of users with complex data, including EO data, and make it more, user-friendly, more than as a data gap type of technology. Over.
Thank you very much. And as I said before, I was, apart from Vincent Rui's intervention at the end on ERA 5, I was conscious that we really didn't address this issue of training data, which I think is indeed very important and a part of the equity issue or quality issue. So I'll take a last question here before we then move on to the work program activities from Harris. Go ahead, Harris.
Thank you, Mark. First of all, I would like to agree, of course, with what Franz told before, that there is a great evolution in the domain of AI. We see that, we experience this every day. However, I don't think that we are rather mature yet to continue to very operational and much adopted solutions. I say that because, I mean, today in my institution, for example, we are dealing a lot with the development of AI technologies for many different cases of mapping and analysis of big satellite data. We're receiving hundreds or thousands of data on a daily basis in our institute. However, the problem is, I mean, how mature are the technologies of getting really something that it is useful for the end user? I have to tell you that one of the big problems we face today, I mean, of course, Guy already mentioned several of the challenges we still face regarding explainability, fairness, and all what these technologies actually include. But I mean, the computer and the computer needs and the computer facility demand is really very high today. I'm facing on a daily basis the need of investing more and more into the computer facilities for involving the processing to faster and bigger number of GPUs, etc., which is indeed, I mean, not for unaffordable cost. And last but not least, on one side, we face this type of problem. Of course, we have to move towards developing the AI technology into the daily process. And I mean, like in the projects that have been awarded recently to us, a lot of what we are going to do is based on AI and generative AI. I mean, it's in any case, I mean, part of what we are going to do in the very near future. But I think as a last note on my side, but I think yet very important, is the engagement of the user. I mean, we're struggling years for developing services for the users, but very little of this is really useful because they stayed next to us for years developing together things. And I think this is the biggest challenge, that we will continue developing with them, and especially the operational user, the user that co-designs, co-develops. I mean, I know I'm using trivial, I'm using terms that have been used many, many times before, but this is the reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Harris. So as I said, I'd like to bring now the GEO work program activities into the discussion, and specifically maybe to think about it really from a point of view of the GEO work program implementation. So how are you using these technologies? What do you see as issues? And really addressing those three levels that we wanted. What is the scale? What are the scalability issues? What are the issues related to responsibility, equality, and equity? And then finally, GEO's role as a whole and your role maybe together with other work program activities you're interacting with. We already, of course, heard Sven's inputs on this, but I'd like to hear from other work program activities. Anyone? Michele, GEO Human Planet.
Yes, thank you, Mark, and thanks to the panel. Michele Melchiorri on GEO Human Planet. Innovative technologies always come with opportunities and challenges, as we know. Within Human Planet, we are trying to prioritize innovation around informality and vulnerability of human settlements. I appreciate one of the earlier comments about targeting the use of innovation to address policy challenges rather than the amount and quantity of demonstrations within GEO. So in your views, how can GEO work program activities work together and closer, especially those that prioritize innovation and those that try to prioritize policy support? Thank you.
Okay. There was also a question in there. I don't know, Sven, if you would like to answer this. What do you see as this balance between using these technologies in innovation and more the policy support aspects?
Well, thanks for the question. There's a lot going through my mind. I first want to respond back to Franz's remark, but I can only talk for GeoGlam. The amount of AI used within the program is huge, and I think there's quite a lot of cutting-edge technology there. Natalia spoke what we're doing in Ukraine. You have World Cereal, an ESA project that has scaled, that is now doing seasonal crop type mapping at global scale, 10-meter resolution. That's not possible without AI. The more interesting part is that through GeoGlam, there's a combination of European developed model with a US-based developed model that really strengthened the scalability and the adaptability of the project. So there's a number of cutting-edge technologies. What I tried to focus on my talk was what is the impact? Because we also have to be honest, World Cereal is an ESA project. It's going to end this year. If there's no other support from somewhere else, that is going to die. There's a number of possibilities on European infrastructure to come as a payable service to run that project. But if that doesn't take off, it's gone. Well, I hope it's not gone, but so that's one of the points. Field boundaries. Now we have an AI model, also combination of different organizations that does field boundaries at global scale. what is the accuracy of that? Still to be, well, I know what the accuracy is going to be in Europe, but in other parts of the world, that's going to be different. But then we also have to talk about ownership. I can push one button and I have that field boundaries. If I have the computer resources and the money, I can do the crop type mapping at global scale if I have the resources and the money. But then I go to a country and I say, here you go, here is your crop type map. They're not going to accept it. And rightfully so. That's where Harris comes in with the co-design. You need to be able to do so. I think the cutting edge is in GeoGlam is there. It's translating that cutting edge to usability, how people can use it. That's really key. And then coming back to Michele's question, one of the things that we're doing today as well is a planning meeting between different. We called it the land-based work program activities. It's a discussion that started, let's say, the first real discussion started in Rome last year between GeoGlam and GeoLDN on, okay, how can we better collaborate? Because also there, if we work together in different countries, it's strange for people in a ministry that one day you have somebody with a GeoGlam hat asking questions. The next day, GeoLDN is there, and then GeoBon is there. It's all some kind of geo, but different flavors. So we need to coordinate that, and that's one of the things: capacity building, who to reach out to, what are your contacts, using the geo-regional approach to expand in certain regions. That's what we're going to try to do so, and then bringing together policy and users and technology. Thanks.
Okay, thanks very much, Sven. Are there any other questions from Geo Work Program or questions? Are there any interventions, sorry, from Geo Work Program activities? No, I don't see anyone. Are there any other reactions from the panel on the various interventions that we've heard, apart from the ones Sven just provided? Did anyone want to follow up on any of the interventions? I don't. Yes, Yifeng?
Yeah, I would like to follow up about, the challenges raised by Harris and FIO and again by Fran in terms of how geo community like where we are and how we can, move forward. In terms of reducing bias, there are like many approaches that can be used. For example, the geospatial foundation model, you train a large amount of, satellite images pre-trained, and that can help to be transferable or, moving to the areas with limited levels, still can produce result. And I want to say the AI for EO community is actually leading in this development. We have Kashef here from Cambridge. They have developed a well-known Tessera model. And also my group and some collaborators, we developed a global benchmark on geospatial foundation models. There are many foundation models, and which one is good for which applications. So they are, I would say, GEO are leading many of the technological development, as well as benchmarking and creating data sets.
Thank you, Yifeng. Okay, I think we're coming towards the end of the session. I'm not going to make a wrap-up of the wrap-ups. If you want to hear that, then I'll probably be saying a few words in plenary tomorrow morning. But I am very grateful, first of all, to the panelists. I think they really provided diverse and very useful input into the discussion and some excellent use cases. I'm also very grateful to all of you for your input to this session. And finally, I'd like to personally thank Rui, who really has been driving the preparation of this session. So thank you very much, Rui. So a round of applause for all. And I think you have a coffee break now? Yes. So we'll see you in the next session.
The next community sessions start at 10:15. So please move to the rooms on time. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Please take your seats. I know we're off to a slightly slow start, but we have a wonderful, if not dynamic, session this morning. We've had to make a few adjustments to the agenda due to some visa and travel challenges, but we are a resilient and adaptable panel, and we will share a number of stories with you. So we're going to jump right in. Okay, hopefully. Oh, go back one. All right, so we are going to talk this morning about early warning systems, collaboration. We're going to feature 3 case studies from 3 different regions around the world, and we have a panel to match that. We'll go through this introductions. You can read their bios online, but we will be hearing mostly live. We have 2 videos in our agenda, and I will get to that in a moment. I'm Patricia Cummins from Esri, based in the US, and been involved with GEO for many years, and I'm very passionate about the mission of GEO and our contributions there and working with all of you. So what we've got lined up here today is we're going to cite 3 user case studies, one from Jamaica, one from China, and then another from our colleagues here from Togo. And then after that, we're going to hear from our representatives from AmeriGeo and AfriGeo to share their perspectives on their regional geos and respond to the presentations, the case studies that have been presented, and how we can build on these case studies to share our learned lessons and implement these and adopt these practices in other regions. And then we'll have a wrap up, and I'm sure we are going to run out of time, and it will spark lots of conversation. So hopefully we can continue the dialogue on the break and lunch and beyond this conference. So with that, I'm going to have us jump right in with case study 1. As I mentioned, we're going to focus here on the use case from the response to Hurricane Melissa, where it's really an interesting case study here on really locally driven action as a kind of a model for being on the ground, responding to the disaster in a very effective way, and many transferable lessons from this. And we're going to start this off with my colleague here, Olivier Cottret from Esri, who's based just an hour from here. So I will turn it over to Olivier to get us started.
Thank you very much, Pat. Just the mic check. Yeah, you're hearing me okay? Brilliant. Yeah, my name is Olivier Cottret. I am the Director of Humanitarian and Sustainable Development Solutions at Esri. And as Pat just mentioned, we are going to be running through with my colleague Sonia, and also our colleague Valerie Grant, who couldn't join us today, but who has recorded a video to provide a bit of a summary and overview of the response to Hurricane Melissa, which provides a very, very interesting blueprint to how geospatial technology at large can help enable national and local ownership and leadership of humanitarian and disaster management work. Very, very quickly, Esri is the company that develops the ArcGIS suite of GIS, of Geographic Information System technology. We support many, many thousands of organizations worldwide, but also with a very specific and strong focus on organizations that provide social and environmental impact. That is the team that I'm part of and that I help lead through a GIS for Good program, which provides support, technical support, licensing support, training support to different organizations across the humanitarian, development, environment, education, health sectors, etc. I think these slides are going to be made available to you. But just in case, this is the QR code that can take you to a little bit further information on our GIS for Good program and how we support organizations. What I would like to really jump into straight away is the fact that, of course, GIS, Geographic Information Systems, modern GIS, have really shifted from what you and I might have worked on many years ago as a tool that sat on our individual desktop to an enterprise-wide system where we were able to collaborate directly with our colleagues, and our colleagues were able to interact with the geographic information system, to now much more of what we call a system of systems approach. So different enterprise and organization GIS systems are able to connect to one another in trusted environments, trusted data and information sharing environments that really now enable the collaboration that is needed and the integration that is needed between actors at all levels, especially during disaster response. So we really refer to now what is called an integrated geospatial infrastructure, and this notion of integrated geospatial infrastructure has especially a very important role in the humanitarian reset. The humanitarian reset being a response to there's been an acceleration of that in the last year, but this has been many years in the making of a really an undermining of the resources available to the international humanitarian sector as we know it. That has led to a rethink of the humanitarian sector with especially a bigger focus on localization, national ownership, and a shift from this top-down international model of humanitarian work to much more of a mesh of actors, a mesh of resources from local through national to global, and really integrating these actors with one another through especially integrated information management systems, and providing national disaster management authorities, national disaster management frameworks with the underpinning information systems that are needed for them to take the leadership that is needed in disaster response. So this is in fact what we're here to illustrate. We're not starting from scratch. There are frameworks in place that help us work with national and regional disaster management actors and make sure that the governance structures, the standards, the technology all work together to provide these information systems, these integrated information systems that help and that enable national leadership in disaster response, which is exactly what we're going to be hearing about now. I'm going to be handing over to our colleague Valerie Grant through a pre-recorded intervention, which illustrates or provides a really strong illustration of what this looks like in practice and what this could look like in the future. So I'm going to hand over right away to the video.
Hi, everyone. Good morning or afternoon, whenever you're listening to this. I am so sorry I could not be there with you in person, but I'm hoping you're enjoying the event. But we still wanted to get a chance to share the Hurricane Melissa experience from Jamaica Flying Lab standpoint. Okay, so when Hurricane Melissa hit, it washed away community roads, it cut through water and electricity access. There was damage to so much infrastructure, and of course, agriculture was devastated. In fact, let's just say the western side of Jamaica, totally devastated. One of the things that we've learned, though, is that it helps to really have some kind of a platform before a storm hits, because building that trust, building the collaboration, and building systems during the storm does not work. And so having that shared national geospatial vision really enabled resilience or the response efforts. And leadership, having leadership, both in government, private sector, and every step of the way, local leadership, that really legitimized having geospatial data as a part of the national infrastructure in terms of the response. That trust, I often say collaboration happens at the speed of trust, and having that trust among all of the stakeholders, that's really helped to reduce friction during the actual event. So preparedness, I believe, was one of the most important tools in the response effort. You'd have seen this before from Sonia's slides. And so I reiterate this to say that it was a collaborative response effort with many partners, as is outlined here. And so one of the things that was quickly done was to stage a dashboard that would assign the pilots. And in assigning the pilots, that basically allowed persons to know what grid they were operating in, because we had been assigned 3x3 grids from the government of Jamaica. And so it was these grids that we used to assign the pilots so that they were able to fly and for us to collect the data. These are the pilots out in the field. They're capturing the data based on the priority areas, and they continue to do so in different areas. The result, we got images that really spoke to the particular damage that happened in the western side of Jamaica. And that, as you can see, total devastation. It also included flooding that were at roof lines. So you're just seeing just a glimpse of what took place actually on the ground. What we learned from this is that it wasn't that we were functioning in isolation, but we were part of a larger team, the National Emergency Response GIS team. And so everybody was able to see that common picture. Jamaica owned this. And the systems enabled us to coordinate with all of these stakeholders in a seamless way. Some of the workflows we had to adjust on the fly, but we were able to pivot, and because we had that trust among the stakeholders, it really worked well. The data that was collected included imagery that was processed with our partners Esri into actionable data products, with robotics, with the Flying Labs Network, with the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine, who play the role of data managers. And these were integrated into national dashboards and repositories. It became operational across different ministries so that they could see that common operating picture and they were able to respond to their particular issues that they were supposed to be addressing. And this really provided decision-ready insight for these emergency teams. Some of the applications that were supported included things like situational awareness, flood mapping, identifying isolated communities where fallen trees were, where there was canopy loss, where there was landslide risk, where there was areas that should be prioritized in terms of clearing so that there could be free movement, where there were road washout, culvert, bridges, where there was debris that was really piling up, and reopening of priority areas. It identified coastal damage. It identified infrastructure in tourism zones, debris, and crop estimation, among so many others. So it tells us that geospatial, and in fact, the drone data, that picture really played a critical role during the response. Some of the key takeaways from this response effort is that preparedness is really an investment. It is something that we really need to be doing really before any kind of event happens. We need to have those trained drone and GIS teams that are there. We need to test those standard operating procedures and be able to activate the workflows when the event happens. So that pre-event and mission planning, absolutely critical. Having that baseline data and being able to do those readiness checks, so important. Having a national geospatial information management infrastructure in place really enabled that speed and the clarity. Having the Land Information Council of Jamaica, the National Spatial Data Management Branch, and the National Emergency Response GIS team, that mechanism already in place, helped us to be able to have those shared data standards and the interoperable platforms so that the persons who needed to see could see those common operating picture, and it enabled faster situational awareness. Local leadership, absolutely critical. Being able to have that national ownership, having that clear, defined institutional roles and the trust, I cannot overemphasize the power of trust, enabled the coordination to happen seamlessly. And this was both at a regional and international level, supporting the local leadership. And just in general, just having those prepared systems, that is what I believe led to that coordinated action. That was what led to drone data being collected, transformed into data that was useful, the creation of the dashboards, and ultimately supporting decisions. So having that integrated national repository and having decision-ready intelligence products was a result of that investment in preparedness and having the right infrastructure in place before the storm hit. So that's just a little piece of the response story coming from the field. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to us today.
And we're going to move on. One thing I wanted to mention at the beginning, I think also the diversity on this panel where we have government representatives, we have private sector representatives. We're also pleased and honored to have a nonprofit, a .org representative here too. And I think it's a symbolic of how we need to collaborate across all of these sector lines for appropriate response and preparation for disasters. So on to Sonia now.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Pat. So I will close it out for this first use case with just giving, kind of zooming out from what Valerie was just telling us. Valerie told us about how this response kind of happened in Jamaica. And I'm going to zoom out to give a bit more context and background, like what is needed for such a locally led, globally supported initiative. So Hurricane Melissa for us is kind of a turning point because it has been in the world of drones, the largest locally led and globally supported response after a major disaster. And it brought together over 30 different organizations and companies. Again, it was local government, local civil society, local private sector in Jamaica. Then it was regional support from SEDIMA to other regional bodies. And then at the end, it was global civil society actors, just like ourselves, V Robotics or Esri from a global point of view. So how do you bring 30 plus organizations together? And how do you make certain that it's locally led? And for us, this experience has been an amazing opportunity to create a blueprint that you can replicate, and I'll get to that in just a minute. But to come back to just what we do as V Robotics, and this is, you see here our value proposition per se, what you really should look at is that red bubble on top. So we create trusted spaces between networks of local actors, for example, the Flying Labs network in our case, and an ecosystem of global partners. And as the network and local partners and global partners already were in place, it was actually quite easy to create a collaboration space for the Melissa response. But without this in place, we wouldn't have been able to do that, because what Valerie said, right, it's not about the technology. It's about the relationships. It's about the trust that is already there. It's about knowing each other and knowing each other's strengths on who provide the best support in many ways. So V Robotics, we've been here for 10 years, and what we're known for, I would say our flagship network to date is the Flying Labs network. The Flying Labs network is the world's largest drone for social good network. It's present in over 40 countries. Across Latin America, Africa, and Asia Pacific. And what is very different is our approach. You know, like you've known networks and how they're organized with a secretariat a lot of times, and how our approach is different and how this approach allowed for the Melissa response to actually function is it's about directionality. We start locally. We always make certain that any initiative, even joining the network, starts out locally. So it has to be about ownership. Everything is owned locally first. And from there, we then move to the global stage. We also have this ecosystem of global partners that the local partners can tap into on their demand. We focus also not on technology, but people first. This is why our organization is called V Robotics and not just robotics, because it's about the people first. And we work with the existing. We don't believe in creating new things. We pull together existing elements, existing local expertise, existing global expertise, and we create, like you saw before, these trusted spaces in between. For us, the goal is that local and global actors can co-create locally relevant solutions. And the important word is locally relevant. So again, we always start local. By doing so, it's actually quite easy for us to scale and replicate what we do. So the Melissa experience is a fantastic example on an initiative that is started locally in Jamaica, where we all learned together and where we were able to create what we call kind of the Melissa blueprint internally now, is this blueprint on how can this be replicated somewhere else? For example, next time in Africa, should Mozambique be unfortunately hit by a major cyclone again, this can be replicated. And that blueprint is not just made up of technology. So that's kind of the top layer is a live dashboard and the sharing infrastructure for data. So kind of the technical infrastructure. But what's so much more important is the people infrastructure. And this is the layer of roles and responsibilities. What do local actors lead? How do global actors support? And then the relationship between all of us. So to sum up, what we're really focusing on and good at with robotics is creating the people infrastructure that is locally led and globally supported and that allows initiatives like the Melissa response to actually become possible in a very short time period. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, my email is here. Please feel free to follow up if you want to learn more about the way we build people infrastructure. Please do so, and I am happy to hand over to Pat again. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Olivier and Sonia and Valerie remotely. I think the message we heard here is so appropriate for the GEO audience. I think GEO, we understand the importance of technology, but even more so, it's the people, the interaction, how we work together to make it all work for real impact. And I think the experience responding to Melissa is a great example of that. And I think this is something that can be replicated in your countries, in your regions. And this team is here to work with you on that. And we'll hear from the AmeriGeo and AfriGeo at the end of this session to respond further. So now we're going to shift gears. We're going to shift continents, and we're going to also switch language. So heads up here, as we move into our case study 2 from our colleagues from Togo, as we mentioned, we are adapting. We've had a bit of a delay in travel for one of the speakers. So we have somebody who's stepping up to play 3 voices, and that voice will be delivered in French. So I invite you, if you are not fluent in French, we have recruited on the spur of the moment, Laurent Dureau has stepped up to be our interpreter. So channel 2 for everybody. Thank you, Laurent. Pinch hitting here. He's on the fly. We are adaptable, very GEO style. So I will turn it over to Manuel Natumbo to moderate the case study 2 with our colleagues here from Togo. Thank you, Manuel. Do you have the clicker?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Pat, for your intervention. So I won't be speaking French, but my colleague intervention is going to be in French. Myself, I'm more comfortable in English, so I will move forward in English. So thanks once again to GEO and the GEO community for the opportunity for the Togo delegation to contribute to this community event and community conversations through this case study. The case study 2 focuses on multi-hazard early warning for disaster resilience in Togo and in Africa. So not just in Togo, because in the panel, we are going to have an intervention from Mr. Marco Masabo from UNDRR, Regional Office of Africa, whose intervention will be focusing more on Africa. And Colonel Yoma Baka is on the way, but his intervention will be handled by Dr. Latifou, who will also be highlighting WMO interventions and case studies in Togo over the past few years. Myself, I will also at the end provide an intervention where I will give a little bit of background case studies on different collaborations, whether geospatial related or early warning related, that have built to Togo finally joining GEO in last December 2025. But it's going to be more like a technical intervention because Colonel Yoma Baka is the GEO principal of Togo. So I cannot speak on his behalf when it comes to strategic interventions. Without taking further time from the panel, I think I will hand it over to Dr. Latifou. Dr. Latifou is the Director General of the Meteorological Agency of Togo under the Ministry of Transport. He is also the representative, Togo permanent representative to WMO. So his intervention is going to be in French. Yes, it's going to be in French, and our colleague will be translating in to English. Thank you so much. Over to you, Dr. Latif.
Merci beaucoup. Merci pour le mot introductif. Permettez-moi de remercier sincèrement les organisateurs qui nous ont invités pour cette rencontre. Donc, c'est un plaisir ici de représenter mon collègue, le directeur général de l'Agence nationale de la protection civile du Togo, et moi-même le directeur général de l'Agence nationale de la météorologie, et ici représenter les prouesses, les soutiens de l'Organisation météorologique mondiale. Donc, commençons par la protection civile. Quand on parle de la protection civile au niveau de notre pays, le Togo, nous avons une plateforme, la plateforme de réduction des risques et catastrophes au niveau du Togo qui rassemble plusieurs services. Donc, il y a plusieurs services qui essaient de travailler en synergie. En synergie, cela voudrait dire qu'il y a une coordination parfaite qui se sent au niveau des alertes précoces, des risques et des multirisques. Donc, comme l'a présenté ici Marco, dans son intervention, la coordination est très, très importante en matière d'alerte précoce. Donc, le Togo, à notre niveau, l'Agence nationale de la protection civile coordonne cette synergie-là et à chaque temps, quand on a un risque, on arrive à rapidement à prendre en charge les victimes et tout consort. Donc, à ce niveau, on a pu essayer de mettre en place certains documents stratégiques qui permettent d'intervenir rapidement sur le terrain. Donc, c'est de ça qu'il s'agit au niveau de l'ANPC. Donc, à ce niveau, on a l'ensemble des outils qui permettent à ce que nous puissions intervenir le plus rapidement possible au niveau des zones vulnérables. Donc, l'ANPC a pu également essayer de faire ce que nous appelons les cartes des risques au niveau national. Donc, au niveau de la météorologie, c'est-à-dire au niveau de l'agence, en partenariat, en collaboration avec l'hydrologie, nous essayons de traduire les données issues de nos stations installées au niveau de notre pays, le Togo, en informations. Donc, ces informations sont envoyées en amont à l'ANPC qui va pouvoir essayer de diffuser ces informations sur toute l'étendue du territoire où elle a ce que nous appelons les relais. Donc, voilà, au niveau de la NAMET, ce que nous faisons, c'est-à-dire au niveau de la météorologie et l'hydrologie, nous essayons à travers les données que nous avions au niveau de nos stations météorologiques et hydrologiques, essayer d'élaborer les informations parce que les informations sont très, très nécessaires. Mais nous ne sommes pas encore arrivés à utiliser les drones qui permettent de faire la modélisation, surtout des risques d'inondation et de sécheresse. Donc, c'est à cela qu'il y a lieu de pouvoir aller pour les années à venir, acquérir ces drones, acquérir ces outils de pointe très performants pour qu'on puisse essayer d'aider les populations au niveau de notre pays, le Togo. Donc, comme on le dit, à partir du Togo, c'est une expérience qui peut s'implémenter sur toute l'Afrique. Donc, abordons maintenant la troisième casquette, que est l'appui de l'Organisation météorologique mondiale. Il faut le dire que l'OMM nous a accompagnés au niveau de notre pays, le Togo, à travers les trois institutions, la NPC, l'hydrologie et la météorologie, pour essayer de faire le renforcement des capacités techniques et institutionnelles qui nous ont permis de pouvoir faire des alertes et être présents auprès des populations quand il y a un risque au niveau de notre pays. Donc, il faut le dire. Donc, cet appui à travers le projet CRUISE que nous avions eu a permis énormément de renforcer les capacités. Mais c'est toujours en première ligne. Donc, cela voudrait dire qu'il y a des besoins qui peuvent essayer aussi de pouvoir être revus avec les projets que nous allons pouvoir faire la mise en œuvre dans les prochaines années, dans les prochains mois. Donc, à travers ce projet CRUISE, on a pu avoir les fonds de fonds vert climat qui nous a permis, qui vont nous permettre pour les années à venir de pouvoir faire la mise en œuvre et augmenter la capacité des institutions de l'ANPC, de l'hydrologie et de la météo. Donc voilà un peu ramasser les trois casquettes que je portais. Donc il va falloir nous excuser nos collègues qui ne sont pas ici présents. Encore une fois, je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Dr. Latifou. Thank you so much, Dr. Latifou, for your intervention. I think now we will move to the intervention from Dr. Marco Masabo from UNGRR. It's a pre-recorded speech. Dr. Marco Masabo is the coordinator for the Risk Knowledge and Early Warning Unit for the UNGRR Regional Africa Office, based in Nairobi, Kenya. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning from Maputo, attending the steering committee meeting of the African Multi-Hazard Early Warning System, and hopefully to share some of the latest advancement on the topics. I want to really thank the organizer for this important session in GEO. It's an honor for us to share what we are doing in some of the case study. 20 years of data from Sendai framework monitoring is definitely telling us that the mortality at the global level is decreasing. If we look especially on the last decade compared to the decade before, we have a substantial decrease in mortality due to disasters. And this is mostly due to early warning system that are demonstrated a life-saving tool for disaster risk reduction. Unfortunately, in Africa, it's not the same. Mortality is still on the rise, where we have the last decade as a record in disaster mortality. If we look at the affected people, the last decade has an increase, both at the global level and the African level. But not so all the news are bad. And if you look at data on the early warning system in Africa, we can see that Africa has a substantial increase of country reporting to have multi-hazard early warning system from the date where the early warning for all was launched. And we have an increase from 40 of about 20% of country that today have an early warning system in place. If we also consider that we have 27 countries today that has a roadmap for early warning system, we think that Africa is in the right track, though we need to accelerate to implement the early warning system. A little bit more closer look on the 4 pillars. Again, those are data from the Sendai framework monitoring. Only 20% of country in Africa report to have a substantial of a comprehensive system for risk knowledge. Other 30% of the country has a monitoring forecasting system and so on. So as you can see, there is a lot to do. But one of the points I want to make as well is that despite we have the best risk knowledge system in the country, or the best preparedness to response, or the best monitoring and forecasting, or communication and dissemination, what will be making an early warning system a life-saving system is the coordination among the four pillars, which is very important, that the risk knowledge and the monitoring forecasting is transformed in a message that can be understood and actioned from the population. And then the local authority has also the capacity to respond, and the community has also to respond. And that all those components work together in a seamless way, or the early warning system will not really much work. So in terms of the coordination, the UNDRI, we have been supporting the development of MOS, which is an African-led program constituted of several situation room that try to value the information that are produced by other mandate institutions, so namely meteorological services, hydrological services, and health and ministry and so on. It is a place where those risk information can be coordinated. At the continental level or regional level, we have 7 situation rooms. There are difference in the characters, different speciality. One of the first situation room was IGAD. Today we have also ECOWAS situation room. There is working very much closely with AgriMed, with ACMAD, and all the other centers, supporting member states in getting information on what the weather is, but also what the weather will be and what is happening in the country. When we go at the national level, this situation room is really help to the coordination of the different authorities, with meteorological services working very much together with disaster management authority and so on. And we're happy to support. Togo is supported by UNDP and Europe. We are trying to provide technical assistance on this. But what is also very important is the regional cooperation among the different countries, because many of the disasters we face are also impacting the capacity and passing the capacity of country to deal with the disaster per se. So we, together with ECOWAS, we are working on strengthening regional cooperation and solidarity to reduce disaster impact and humanitarian needs. And this one, Togo is one of the pilot country on this regional cooperation mechanism. We're going to organize also a study visit with Togo in Europe to see and to learn how Europe has organized this system of improving preparedness and as well reducing the humanitarian needs in Europe. And this framework is really on anticipate and prepare, also respond and secure, and the solidarity among the member state of ECOWAS. And Togo is, of course, one of them. As I mentioned before, the risk knowledge component is still need a big of investment for improving not only the availability of risk information, but also the data and the access of the risk information. So Delta Resilience is one of the tools, that tool the UNDRR has developed in substitution of this inventory. This inventory was a UNDRR system for supporting country in collecting and registering disaster losses and damages. The new system, Delta Resilience, developed together with WMO and UNDP, is basically improving that existing system. Is a system that we are rolling out in many countries, including Togo. And Togo is one of the pilot countries. And we think also Togo could help also other countries in the region to implement Delta. But one of the points I really want to make on Delta is, of course, is a system, is a software where allow operators to register. But what is very important is all the connection with the other institution that has those data. namely the statistical office, the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Infrastructure, Ministry of Education, and so on. So the system allows this coordination among all these ministries, but not only at the national level, but also at the local level. Most of the time, the data they stay at the local level. So the system really helps to do this. And Togo is one of the countries we are advancing more faster in setting up the system. The second activity I want to mention in terms of case studies is that disaster loss data are important to understand what happens in the past. But what happened, the impact of disaster 10 years ago in a society like in Lomé or in Togo, it might be very different than what is happening today. Because the dynamic of socioeconomic growth in many of Africa countries is very rapid. And if we look just at demography of 10 years ago and the demography of today, the population is completely different. So it's important to know what was the impact in the past, but it's also critical to know and to understand what will be in the future and what is today. So in this regards, we develop risk metrics, which is an assessment of what are the impact of different hazards, different disasters in current climate, in future climate, to inform disaster risk reduction investment, and to inform as well early warning system of what can happen today. So this is one example on risk measuring in Kenya, but that's what we are looking. We are now working hand to hand with NPC to develop risk profile with Togo for the key hazard, for the key transportation sector, or the key sector in current and future climate. Again, this one is important that is done in a coordinated way because we need to understand what are the interest and the use of the risk information, not only from disaster management point of view, but all the key ministry, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Development. So again, coordination is here critical. And here we should use all the transformative power also of risk analytics, because risk analytics can provide evidence, can provide a scientific support to make a decision. They are not only influenced by what is happening today, but also as informant on what can be the impact of disaster in the future. In this regards,
Thank you so much. We thank Mr. Marco for his great intervention on early warning in Africa and including in Togo as well. So I will quickly summarize where I will highlight other key early warning initiative implemented throughout the continent, but also with a focus on Africa. With a focus on Togo. So myself, I'm representing TODAS Global Network. It's a global advisory network, and we were happy to be involved in the process for the ascension of Togo to the Intergovernmental Group on Earth Observation, GEO. And the process started back in 2021 when we collaborated with the African Union Presidential Panel under the DRC presidency, where we supported in collaboration with partners to implement the use of emerging technologies to support the AU 2036 agenda. Another example was in 2022 to 2023, where I had the privilege to serve as one of the members of the diplomatic delegation of Togo to UNDGIM, the UN Geospatial Committee. In that capacity, at national level, I worked with UNDP and the Togolese presidency's attached Ministry of Planning, where we implemented a project integrating geospatial data into governance reforms for public institutions. Quickly, I know we are out of time, so I will speed up. In 2023, in collaboration with Airbus Intelligence, we implemented a communication campaign covering Africa, but also Latin America and the Caribbean region, where we organize an apotheose in Togo in collaboration with our different partners with a focus on geospatial data for sustainable development. In 2023, UNGRR and the African Union GRR unit and the UNGRR unit hosted the African Working Group on Disaster Risk Reduction in Togo under the leadership of His Excellency Colonel Kalis Majulba, Togo's Minister of Security. And during this working group in Lomé, Togo, we also had the opportunities to have several negotiations, meetings with the partners. I think Dr. Marco mentioned one of them is the situation room, that the early warning situation room that Togo is implementing through the support of UNGRR. We also held some negotiations with UNDP, GIZ, CIMA Foundation, and other partners to support, to provide co-financing to the National Emergency Center that's initially funded by the US government. In 2024, in collaboration with the UNGRR Private Sector Alliance, ARISE, we contributed to implementing the UNGRR Private Sector Alliance, ARISE network in West Africa, and also to launch the Africa network. Also in 2024, we had the opportunity to start a collaboration with the EU Africa Satellite Navigation Program, SatNav, hosted by ASECNA. And through their support, we were able to host a high-level event last year in Cabo Verde, where we had many partners present in person, but also online. We brought the digital innovation, digital economy community, disaster resilience community, and geospatial community together. During that event, we hosted the data for early warning hackathon in collaboration with ESRI and Africa Geoportal, which was led by Pauline Okeyo from ESRI. And later last year, Togo received the GCF funding to support early warning, the Green Climate Fund funding to support early warning and DRR in Togo. And last but not least, in December last year, we were proud and happy that through the approval from the Minister of Security, His Excellency Ambassador Kalis Majulba, Togo officially became a member of the Intergovernmental Group, the 170th member of the Intergovernmental Group on Earth Observation. So once again, thanks for the opportunity. It has been a privilege for us to share what has been implemented with the partners at Togo level, but also at continental level in terms of early warning from 2021 to till today. Thank you so much. Over to you, Pat.
All right, thank you very much. A lot of ground was covered there, and I think some great examples of collaboration and how they are kind of making a statement and not just moving forward in Togo, but across the continent and leveraging those collaborations. And hopefully we'll see more of that and we can explore that further. But we are going to move on now to China. And we're going to have a presentation. Unfortunately, Ling He was not able to make it. He is also an associate professor and has obligations there with the end of the school year. So he has submitted a recorded video, and he's going to talk to us about some of his research and work in using AI and other technologies to look at landslide threat and risks. So we'll turn it over to his recorded video.
Good morning, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to join our GEO Symposium. Due to the work commitment, I am unfortunately unable to attend this event in person. So I would like to thank the GEO Secretariat for this opportunity to present our work online. So later, I will briefly introduce how the public can engage into our project, Slow Risk GPT, a GWP pilot. So our project is focusing on transforming multi-source observations into actionable guidance or knowledge for geohazard resilience. So landslide disasters are becoming increasingly severe worldwide, with both rising frequency and scale. This trend is driven by the climate change as well as the rapid expansion of infrastructure construction. So at the same time, the rapid advancement of the Earth observation technology and artificial intelligence is creating immense opportunities for geohazard risk mitigation. However, challenges still remain, so particularly in how to transform the massive heterogeneous observations into reliable, actionable, and trustworthy knowledge for decision-making for landslide mitigation. So this is also the foundation of Slope Risk GPT. The project goal is to build an intelligent framework for landslide monitoring, risk analysis, and decision support for the public. So importantly, Slope Risk GPT emphasizes the public engagement. Why? Because in many mountainous regions, local residents are often the first to observe the early warning signals like tension cracks, slope deformation, falling rocks seepage, the structure damage. So this is why we would like to integrate the volunteered geographic information. So these data are collected by the public. So VGI data provide the rich local details, high resolution, and rapid updates, so compared with satellite observations and drone data. But it also introduced major technical challenges, such as the viewpoint difference, inconsistent quality, and the lack of precise location information, and even spatial referencing. So to address these challenges, we developed a cross-view transformation framework. So this framework transforms ordinary ground view photographs into georeferenced order photo. So this is achieved by cross-view temporal registration between a newly acquired ground view photo and a historic order photo in the unchanged region. So this order photo can be generated by the drone photogrammetry or satellite observation. In addition, changes are also detected as well. So these verified ground changes are geometrically projected back onto the 2D image plane to generate spatial updates. So by integrating of computer vision-based models, VGI photographs can become measurable, locatable, and analyzable. So this enables the public observations to support the slope instability detection, localization, and falling quantitative analysis. So in other words, we are trying to transform the public engagement into operational capability. So the vision of the Slope Risk GPT is simple: get the landslide data from all and deliver the professional guidance to all.
All right. Very interesting approach there, looking at ways for citizens, for many contributors to share images to feed into the research work there, to translate those photographs into data on the ground and the analytics. I'm sure we'll be hearing more about that project in the future. So that wraps up our case studies. I think we've seen many examples of collaboration strategies within countries, across continents, with global organizations like UNDRR. We've seen very locally driven kind of example from Jamaica and kind of insights to this growing network and strategies to not just get into kind of data capture with drones, but do it in a very organized, practical, and impactful way. So a lot of lessons learned there. Now we're going to move on to hear from our representatives from AmeriGeo and AfriGeo to hear their response to this, get a bit of overview from those two regional geo organizations and their response here to what's been heard and where they see this going in the future. And I will turn it over, I think Martha Villagomez is our first speaker from, let me see the next slide. Who do we have first? I'm not sure what order these ended up in. if we're going to Africa first or AmeriGeo.
See.
We're going to start in Africa. My apologies there. Pina Ngoju is representing AfriGeo. She's housed there with our CMRD in Nairobi. And I'll turn it over to Penina.
Thank you. Thank you, Pat. My name is Penina Njogu, representing the AfriGeo Secretariat, hosted at the Regional Center for Mapping of Resources for Development in Nairobi, Kenya. I'm really happy to be part of this discussion. So I think from the three use cases that we've listened to, there is a strong emphasis on locally led disaster management and response solutions. And there is also a very great emphasis on trusted, reliable, and interoperable data that is able to inform preparedness and early warning systems. And also the fact that systems need to be designed in a way that responds to the needs of the users. And I also took a key point here that preparedness is an investment, and local leadership drives resilience. So I think we can all agree that the challenges that we are facing do not stop at the borders, and that is why we are strongly emphasizing on strengthened regional cooperation. And that is why I wanted us to reflect on how regional GEOs within the GEO framework act as an enabling mechanism to bridge the gap between global observation resources and local implementation. So I would like to give an overview of AfriGeo for those that are not familiar with AfriGeo, the Africa Group on Earth Observations. So it is a coordinating platform that enables Africa's participation in GEO by strengthening Earth observation applications and capacities in Africa. Currently, we are having 33 member countries and over 15 participating organizations. I'm very happy to have Togo on this panel because they are our newest member, joined in December 2025. And we hope that we are going to engage further because I believe this is a mutually beneficial partnership. So the RCMRD hosts the Secretariat for AfriGeo since 2019 with funding from the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation in South Africa. AfriGeo is able to connect stakeholders from government institutions, academia, private sector, civil society, and communities around Earth observation priorities. And we support operational services in disaster resilience, climate adaptation, and all these other thematic areas for the achievement of sustainable development. So the regional GEO provides a regional platform for partnerships, capacity development, and co-designed Earth intelligence solutions. So the value proposition for regional GEOs is to bridge global Earth observation capabilities with implementation needs. Looking at our member countries, we establish what needs are within the community, where are the gaps, and also enabling co-design. And I think this is an issue that has been emphasized by almost every speaker here. The need to co-create solutions with the users, the need to engage the disaster management agencies, communities, and development partners to be able to strengthen interoperability, regional coordination, and also knowledge exchange across countries. And as a regional GEO, this is one of the key mandates. We usually have our AfriGeo annual symposium that brings together stakeholders from the 3 member countries and participating organizations to be able to come together to share knowledge, to share best practices, and also share the tools that they're developing. And this kind of platform fosters collaboration and also reduces duplication of efforts. So we see a very strong linkage between the use cases that have been presented here today. AfriGeo is also supporting some of the initiatives within the continent. We are also supporting the African Network of Centers of Excellence for Disaster Risk Reduction. We also have a project called Passage that addresses knowledge gaps to enhance operational early warning systems, and also another one for groundwater for resilience, sustainable access and management to strengthen resilience in the Horn of Africa, including Kenya, Ethiopia, and Somalia. So we see a very an opportunity here for collaboration, and we hope that we will have continued engagement with the use cases that have been presented and also partners in all the initiatives that are going on in the continent. So the key reflections here are that the future of disaster resilience depends on locally owned, regionally connected, and globally interoperable Earth intelligence ecosystems. And GEO can better align with local needs by investing in regional capacities, trusted partnerships, and operational service delivery, and also prioritize capacities, including data infrastructure, and not just the technology, the digital skills, policy support, institutional coordination, and early warning systems. And I'm proud to say that we did launch our strategic implementation plan last year in October, and this implementation plan provides Africa's framework for advancing the vision. So I believe that the frameworks are already there. We need to support and strengthen them for disaster preparedness and response. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Covered a lot of ground there and many exciting things going on with AfriGeo. Now we will shift to Martha to take us home here with the perspective from AmeriGeo. Martha is representing AmeriGeo from her position with the Military Geographic Institute of Ecuador. So please,
thank you.
Martha.
Thank you, Pat. Thank you for this panel. This speakers was really, really fantastic. And you said before, I'm going to talk about from the perspective of AmeriGeo. So I'm trying to be really brief because we don't have so many time. And talking about this answer, I have to say that the short answer is partially, because America has different reality. So I just want to remake something important that Group on Air Observation is doing really, really impressive is because GEO's focus on knowledge and data sets and satellite constellation. But also I have to remark what Pat said before. She talked about people, and I think people and connection of people is the most important. So I have to emphasize in this part. So talking about what Valerie said before, I'm totally agree because IG data framework and Sendai framework give us this north to be what we have to do in the interoperability geographical information. Because I am a co-chair also of a disaster framework. So I know that this part to have all organizations, all data sets, these interoperability things help us to save lives and also to be more resilient. So this is already critical, to have this work together. So what we see today and what people talk today make to our GEOs regionals to learn this workflow because they promoting the spread of local work like flying labs or We Robotics, and they are acting as connecting local to regional to global level. So that is really important because to making this horizontal articulation is really a challenge for all of us, especially in Americas. So this is Yeah, well, this is my idea from this group or Air Observation and how it's working this fantastic ecosystem. We don't have the time to see, but let's talk about the second part. And talking about these interregional solutions, I really believe that we have three dimensions that we have to talk simultaneously. The first one is regional collaboration networks, because we are learning each other, as we know Africa, and now we have this partnership in the private sector. The second part absolutely is the capacity development as a long-term investment, so that will help us to be more equal in all levels. And the third one is, let me pass, so close, no, it's over here, to co-design these interoperable solutions. So I just want to mention one recent example that we have in the regional AmeriGeo, talking about the ocean plastic pathway. I'm talking about the articulation, and it's over here, Carl Nettleton from Open Ocean. There is an NGO, and also the articulation with GeoTierra Ecuador that made this partnership really fantastic to spread marine pollution mitigation across the Americas. And the idea is to duplicate that force in all region. So finally, I just want to remake that communities are the center of the solution, because we have to down to the geo global, to regional global, and to the national global, then we have to local global. And I hope, Pat, that's the idea for this summary. So thank you very much for your time.
Well, thank you very much. You're very efficient with your time there. I think there's a lot on this slide. We could really talk about this for quite some time. But no, I think what we had planned here, hopefully you understand the flow of this session. Hopefully we're inspired by some of the case studies here, the geographic representation, and the opportunities to build on this. And I think hearing from AmeriGeo and from AfriGeo, any closing comments on kind of your takeaways from this and what you might, I think, Pina, you and I were talking earlier on, kind of what are do you see lessons learned, these kind of take homes from what you learned in these three case studies, and how those can be incorporated and embraced by a regional geo to amplify those efforts in your regions? And then I know we're right at time, so we'll make this quick. I think we could have another half-hour discussion here with the whole panel and be engaged, but we do have schedules to keep.
Yes, thank you, Pat. And I think we do see a very strong fit here between the case studies that have been presented, the GEO Post 2025 strategy, and the growing demand for locally led solutions. And I think a key lesson here that you're learning is that the local actors are already innovating, and because they understand the realities, the risk, and operational constraints, it's very important to be able to involve stakeholders from the beginning of the design process. And I believe that there are so many other initiatives that are ongoing in the countries, especially in Africa, and we do see an opportunity for collaboration, and we would like to continue this discussion after this, hoping that the discussions don't just end here, so that we can look for sustainable solutions that have a lasting impact.
And we talked before the session, even on the learning potential, the collaborations between like AmeriGeo and AfriGeo, from an organizational standpoint, from partnership building and other things. So final comment.
Yeah, I see a fantastic opportunity to work with AfriGeo because we have the same challenges. And I think to learn about this workflow that Esri with robotics and flying labs talking about is going to be really good for our region. So thank you very much for that.
Yes, I think there's so many opportunities for these win-win partnerships and collaborations where everyone moves forward faster with greater impact. And I think we will wrap it up here. I know you've been wanting to clap all along after our speakers, and I've held that off to save us time, but please help me thank our panel for their contributions here. And I welcome you to have conversations with them throughout the day and beyond. Thank you. All right, that wraps us up. I think we move into a coffee break now before one more session before lunch.
The next session on VHR starts in 15 minutes in this room. Thank you.
Uma compro baixo. Não, estão os dois webs. Não, pode não abrir tanto agora. Não tem nenhum erro aí.
Hi, colleagues. I'm sorry I'm not. Hi, colleagues. I'm sorry I'm not there with you. I wanted to take a moment to follow up.
Yeah.
Good morning. Welcome, everyone, and thank you for joining the GEO Symposium session on very high-resolution Earth observation data and its role in disaster risk reduction, early warning, and resilience. My name is Marianne Cutney. I am the Director of International Activities for NOAA's National Environmental Satellite Data and Information Service. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge Bapom, who organized and helped shape this important session and dialogue. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, he is unable to join us today. This conversation reflects a great deal of work and coordination across the GEO community, and I'd like to recognize Bapom's leadership in bringing us together for this discussion. I would also like to ask for your patience. I am stepping in on relatively short notice, so we're going to do our best here to fill in. As we begin, very high resolution Earth observations are no longer a niche capability. As an increasingly important infrastructure for disaster response, environmental monitoring, urban planning, and water and food security. This discussion is also well aligned with GEO's post-25 strategy, Earth Intelligence for All, and with the 2023 Cape Town GEO Ministerial Declaration, both of which call on GEO to strengthen operational Earth intelligence, expand access to Earth observation capabilities, and accelerate implementation partnerships that support resilience. These documents give GEO a mandate to advance data access and help facilitate the frameworks, partnerships, and infrastructure necessary to translate Earth observations into operational societal benefit. At the same time, the GEO community is telling us very clearly that access and operational use remain fragmented, especially across developing countries and operational implementation environments. The preliminary GEO VHR survey results included 109 respondents spanning 56 countries and the European Union, with more than 70% representing developing country perspectives, and a vast majority of respondents indicating they already use VHR imagery with strong demand for sub-meter and near real-time access. But the dominant barriers remain in cost, licensing, and scalable processing infrastructure. This means the discussion today is not simply about imagery access. It is about how GEO can help translate VHR Earth observation into operational Earth intelligence and resilient outcomes. GEO's unique role is to help coordinate providers, users, and operational communities into more effective implementation frameworks. We have an outstanding panel today representing multiple parts of the GEO ecosystem, from governance and operational implementation to providers, financing mechanisms, and international coordination. First, we are joined by Amos Kabauba from Ghana, who brings perspectives from GEO governance, AfriGEO, the GEO work program, implementation activities focused on operational environmental application. We are pleased to have Laurent Zaran, a leader from the Earth Observations for Disaster Risk Management and the broader UN community, including efforts to strengthen international cooperation around access to VHR Earth observation imagery for disaster risk management. From the national implementation perspective, we have Virgilio Benavides from Ecuador, who brings experience from an early warnings for all implementation environment, including water sustainability, disaster risk reduction, and risk transfer applications. We are also joined by Fanghong Ye, or Helen, from China, bringing perspectives on international cooperation and capacity building efforts supporting GEO members and regional communities. And we have Annika Huck from the European Space Imaging, representing commercial and public sector coordination, including experience working with multiple satellite operators, supporting GEO-related operational access mechanisms to GeoGLAM via the Copernicus program, and the International Charter Space and Major Disasters via ESA's third-party missions activities. Unfortunately, Andrew Zoli from Planet is unable to join us live today, but he has provided pre-recorded remarks reflecting the provider perspective on scalable partnerships and public good access to VHR Earth observation data. And then finally, we are joined by John Harding. John is the Director of the Climate Risk and Early Warning Systems, CRUISE, Secretariat, who brings the financing and implementation perspective through work supporting disaster risk reduction and early warnings for all initiatives. We have a very full panel. We have also reserved time at the end of the session for your questions and comments, so I encourage you to think about your own organizational, national, and regional perspectives on barriers and success stories, as well as implementation needs, and how GEO could help advance access and usability. Because we have a very full program, I will ask both our panelists, as well as anyone making interventions during the audience engagement section, to be considerate of one another. Keeping interventions concise will allow us to cover all of the materials, as well as hear from as many of you as possible. Most importantly, because we are what is standing between you and lunch. So with that, we will begin and open the roundtable. As we begin our discussion, we want to understand what the GEO community is telling us about operational demand, barriers, and implementation realities to VHR imagery. Amos, What surprised you most from the GEO VHR survey findings?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. I think, first of all, I want to reiterate that this survey was timely and very important. And I also want to thank the Secretariat for taking up that initiative. So to the question, what is surprising when you look at the survey is that about 70% of the respondents are already in different ways using VHR. So, which means that there is already an opportunity already within the community. But what is also striking is that when you also look at the focus areas or the application areas, it goes beyond disaster risk reduction. That is also another interesting part. You could see that from the survey, almost all the focus areas from agri to disaster and all the different areas is showing almost like 49, 50% in all the areas. So which means that in terms of the use for the different focus areas, there is a need. And also the fact that there is also the issue of the fact that among the community, there is already knowledge about it and people are already making some use about it. Thank you.
Great. And we are looking to get some slides up that'll show you, have a snapshot of the survey results. So as the Secretariat works on that, I will ask you, Amos. So from your perspective, what do the findings suggest about the shift from research use cases to operational implementation? Beginning with where we are seeing operational demand start to move, and then discussing what those findings suggest.
Okay, back to you.
Back to you.
All right. Okay, so if you look at least, I'm happy now that the slides are up. Now you will see that in terms of one, there are two critical areas. One, there's a strong demand for high spatial resolution. If you look at it, because between 2 to 5 meters, there is almost 30%. And when you also look at, for example, less than a meter resolution, so if you compare, we are looking at 60% of the respondents are saying that it is important we have very high spatial resolution for the different aspects, whether it's about agriculture, it's about flood mapping, and what have you. Now, what is also interesting is to look at what frequency is this data required. So when you look at the survey too, you will see that when you look at all the different, whether it is about daily, it's about weekly, and you do the statistics, you see that almost half of the respondents are saying that every week they will require some access to this particular data. So which also tie to the fact that one, weekly is on a weekly basis is needed, and also on the other side that high spatial resolution is also needed. Now, what is also interesting, which is not covered by your question, but I want to mention it, is the fact that during some of the breaks, what we realize is that some new people, private companies and others are here because they saw that this section is there and they want to find a possibility to contribute to it, which is more on not the spatial, the high spatial, but also looking at the spectral resolution. So that is also another aspect that we should take note of. Thank you.
You talked a little bit about the sub-meter demand. Is there other information about what users are still unable to do today that we can draw from the survey?
Yes. Now, when you look at it, and also being a user from the other side, you see that first of all, there is Some people are using it. There is demand. 70% are trying to use it. Now, but when you look at, for example, how easily this can be used in the various communities, then it brings us to 3 dimensions. One is how to be able to get the access. And one of the barriers in allowing users to be able to get this is the issue of costs. One is the issue of cost, and almost 75% of the respondents are saying that, okay, can GEO, as a convening body, come out with a mechanism that can help them to have this access? So, and that is why you see that most of the respondents are also saying that at least 78% are saying, can GEO come in with a mechanism to coordinate this, to make sure that they can have the access which they need on daily basis, on weekly basis. But you also look at the other side. To have access and to have the ability to use this high resolution data require a lot of expertise. And when you look at the SP, it means capacity building is needed. Capacity building is key. The ability to process this is also key. Now, coming from some of us, our countries where internet downloads and all this is a challenge. So it means that the ability to have analysis-ready data also becomes one of them, which is shown in our statistics. Almost 77% are saying that this is critical. The need for capacity, the need for a kind of a platform that can easily allow maybe a certain level 2 or level 3 that allows for the uptake also becomes very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Laurent, the survey makes clear that imagery access alone is insufficient. Operational coordination mechanisms also matter. From a disaster risk management perspective, where is VHR becoming operationally indispensable?
Thank you. Well, I think, as you saw on the slide, I'm leading the UN SPIDER program within the UN. This is our UN dedicated program connecting space technologies with disaster management experts around the world. And in the last 15 years or so, we've visited about 55 countries at their request to provide advice to assess their needs and their ways of using these technologies. And everywhere we go, we see that demand. I think, and I liked seeing those survey slides. In fact, I don't like seeing the survey slides because there are still some barriers, but it kind of reflects what we also see in the countries when we visit. And clearly there's a high demand for very high resolution imagery. In many cases, when we talk about disaster management, it's about assessing the impact of disasters on people, on populated areas, obviously. When you do that, when you want to do that assessment, you need the very high resolution data. You need to do that damage assessment after an earthquake, after a flood. You need to be able to also warn or forecast the impact of flash flooding or other such disaster events at a very high resolution so that you can go down to the building level and assess what could be affected and how. You cannot do this without very high resolution imagery. And we also see the need, especially in the last few years, in a lot of countries, to have these kind of 3D replicas of their vulnerable areas. So those digital twins we keep talking about, so that they can make those scenarios to study those potential impact scenarios on their, especially in populated areas. And we see here a slide, an example of what we did in 2024 together with the Committee on Earth Observation Satellites after a visit to Tonga, where we saw that need. We developed very quickly in about 2 months a digital twin of the main island, Tongatapu, purely using satellite imagery and satellite-derived elevation data, using, of course, AI algorithms to create the building inventory, to build the 3D models, and to create also those realistic objects. So this is just one example of what we can do with very high resolution data. Again, you need to go as high as possible. We use the 15 centimeter data from Pleiades for this. And Obviously, I would believe all vulnerable areas around the world would need something like this done, and that's where we see the need, especially in the next years, trying to focus more and more on this this work. Thank you.
Can you also explain? Thank you. Can you also explain the UN IPEO, the Interagency Secretariat on the Procurement of Earth Observation Imagery concept, and why coordination mechanisms like this matter operationally?
Sure. In the UN context, we set up a first so-called system contract with a commercial provider in 2005. That's 21 years ago. At that time, it was Digital Globe and it was Spot Image. Now the name's changed. But that's when we first set up a framework contract for the UN system to purchase very high resolution imagery in a much more efficient way at a lower cost. We also at that time negotiated certain licensing conditions with those companies that would allow the broad sharing of the data. So once we purchased it, the data would be accessible to all the UN operational agencies, to the peacekeeping missions on the ground, and so on. So the license allowed wide sharing of the data across agencies, but also in some cases with the countries targeted or supported. So we saw that as something that needs to be expanded on, especially that if in the past 20, 15 years ago, we worked with 2-3 companies at most, now potentially there's more than 200 companies out there that are able and willing to sell very high resolution commercial data to us, and they are coming from all continents. So we have realized after a lot of struggles in this sense, it took us usually 2 years to set up one contract. So you cannot have 400 years to set up 200 contracts. Obviously, we need to change something on that. And that's where we propose this approach where we would build up a dedicated team within the office. It's within the scope of our mandate within the UN to build such an interagency hub, not only to improve on the procurement and on the contracting and on negotiating licenses, but also on trying to aggregate demand, bring down the cost as much as we can, and do this in a dedicated setup. We estimate that we can probably bring down the cost of the imagery up to 30% easily, but we can also pass on that benefit to the countries we are supporting. So of course I can talk a lot more about this, but I know time's up, so I'm happy to follow up on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Quick question for Virgilio. From the perspective of an implementing country working on early warnings for all, where does VHR imagery create the most operational value today?
Well, thanks for the question, and I'm really happy to be here, excited also. Well, the most usual use case in Ecuador is emergency mapping, where you have a picture from Copernicus, last activation we had over there, and a large flood in Babahoyo. But one of the things over there is that we're always expecting the response action. One of the things we look forward is for the preventive action. See if we can get those hazard mapping, vulnerabilities mapping, and exposure analysis for land use and planning instead of waiting for the response action. So one of those very high resolution imagery uses is that the disaster risk reduction focus on where it could help in the early warning for all initiative. Also, another thing that we're having in the country is it's pilots for parametric insurance, where you have even though these are meteorological triggers for drought and flood, very high resolution imagery will help a lot if we can focus on those spaces through this is through algorithmic confirmation. So there's no heritage need, there's no special assessment on the ground, and this is automatic. It's not immediate, but it's automatic. So you don't need a lot of people there, just wait a little bit so you get your confirmation, and the people who are on the ground, the plots of land. So there's a big example over there. So we have the rice provinces, rice plots that are being covered at the moment. This is a pilot. It's going to be there for a couple months more, and we'll have some results. But the other initiative we have is early warning systems. So we already use a GeoGlows initiative. So if we can have better information at that level, the alerts will be better for the river flood, and maybe if we can expand it, we have a fire hazard and landslide hazards implemented.
Thank you, Virgilio. The encouraging reality is that many coordination mechanisms already exist. The challenge is that they remain fragmented across providers, institutions, financing mechanisms, and regions. Helen, could you talk about how international and regional cooperation frameworks are helping expand access to VHR, Earth observation capabilities, particularly for disaster risk reduction, early warning, and resilience applications?
Thank you, Marianne. And I'm really glad here to report to the GEO platform about whole over regional mechanism, and a framework have been built during the last 3 years. Yeah, because as you all know that the VHR Earth observation data is so important for the almost more than 100 kinds of applications, and benefits from the platform from GEO, and also the cooperation with every GEO that in 2021, we started the initiative for the China-African Cooperation Center on satellite remote sensing applications. So it's a kind of regional mechanism. Till as of today, we have 19 African countries joined us, including every GEO, the SMRD. And also among these countries, like NASDA, like GSSTI and ONAC, they are all the focal points of GEO members. And so benefit from the GEO platform and like annual activities, we built our own like the governance structure, and our partnership are still enlarged, and our applications based on the VHR data are still deepened. And so I'm from the Land Satellite Center of our Ministry of Natural Resources of China, and we have another center, Ocean Satellite Center of applications. And totally, currently we have 25, like the land and ocean satellites, and the sensors include like the L-band SAR, CSAR, and in the future X-band SAR, and we have like 7 meters resolution satellite, 2 meters and 16 meters. So it's like we all know that the numbers of satellites really matters, and really counted for the capacities of the applications. So we use this 25 Chinese satellites in total to serve over 19 African countries. And of course, this number is kept on increased. And this year we will have another like 3 or 5 countries joins us, and by this kind of mechanism, we shared our data. Normally, here you can see the pictures of our annual activities and also our trainings. And we also provide like 2 meters data free of charge. And by these 2 meters, they are free of charge. And we also provide software and tools. And for the disaster risk management, we provide like our free service, all the types of pre-disaster imageries and 5 days of the post-disaster observations are also provided for the international community. And actually not only our African partners, but also the global partners of 37 countries. And you can see some examples here. The imageries are one of the wildfire in Algeria, and also in 2029, when flooding happened in Nigeria. And you can also see some use cases and early warning platform that RSA from Rwanda, they have done this kind of smart platforms using our data. And also we show here some like the 2 meters free of charge data covering the entire continents within the 2025. So all these services are our efforts and try to fulfill the gaps of the satellite imageries. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Amos, is there anything you'd like to add from an AfriGeo or Ghana perspective that could expand on Helen's information?
Okay, thank you. I think just to confirm some of the things that has been mentioned, because one of the issue in Africa generally is the internet connectivity. So I think the system they are using is more like a node system. So it pushes all the data. Then you have time to download it at your own time, and you can also put your own algorithms around it. Now, the good thing about it is that it allows access to all the Chinese government satellites, both for the ocean and for the land. So each country can now decide tailor-made kind of applications, whether it's about food security, it's about disasters, and it's about all other things that they need. So now one of the things that is also coming up is the fact that urban growth is becoming very important, and it's becoming very important for African countries because it's also a way of looking at revenue generation. So this kind of model is very helpful as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you, Amos. Turning to Annika, what lessons have emerged from European coordination mechanisms like ESA's third-party missions and Copernicus contributing missions regarding scalable public good access, including, for example, GeoGlam?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for inviting me to today's panel discussion. It's a real pleasure actually providing you insights from a data provider perspective. And maybe just very quickly, European Space Imaging has become a GEO member last year. So we proactively and provide data to GEO initiatives for free. But even before we became an associate member, we have actually provided thousands of square kilometers of VHR data to the GeoGlam initiative through the European Copernicus contribution, namely the Copernicus for GeoGlam initiative. And maybe this is a concept I would like to elaborate a little bit more on, but firstly, maybe 2 words about the company itself. We are a European company, as it says in the title. But actually our identity is built on global collaboration. We have been working together with Vantor, previously known as Maxa, and we are operating their satellite fleet over European territory from our ground segment, which is actually placed on the premises of the German Aerospace Center. So really part of our DNA is really public-private collaborations. And I was actually really delighted to see really before the results from the questionnaire, from the survey, and really to stress the change of requirements when it comes to intra-daily acquisitions of VHR data. And this is something we see also from our major customers like the European Space Agency and also the European Union, that really providing data like once a week or once every second week is simply not good enough for many, many applications, especially in the domain of emergency management. And this is, again, one example actually from our own operation where you can actually see that the data once the disaster actually occurred, the data once placed can actually delivered to the final users within a single day. And that is quite impressive. This is really a game changer. Also stressing here that actually operating a constellation, we have actually up to 6 overpasses per day. And what we also see, actually bringing together different sensors, we are also collaborating with other global players such Umbra and Pixel, bringing also SAR and hyperspectral data into our operational services. But coming back actually to our contribution to the European framework programs, namely the Copernicus contributing mission and the ESA third-party mission, both of them are major programs financed actually by these organizations to buy in commercial data. And this is really relevant because when we think about Copernicus, quite often we actually don't think about commercial data. And this data is available, it can be made available to authorized users through the Copernicus services. Our power users are actually the Copernicus Land Monitoring Service and the Emergency Service. And we provide actually every year more than 1,000 tasking satellite images to these services and many, many more also from our archive. And I think it's really relevant here to really see the opportunity to build on these services, to feed also other GEO initiatives. And thank you so much. Here's one example actually from the International Charter. And the Copernicus Emergency Service is also actually feeding into the International Charter, but the international access, the universal access is coordinated by ESA. So really see there are different players really here, and but we should really focus on the coordination of these different already existing operational services and the data which may be available through the services. So with this, I thank you.
Thank you, Annika. I think one of the clearest messages from the GEO VHR survey was that affordability and licensing remain among the most significant barriers to broader operational use globally, and expanding scalable public good access will require not only technology, but also sustainable partnerships and coordination models between providers, governments, and operational communities. We mentioned earlier that Andrew Zoli from Planet was unable to join us live today, but he did record a short video message on Planet's perspective, which we'll play now.
Hi, colleagues. I'm sorry I'm not there with you at what I'm sure is a really fantastic conference this year. Rui asked me to reflect for a few minutes on Planet's strategy for developing high-impact partnerships. And I think as almost everyone else on this august panel must agree, that the data and other assets that organizations in the geospatial sector produce have just enormous latent potential to inform decision-making on the ground. But very frequently, we've faced this common capacity gap, just the human skills and the technical resources and the infrastructure to assemble, to analyze, and then to have the results of analysis inform decision-making are just not evenly distributed, particularly to those people who are best positioned often to make use of the data to make real change on the ground. So for the last 10 years, we have focused really extensively on a strategy of building digital public goods. These are assets that are derived from our geospatial data and really come at the confluence of those data resources and other data sets, often commingled together with the tools of machine learning to produce science-grade, high-quality, high-resolution, in both time and space, sources of information that can really guide human judgments and human decision-making. The very first one we ever did was in the realm of mapping all the world's shallow water coral reefs from space on a platform called the Coral Atlas, which is still going today. And just by making shallow water coral reefs visible and analyzing them comprehensively, we're able to encourage the formation of dozens of new marine protected areas around the world. We've since gone on to partner with organizations, including national governments like the Norwegian government, to take huge swaths of the data that we collect about, say, tropical forests and make them available as common digital assets to countless actors across 64 countries, comprehensively across the tropical belt. And even today, we're working in areas like food security and population mapping because we're trying to use the tools to help understand and measure change as fast as it's occurring. And in so doing, to help people take the kind of, as much as possible, the preemptive actions that are required to help them blunt the sharpest edges of change. So we live in this enormously volatile period, this enormously disruptive period. If we can help organizations get ahead of the rapid shifting Richter scale of change, the ricochet of the needle, every time we are able to do that, we're able to reduce the amount of suffering and property loss and damage that comes as a consequence of these disruptions. In order to do this kind of work, our real focus has been on bringing together the right kinds of scientific, technical, frontline NGO, back-end data and infrastructure providers, really in small, agile teams to work together in a very patient way over multiple years. Usually it takes us 3 or 4 years to build one of these digital public goods. We then try to license them widely and help them get established in platforms that can then be used by frontline actors with little to no geospatial data knowledge or capacity. Recent examples include things like Global Renewables Watch, a major program we undertook with the Microsoft AI for Good Lab and the Nature Conservancy, the NGO, to map all of the world's utility-grade renewable energy resources from space and to make them available as a digital public good at globalrenewableswatch.org, where anybody can see our progress on global renewable energy. We're likewise engaged in a similar collaboration with the Microsoft AI for Good team and a research team at the Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluation, or IHME, to map all the world's populations at the highest spatial and temporal resolution with the highest degrees of accuracy on a quarterly basis down to 40 meters per pixel and to make them widely available. Now, one of the reasons I mention this is that you'll notice that the same partner I mentioned in both collaborations was there, the Microsoft AI for Good team. That's because what we find is that high capacity partners tend to hook up again and again and again. Once you get good at understanding the culture of an organization, the way it works, what its motivations are, how does it measure success? And how do we then measure the downstream impact together in ways that ensure success? Then you're in a position to be able to do that over and over and over again. So what we find is that this becomes a shared muscle memory between different organizations over time. And so even though we work with many organizations, we tend to work on big projects with some of the same ones over and over again. Of course, all of this is going to change really substantially in terms of how we work with AI. And I'll try to get to that in my next answer to the question. So thanks so much.
John, can you speak about how VHR-EO strengthened disaster risk reduction and early warning for all projects?
Thank you, Marianne, and good afternoon. So my name is John Harding, and I work on the Climate Risk and Early Warning Systems Initiative, which finances early warning systems. So I'm very much on the user application side here, and I'm always fascinated participating in these kind of events to see the potential of these super resolution AI-driven imageries, and so yeah, it blows my mind on really what is the potential here. I'd maybe mention first of all 2 of the global trends that drive our work when it comes to the application of Earth observation systems. So of course, with working on early warning systems, we are highly dependent on satellite data. I don't need to tell this crowd, but we collectively spend $28 million per week on weather satellite data on infrastructure, and 90% of the data that drives our numerical weather predictions comes from satellites. So, and these are the tools, the models that provide all our weather and climate predictions. There's another trend which is important for our work is the fact that these systems, when they're used and applied properly, they work. So the global trend if you look at the loss of life to extreme events, to disasters globally, is trending down. And that's because governments are able to put these systems and services in place and apply them. And when events occur, they're able to alert populations. And however, this global trend is not universally applied. There are certain countries where the risk, the application of these systems is not so effective. The casualty risk is actually going up, and these are the least developed countries and the small island developing states. So we're laser focused on trying to bridge that capacity gap and make sure that these LDCs and the SIDS have these systems in place. And in those countries, the challenges are primarily institutional. They're financial. While they're looking to access certain global and regional systems, they do develop certain digital tools, and they look at applying these weather predictions and overlaying them with risk information, which allows them to then issue alerts to the areas that require them. And the information that they use here, the data, is often historical data, is topography, physical data, environmental coverage, and socioeconomic data. And if you look at the use of Earth observation across our portfolio of projects, actually every single one of the projects we finance has some use of Earth observation. But there's no one solution, there's no one way of doing things or accessing this data, which is both a richness, but is also a challenge for us. And if I had to give one summary takeaway of what those challenges reflect, I think upstream in the early warning value chain, when you're looking at understanding and observing the weather and the extreme events, we are pretty well. There's good access, coordination, and understanding between the partners on the use of Earth observation, and it's thanks to the initiatives like the one that Helen just presented. Actually, WMO also has a group on the application of weather satellites, and they have good communication and collaboration with their members. I think the challenge is more on the downstream aspects of the early warning value chain. So that's where we see the real potential for these high resolution Earth observations. When we're looking to map at-risk populations, understanding vulnerabilities, both physical and socioeconomic, I think that's where we see the highest potential, and that's where we see the need for stronger alignment and linkages in this space. Thank you.
Thank you, John. We've discussed operational demand for VHR, as well as existing mechanisms and challenges. The remaining question, what is GEO uniquely positioned to do next, particularly in the context of GEO's post-2025 strategy and the Cape Town Ministerial Declaration? So I have a question for each of you, and so we'll take it one by one, but if each of you could answer. If GEO could realistically accomplish one transformative action in the next 12 months regarding very high-resolution Earth observation operationalization, what should it be? And how would you synergize that work with your organization's efforts that are currently underway? Let's start with Virgilio.
So, okay, we are already using VHR for a lot of stuff, but what we get most of the time is the process data, because the use of the imagery cannot be transferred to other institutions by licensing. So I will maybe propose that we can have this BHR data and imagery the sensing package for a country as a pilot, maybe. So all the institutions can use the imagery at the same time without the licensing trouble, let's say. It will transform actually the use of this commercial data into a resilient. I have it written here. Hold on. Commercial luxury into public utility, and that will be that will help a lot for a country with a in a development phase that is actually using the information, is actually looking forward to use it on development planning, but cannot afford to pay for licensing fees for every single one of the imagery there's a different use cases scenarios, but at the long run will help a lot in development. All these will go for early warning for all initiatives, early warning, anticipatory action, risk transfer through parametric insurance. So we have a better insured all the agriculture land plots, and why not dream a little bit and have these exposure analysis for risk reduction initiatives on the local level. Because if we talk about nationwide initiatives, we can work it out. But most of the time is the municipalities, the local authorities that will need all this information at their level on a submetric scale. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Switching hemispheres, Amos, what are you able to add on this question?
Okay, thank you very much. First, it's a difficult question. In 12 months, what to be able to do? I think the most practical step from my mind, because if you look at the discussions, there is already some initiatives, some organizations are giving free access. But the question is, what do we do with the others who don't give free access to make sure developing countries like my country, Ghana, can have access? It means we will need to find a mechanism, and I hope Bakman was here, that in every country, there is always financing for climate. So one of the things I'm thinking about is that one of the outcomes of this session will be to design a framework with which GEO acts as the lead to some pilot countries, because most of these pilot countries receive funding through the Green Climate Fund. Then we could pilot something on, it could be disaster risk, it could be food security, it could be something. Then based on the success of that, it might mean that beyond that, maybe GCF could now upscale it to a bigger funding so that it can cover the other elements of other commercial entities who have interest but will not be willing to just throw it to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to a more regional perspective, Helen?
Yeah, so actually I have written 3 points here, and I think and the comments from Amos is very important because we're always seeing that the VHR data solve the applications, and the applications should be successful and persuade the government like to give more powerful policies. Like we can support, we can persuade the government, the central government, to give more financial support to the certain agencies, to the GEO Institute in a certain country. And also by the successful use cases, they can get more maybe fund from the World Bank and other resources. So maybe I should say benefiting from the intergovernmental cooperation. We raise the voice of the Earth observation and the importance of the satellite imageries to the developing countries and also the southern the south to south cooperation. Because as our communicates with our partners, and we feel, especially for the landlocked states and also the CIS countries, some of them, even their professional geospatial institute, they don't know how to use. They have even haven't used the satellite imageries, no matter it's high resolution or it's medium or large resolution. So so it's quite difficult situations that we also need to figure it out. So for us, we have like given a kind of a successful model of how we share our data, and also to also figure out the result, how to solve the results from the surveys. That actually we are upgrading our cloud service. And we work with UNGGKIC, it's our UN body in China, and we are upgrading our like intelligent hub, and we will have our data processing software online, and also a SET AI, so a large scale analysis platform. And also we trying to involve the global stakeholders, including the private sectors and also the GEO associations, to all have our public goods and also the commercial products on this platform. And this is like a kind of exploring a stage. And we also welcome the audience here to join us and to support the developing countries. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation. Laurent, if we look at this from an IPEO and GEO work program activity perspective, what would you have to add?
Maybe I should start by saying what Virgilio asked before is possible. It is possible, and we have. I mean, we've seen that happen. In fact, to your point earlier, that it's not only the value of the very high resolution data is not only about the disaster management itself, but also these other sectors, environment, climate. We actually, one of the small digital twin experiments we did was for Accra in Ghana as a gesture towards the new Secretary General of the Commonwealth Secretariat, because we have a collaboration with them. We handed over the data to any institution, any government entity in Ghana, not only the digital twin, but also the underlying data. So it is possible to license with multi-use, for multiple government entities, this data. But I think together with GEO, and I think GEO did already, the Secretary did already a great job by doing this survey, because it really brings a lot of interesting results we should look at carefully. Clearly, I would say for us in the UN, this platform that you see there, this concept of an interagency coordination platform is there. We can't avoid it. The Internal Oversight Office is telling us you have to do it. The UN General Assembly is discussing our work plan for 2027, and this is part of it for our office. We need to bring together the community, but I think down there under that management and coordination with end users part, I think working closely together with the GEO Secretariat is what I would like to see happen between us as UN and GEO, to make sure that users' needs are reflected, to make sure that we can investigate that ideal licensing, let's say, set of or set of licensing conditions that we want to see in our negotiation with companies going forward when we establish these contracts. And I'm talking about 50, 100 contracts in the next years, not 2 or 3 like we did in the last 20 years. And that's going to be a huge challenge. We can only work together on that. So I would like to see that collaboration happen. And I think with GEO Secretariat, we can co-design this to be something ideal going forward. That's what I would like to ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Annika?
Well, I think I would just follow up what Laurent just said. It's fantastic to really build on existing mechanism and contribution to GEO. And I think there's actually really a lot of experience we have collided and we could really share and we can also bring forward. I think it's also very vital what John mentioned before, that there's still a lot to be done when it comes to the downstream sector and really furthering knowledge when it comes to multi-hazard risk analysis and post-disaster mapping, which is actually not a direct emergency response. And I think also there, for example, supporting the scientific community is still really pivotal. Also there, for example, data could be accessed, VHR data can be accessed for research purposes through the ESA third-party mission program, and I really invite you to do so. When it comes to operational requirements, also there, it's really important to share experience to make sure that a multi-sensor constellation to provide a 24/7 emergency service is really nothing trivial to build. And here also the experience of the European Union, especially of the Copernicus emergency service, is really crucial again. And also what Laurent mentioned before, I mean, we were starting off with a handful of VHR service providers, data providers. I mean, this is radically changing these days. So I think it's really important to make sure we can use the already existing service under the current also financial framework. We use the already existing resources at hand, and then also look forward to really see how these different initiatives can really come together and can really bring the relevant data and knowledge to the end users. And I think with this one, I finish my statement.
Thank you, Annika. And we have another video from Andrew at Planet.
I wanted to take a moment to follow up answer and to speak for a moment about this extraordinary moment of emerging planetary intelligence that we're all collectively watching and participating in being born in front of our eyes. This merger of Earth observation data and large AI models that promises to really fundamentally transform not just what people can do with Earth observation, but how many people can actually do it. You know, it's the closest analog I think we have is to something like the Google moment. You know, when search engines first appeared on the web, they had many consequences. They dramatically expanded the reach that most people could find new sources of information online. But a less well appreciated fact is they just dramatically increased the number of users who could use the web in the first place. Just by making it easier to use, we dramatically lower the cost of entry and we dramatically accelerate and expand the circle of participation. And the AI moment is certainly that moment now arrived as it relates to Earth observation data. And we are seeing this happen and actively working on it right now while we continue to build digital public goods that monitor all kinds of phenomena around the world. The major focus of our work now is to plug those digital public goods, those scientific data assets that index the Earth, into these large language models so that we can take advantage of those models' abilities to continue to improve their reasoning capabilities. The more of those fundamental layers of information that we add, not just to large language models, but to large Earth models, the better the compounded, self-compounding reasoning capability is becoming. And that is incredibly exciting because as we add population data, as we add climate data, as we add public health data, as we add food security data, all things that are coordinated through the activities of groups like this one into those large Earth models, those large reasoning models, we're going to allow people not just to ask different kinds of questions about the world around them, but to live in a new kind of relationship to the world around them. Governance of the world begins by making it understandable to people and helping people understand the consequences of their actions and also the forces of change that are acting not just on the world as a whole, but on the places where they live. So this is a major focus of ours. We're working directly with the organizations that are proffering the big major AI models, the Anthropics and Googles and Microsofts of the world, to ensure that those models natively speak high resolution Earth observation data and can reason about them in new and compelling ways. We think of this as an inherent public good, and this is a powerful, I think, opportunity, not just for private sector organizations like Planet or public sector institutions, but for governing bodies like this one to coordinate all of that activity. If I weren't working at Planet, that's all I would be trying to do right now, because the aggregate public good that comes from these models being able to natively speak the language of the Earth is extraordinary, and I think is going to redound to our collective benefit as we try to navigate these extraordinarily difficult sustainability challenges in the decades to come.
And John, you have the privilege of following Andrew.
Thank you, Marianne. And this, I think, the question on the role of GEO is also a nice opportunity, also for me to reiterate my appreciation to GEO for convening us here today and allowing us to be part of these discussions. We're not always involved in discussions around the Earth observation community, so it's always appreciated. Yeah, and so for us, it's very clear there's no linearity between the availability of Earth observations and these new technologies, and so the increase on the one hand in the availability and their application in countries. So we clearly need to put much more emphasis on translating the availability of this information into our operation at country level. So that's very clear for us. It was interesting, actually, when we had discussions recently with the countries that finance this work, so the countries that finance early warning systems as part of their development aid. And they identified a number of priorities moving forward. And one of the three priorities was specifically in the application of emerging technologies. And if we're going to achieve our collective global ambitions on early warning, be it early warning for all or targets like the Sendai targets and other, they said that we're going to have to use these emerging technologies to allow certain countries to leapfrog, and move forward around in their development of these systems. And actually, we've developed a specific work stream actually, on the application of technologies across the financing of our projects, and we'll be very keen to see a dedicated work stream on application of Earth observation, and that would hopefully then translate into an operational reality, more systematically, both in the projects that we finance, but also the ones that then we scale up with the Green Climate Fund, the World Bank, and other financing mechanisms. If you can tell Bapon, by the way, that I mentioned the scaling up framework with GCF, it was specific in my notes that I had to mention it if he was chairing this panel today. And so of course, if we're going to be successful in applying this, this new work stream, we're going to have to get a lot better in documenting what is working well, where gaps remain, showcasing good pilots and what can be replicated, and helping us with a lot of the analytical work on where and how Earth observations are being applied effectively. And these are the kind of spaces where we see institutions like GEO playing an important role. And I think even the good example of the survey that was carried out is going to also help drive and will be very effective for us in our operations. So thank you.
Thank you, John. So what we've heard here throughout this discussion is that the GEO community is not asking simply for greater access to imagery, but for operational Earth intelligence ecosystems that can support real-world resilience outcomes. I think we heard three key themes emerge. First, GEO's comparative advantage is in coordination, not duplication, working to convene providers, users, regional and national GEOs, and operational organizations around shared implementation challenges. Second, there are significant opportunities for this coordination to accelerate disaster risk reduction and early warning for all efforts, particularly as demand grows for operational capabilities. And third, the GEO post-25 strategy points to an important role for GEO in supporting operational readiness through dialogues focused on licensing, interoperability, and capacity building activities that can help translate VHR Earth observations into sustained societal benefits. With that, we are running a few minutes behind, but we do want to bring in the perspectives from across the GEO community, including all of you as GEO members, participating organizations, and associates. We've heard about the growing demand, the existing coordination efforts, and the opportunities and challenges around operational implementation. Many of these realities look different depending on regional context, institutional capacity, and operational needs. So I'd like to invite those colleagues in the room to share both the barriers and successes you are seeing in your own regions and organizations, as well as the challenges from your perspective that remain as the most significant, whether that's around access, licensing, infrastructure, financing, or technical capability. Where are you already seeing successful operational use of VHR data today? And what would help countries and organizations move from pilot activities towards sustained implementation? Specifically focusing on what role could GEO play that is currently missing today? In the interest of hearing from multiple perspectives, I would kindly ask that you keep your interventions and your questions as concise as possible. I also want to acknowledge we are approaching 1 o'clock, which was our scheduled end time. And we recognize that some of you may have other commitments or meetings, so certainly we'll go a few minutes over, but please feel free to exit if you need to go to another meeting. And with that, are there any questions from the floor? Yana?
Thank you very much. In the interest of time, thanks to all. Sorry, I don't have a unique perspective, but this leaves me kind of partially satisfied, wanting more. And I'm wondering if I'm leading the witness here. If you guys can conclude on a more action-oriented note, whereby this serves as the hook to take the next step towards something Amos said, develop a conceptual framework of what this thing that GEO could help facilitate, coordinate looks like, where, Laurent, you clearly can support the discussions in terms of how your model can help us build an extension beyond the UN missions to countries alone. I totally get the user connection that you can help facilitate, but also wherever that does not reach countries with their multiple agencies, what could that link look like? Earlier on, when we were developing the proposal for the new strategy, we toyed with the idea of GEO kind of coordinating a multi-user license so that multiple agencies within a single government could be served through that license. That's a standard license. I think it's worth picking up on that, but also then investigate. And I totally get where Andrew Zoli is coming from. It's exciting to kind of be able to get this environmental variables through, easy access platforms, but we also hear certain countries wanting to develop their own workflows. And it's not a level playing field. And so how do we meet these various users within these countries where they're at in terms of their technical capacity? who provides the assistance to develop their capacity to use these advanced technologies? I think that question is still, we didn't quite talk about. We talk about access and license. But that's where I would love for you, moderator, to maybe kind of push us towards the place where we have to do something about this. If we are talking next 12 months, and then the next time ministers get together and say, what have you done lately since the Cape Town strategy, we can actually maybe bring something forward.
Thank you, Jana, for that very concise question. It is a big question for the panel. I suspect it is one we won't give you a fully satisfactory answer to today. And I am confident that both the team up here and your panelists and your team and Medea and others will be able to bring something to the broader community. But I do want to ask if any of our panelists would like to respond to Jana's question or charge.
Anyway, yeah, because because I'm wearing several hats, because in Ghana too, I have to be able to say something. Now, I think we have an opportunity here because the cruise program, WMO, and nationally, every country have this, the GMET, the National Meteorological Section. We just need to have a meeting. We just have to say that there has to be a follow-up meeting where we sit with the team here, with some selected countries, with the Green Climate Fund, and synthesize the mechanism. I think it's all about the mechanism. How will in the end, if the money can, how will it go? Where, in which direction? I think once we can tick those dots, then we can have a way. Because I think that is very important. Aside all the other systems that are providing the platforms, the data, I think we need to look at the bigger picture of bringing in some resource to drive everything. Thank you.
Well, since Jana kind of pointed at me, I also have to say something. I think we can start tomorrow. We already start studying the licensing models. I have some interns on checking out multiple companies' licensing models. We have two concrete examples with Maxar now, Vantor, and Airbus about how a multi-agency license looks like in a UN, where we can actually share across the whole UN system and with the country's institutions. If we purchase that so-called multi-agency license, which is a bit more expensive, we don't have the money for it always, but if we can, then that is already there. So let's look at that licensing model together, and then let's see if we need to add something to it, and then let's make that the model of negotiation for any future contract we try to establish. That's one very concrete thing. In overall, I would also like to say that we have to get better at spending donor money and public money more wisely. I don't think this was done well in the past. We can only do it if we work well together. And again, I can talk for hours about examples of how that was not done well in the past. Maybe that's why we need to have that meeting, also with these funds and everybody who's putting money in the pot, because there's a lot more to improve on that. So I would suggest we start with that. And again, on our side, the contracting and negotiations will continue. This is a very long process with every company, but I think we need to do it, and we need the user's perspective. That's where I think the GEO Secretariat and the GEO community can help us feed that. Because again, as it was pointed out, countries need the data to embed it in their workflows. It's the time when we were providing PDFs from Europe is over. I think countries have the expertise inside the country to take the data, the raw data, and do whatever they want with it. We just need to make that easier and enable it and bring the cost down big time. And that's where I would like to go. And I'm saying that after 30 years in trying to do this better. Thanks.
maybe just add on two sentences also on the data licensing. Also from my experience, I mean, it's really exciting times because also on the data access and licensing, there's a lot of changes ongoing these days on the market. For example, as mentioned, we are collaborating with an American company called Umbra, providing very high spatial SAR imagery, and they're basically having an open license. So once the data is acquired, you can basically redistribute the data, which is fantastic. And it's really kind of also challenging existing paradigm on the market. So I think it's also interesting to really bring in the experience from the private sector to really, again, have this dialogue and really, again, engage together with the institution to really see how we can set up a perfect framework model to really accommodate the different needs.
Yeah, for me, I also want to add maybe two sentences because as I talked about, here we select the GEO members and every GEO to host our data and also like the training courses and personnel exchange each year because we hope that maybe CAXA and our contribution can be taken as our a new force or maybe or contributor to GEO community. And also, as you may all know that Chinese government and the GEO Secretariat has signed an MOU. So we hope that not only for the multilateral cooperation, but also for this kind of implementations of the corporations, we can also pay much attention to the satellite imageries, especially the VHR imageries. And second is because as Yana mentioned, that we need like take the real action. So maybe we can like, as we all know that not all the scenarios, not all the applications need the VHR, but we do need the multi-sensors to have a better analysis and to provide more detailed suggestions to our decision makers. So whether the GEO experts and GEO secretary can organize maybe some working groups and to formulate like some kind of handbooks or menus to guide our users, to guide our members on how to use the different types of satellite data to fulfill the aims of objectives of their national projects or tasks. I think that will be very helpful to really to enhance the capacity buildings of our members. Thank you.
We are actually would like to provide some of the contributions as a private sector, as Professor Amos mentioned that frequency as well as the resolution can contribute to the model modes, as we are actually operating an OSE constellation, which is in abbreviation of Open Space Ecosystem, that would like to kind of like to contribute our excessive data, like to for training the model, as we know that more data contributed together for to help the model to be more accurate, to be more concise, based on the archive data would be very beneficial for such further prediction. Also, as a private sector, we would like to suggest if GEO can provide our like the link as a platform for us to have a better chance to contribute to such kind of like data training, and like to link like maybe other resources as well. That would be very awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you mind introducing yourself briefly? Sorry, I should have asked you to do that before you stated your question.
Yes, I'm Luca Ling from Starvision Aerospace. Is actually a private commercial AI satellite company based in Hangzhou, where in 2024 GEO was held. So we actually like implementing the AI processing in orbit, as well as we developed kind of like such OSE constellation for the Earth observation, mostly remote sensing, including like VHR as well as the hyperspectral ones, which also like including like top of the world, very high class data quality, and that these data, if can be linked with like other collaborations with for the models training, that would be quite beneficial. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Given your invitation, I just wanted to make sure, or your offer, I wanted to make sure everyone knew who was talking. Did anyone on the panel want to respond to that last comment or question? Okay.
Was it a question? I think it was a contribution, maybe.
Yes.
So they are requesting us to have a mechanism that if a private sector say, okay, we have some data free, where do we push it? So I think this is something the Secretariat within few days can fix. And we would like the Secretariat to also contact them, exchange some emails, and that can be done. So at least we have more like some concrete steps ahead of schedule. Thank you.
Thank you. So we appreciate the valuable insights and perspectives. It's clear there are common challenges and significant experience to build on and opportunities to leverage. As we draw to a close, demand is clear. The survey makes that clear. The operational demand already exists across GEO community, and this includes the sub-meter and near real-time access. The challenge is broader than just imagery access. It's increasingly about licensing, interoperability, processing capacity, and sustainable implementation ecosystems. There is a role for GEO to play here. GEO's comparative advantage can be coordination, convening and bridging across providers, users, operational agencies, and implementation communities. And as Jana pointed out, the big next challenge is, what is the role for GEO? What do we do next? And GEO is not just the Secretariat. GEO is all of us. So it is the members, it is the participating organizations, it is the associates. So GEO Secretariat can certainly facilitate dialogues to create space to connect users and providers on interoperability, pilot implementation activities, and licensing frameworks. And GEO, all of us, the community, are uniquely situated to synthesize the survey results and outcomes from this session to help encourage increased dialogue around this issue. And there are opportunities for GEO-supported demonstration and pilot projects and frameworks. I believe today's discussion has reinforced that the understanding and need for achieving fit-for-purpose, very high-resolution Earth observation is key to Earth intelligence for all. The opportunity for GEO to help ensure those capabilities become more coordinated, available, and actionable globally is high. So I'd like to thank our panelists, all of you, and the GEO Secretariat for organizing this discussion. And as we break for lunch, I would encourage you to continue the conversation if you head upstairs to the attic or wherever you're having lunch, continue the conversations on this topic. And we will look to the Secretariat and all of you to identify next steps for implementing this exciting opportunity. With that, we will end this session, resuming at 1400 Central European Time for those online. And for those in the room, you can be back in your next session at 1400. Thank you very much, and many thanks to our panelists for all of their preparation, and to the GEO Secretariat for organizing this session. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And first of all, welcome to this special session on cross-cutting partnerships and data interoperability, investing in One Health for sustainable and healthy future. As you are all probably aware, One Health is a relatively new topic under the GEO umbrella. So I would like to spend a few minutes to just briefly introduce the concept of One Health. So One Health is really addressing the interconnectedness between people, animal, and the environment. So this each species on this planetary Earth is all very well connected, nothing in isolation. And in the past, I believe One Health is largely derived from zoonotic disease research. So it's pretty much on the microorganisms, so at the micro scale. But in this session, really, we try to link these micro scale processes, dynamics, with macro processes using Earth observation data. For example, the land use changes, ecosystem fragmentation, and the migration of animals, etc. They will all affect the movement of the microbes and eventually affect human health and animal health. And beyond this traditional zoonotic disease research, actually, currently One Health has been expanded, not just related to the organisms, but also the chemicals, the pollution levels, and particularly, for example, air pollution. And today we have speakers, for example, we'll be talking about mercury movement at the global scale and human exposure, and how can we mitigate the impact of chemical pollution on human health and ecosystem health. I think that with this brief introduction, we will move on to our the session outline is like that. After my brief introduction, we will have several flash talks with 6 flash talks, each with 5 minutes. And after that, we will be opening for discussion, and then I will wrap up this session. And we really look forward to have intensive interactions with the audience today, and to see how Earth observation technology or Earth intelligence can help understand the dynamic of microorganisms and with chemical pollution, etc., to ensure that the future is sustainable and healthy. Without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Nicola Peroni. He's a professor at the National Research Council of Italy, Institute of Atmospheric Pollution Research. Nicola, you can move the slides by this one. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry that I will not talk about Mercury today, but there was probably some misunderstanding. But because this is a great opportunity to inform all the GEO audience about what we are doing in Europe to support the One Health approach. As has been already said, One Health approach is very challenging because it's putting together different type of data that can go from satellite to in situ to micro scale, really micro scale, and then integrate different geographical scale, because you go from very small scale to global. And you put together also, when you talk about exposome research, how to link environmental pressure to human health and what are the patterns that can, chemicals, so any type of anthropogenic factor can affect the human health. It's a quite complex exercise. And the overarching goal is really to decouple the information due to chemical exposure, so environmental pollution in general, from the genetic factor. So that is really the overarching factor, activity of One Health approach. Then, of course, the activity that we have been carrying out in the last few years, I don't know if I have the slides. You can move the okay, let's see. So in the last few years, we have been developing an infrastructure, research infrastructure in Europe under the umbrella of ESFRI, that is the European Strategic Forum for Research Infrastructure, with the goal of merging together environmental research with exposome studies in order to come up with a mitigation strategy to lower the risk for humans exposed to different level of anthropogenic pressure. So this is, I took this opportunity just for information. So this infrastructure nowadays counts 25 nodes, primarily in Europe, but we have also a node in North America and one in Japan. And so it's really moving to become a global scale infrastructure, involves almost 100 different institutions worldwide. And as a CNR, we coordinate the national node in Italy that includes contribution also from Italian Space Agency, National Institute of Health, and different several universities. And so the three running question of this session was really what is the role of Earth observation and Earth observation, not only data technology, in assessing, in developing this One Health approach. So this is just to tell you what we talk about when we talk about One Health. So what does that mean? It means that you have to merge environmental research. So you have to do top-down or bottom-up evaluation. So you start from the symptoms, so you start from the environmental factor, so the drivers. So at the end, you have in the middle all kind of omics research like epigenetics, just to distinguish genetic factor from environmental factors. And then on the right side of that scheme that you see here, there is all the data technology to support the policymaker, decision maker to shape mitigation strategy that you can implement it from local to global scale. So that is just a conceptual approach, just to provide you more details, how you can do longitudinal studies for One Health approach, how you can put together different data with different metrics on different spatial scale, because that is very complex approach to One Health. You know, nowadays we hear about One Health very often, but then you have to nest down to the specific problem. But the final goal of One Health is really to support the decision-making process through state-of-the-art technology, artificial intelligence. We develop a digital twin and so on. So that's this infrastructure
is an horizontal infrastructure, is interacting with the many vertical infrastructure that you have been also listening about it here in GEO in different session. So we have that is my last slide. We have several projects supporting the process, just to be concrete, and we are moving this infrastructure to ERIC business model, but we have also infrastructure that project that will allow us to produce technology to support this One Health approach. So I am here for any question.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Let's save the questions for the end of all the presentations. Thank you very much, Nicola. I just forgot to introduce myself at the beginning, actually. I'm Yong Guanzhu from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. I have been working on One Health over the last 20 years or so, particularly on the microbiome. Now, it is my pleasure to actually invite Professor Qiyong Liu. Professor Liu is from China CDC. He has been working on infectious disease, particularly insect-borne infectious disease. So please, the floor is yours.
Okay. Hi, everyone. It's my great pleasure to join this GEO meeting. It's first time for me. I enjoyed it very much. Today, I would like to talk about the very interesting topic, vector-borne disease in the context of climate change, and how Earth intelligence approach can be worked for One Health. Yeah. I would like to introduce the growing threat caused by the vector-borne disease such as dengue and other mosquito-borne diseases. Then I would like to share a success story for malaria elimination in China with One Health approach. Then we'll talk about the frontier challenges emerging from the disease such as dengue, chikungunya, and also the other vector-borne disease. After that, I would like to introduce the next generation of the digital intelligence models, how to work for the emergency response for vector-borne disease. And then there are some priority actions I would like to call for actions. The last, I would share this idea. Let's start with the threat caused by the mosquito-borne disease, and especially for the dengue and the chikungunya. In the last 50 years, we got the 30-fold increase by this disease, especially for the drivers, such as the climate change, land use change, and the biodiversity losses. And even for the malaria elimination, but we also have the reintroduction caused by this disease and the pressure of the climate change. And then we also have some emerging new disease such as the tick-borne disease, SFTS in China, with a very high fatality rate, is about 30%. Yeah. And then there's especially there are two key or the core dilemmas. The first is the passive response pattern, and the second is the data silos between the different sectors, such as for the health, for the meteorology, and for the ecology. Yeah. So we have the malaria elimination success story with One Health concept, with a very good strategy with 1 day reporting and 3 days investigation, and then the 7 days full response with the public health. And then we also use the One Health approaches for the agriculture innovative with rice, fish culture to minimize the breeding size, and the community mobilization with a high quality of the environment, and also the border joint prevention across border efforts, and the core insights to the future. And there's some new challenges from dengue and the new disease caused by the tick. And we have to make use of the GEO observation and the data, and also the intelligent tools to with the high AI-based surveillance and control tools for the effective and high efficient response. Then I would like to promote the three key points. The first, the building the interoperable data infrastructure. And the second is develop the predictive early warning system with the new tools, especially for the AI and with the GEO. And also to strengthen cross-border One Health monitoring cooperation. And then the last is call for action for the One Health with the integrated the efforts. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Liu. Let's move on to our next speaker, Professor Bing Xu from the Department of Earth System Science, Tsinghua University in Beijing. Please.
Today I'm going to talk about climate change and human health. Thank you. So you can see this framework, the impact of climate change on human health. And given the theme of today's session and cross-cutting partnerships and data interoperability and investing in One Health, I want to show you how our research connects Earth observation and into this disease forecasting and why these different data sets will talk to each other, and which is really the challenge for us. So this is the framework, and you see the climate change and also human activities will impact on this human activity will impact on the human health through direct exposure and also indirect exposure. The direct exposure involves meteorological factors that might be the heat, wind, or temperature, or humidity. And the indirect exposure can be through the environmental or biological vectors, such as food, water, and air. And through human activities and also land use changes may have impact on the infectious disease and also non-communicable diseases on the lower left and the lower right. And for the infectious diseases, it can be involved with transmission vectors and also pathogens. It might be bacterial or viruses or parasite or protozoan, or all of this, and also the hosts. The hosts can be wild animals and also domesticated animals, and also can be human host as well. So how we link this triangle in One Health with pathogens, hosts, and also transmission vectors together so that we can deal with or modeling this infectious diseases transmission. And also on the right, bottom right-hand side, which is the non-communicable diseases. So we have exposure and then risk assessment. And for respiratory diseases or cardiovascular diseases, and also with full disease burden, it can be incidence, mortality, or disease course or disability. And so the point is every element in this framework can be informed by the Earth observation data and satellite temperature or precipitation or land use. And this are what we model the work. So here shows you the environmental that published in Environmental International, and we have the impact of climate change on human infectious diseases, empirical evidence, and human adaptation. And this award recognizes the research that significantly impact humans' lives around the world. So this is how we have inequality of this distribution of this disease burden. And this actually echoes Professor Liu's talk on climate change and also dengue. So we actually collaborated on this topic, and we did this interannual modeling of this dengue dynamic. The headline, the finding is climate-driven variation in mosquito density predicts the spatial temporal dynamics of dengue. And we use the mosquito surveillance and to integrate this with the traditional compartmental model and of viral transmission to establish this predictive modeling linking climate and also seasonal dengue risk. So the finding is that since 1980 to 2004, and also we have 2005 to 2016, and the impact of dengue gradually expanded from those coastal cities to the inland cities. So climate change does have strong, significant impact on this. Also, we have intra-annual for global COVID-19. And this is also climate-driven, within the, right. So this is for the COVID-19. So we have tiered intervention method in, linking the migration data as well. And now we have healthy cities, and the Tsinghua Lancet Commission launched in 2016, and then later on until now we have this. And then the final is the impact of infrastructure on human health. This is very contrary to what we expected, is that the unequal access to the economic infrastructure actually reduces the life expectancy more than hospital access. So just a 10% gap can cut a year off. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Xu. Let's move on to our next speaker, Dr. Amos Tiaranyanga Kabobath from Ghana. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay. All right. I think the previous speakers have made my work easy. So I think what I want to stress in this particular brief talk is the fact that being the co-chair for the Land Degradation Neutrality Flagship, one of the things we are seeing is that land issues, depending on the land degradation, is also nexus to one health issue. So I just try to highlight one of the areas where in Ghana, we have a lot of temperatures are very high. Roughly, at least right now, temperatures are above 30 degrees. So, and generally in the north, temperatures go up to almost 40 degrees Celsius. And what is also happening is that in the northern part of Ghana, you have the deforestation is very high. So you have a lot of shrubs. This form like the biomass. So in the dry season, we have two seasons, rainy and dry season, and the dry seasons are generally long. So generally you have quite a lot of things that are being affected when it comes to the wildfires. So we've done quite some work around. I think from the COVID, we've also done quite some work. So I think there will be room for some collaboration. But the aspect of the wildfire, which we collaborated with the Ghana National Fire Service, the National Disaster Management Organization, And we have a specialized center in Ghana, which is called the Air Force Aviation Research and Innovation Center, that is receiving satellite data. So, and we also collaborated with CSIR America Institute in South Africa. And based on that, we came out with some kind of a fire alert system that allows, at that time, the focus was on farmers. It allows us to, for every farmer to dial we call it USSD code. And for that location, the farmer gets an alert in the language in which they can understand. So this is something that we have done. And now, but at that time, the challenge was also that most of the data we use was MODIS, so it means the spatial resolution is not very good. So currently, as I speak, we've put up a research team, a PhD student and some master students to now research into the use of the 30-meter based on the Copernicus and some other data that are available in order to fine-tune this work and, if possible, make it available for the use for the policy side. So once again, in our part of the world, One Health is critical. And the part that I want to stress is that when you have wildfire occurring in a particular location, in fact, what we have tried to do over the years is to quantify the loss. And this has not been easy because in Ghana, what we call herbal medicines becoming very important. So if you look at the linkages, if you have a place degraded and you have wildfire, then the implications of even the preventive health kind of tools or systems are also reduced. So we see clearly that there is a need to collaborate, and to be able to collaborate, I think that is why the GeoLDN flagship will try to think about a mechanism with which we join with the One Health initiative to see if we can come out with some kind of a pilot to see the nexus and to also look at the cost implications, because generally in the country, the National Disaster Management Organization and the National Fire Service are interested to come out with some of those things so that they can be able to know in terms of the prevention, how much money is required in order to remedy the situation. So thank you very much. I think I'm within time, or I have spent more than, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Amos. Let's now move on to our next speaker, Dr. Amadou Sow from Senegal.
Thank you very much. I work at Centre de suivi écologique in French, Centre de suivi écologique based in Senegal. And today I will show you sorry. Yeah, today I will show you how Senegal is a regional demonstration for the GEO wildfire health nexus. And my institution, CSE, moved from 20 years of fire monitoring to a real decision support system. And I will cover quickly for topics. You want the context and CSE operational fire monitoring system and our contribution in the One Fire architecture, particularly our common project, name it Wildfire Health Nexus with China, Spain, and Senegal. And also for the next step, yeah, in West Africa, the dry seasons run October to June, and when we monitor the fire, we start so October to June, and every year fire certain headers and also protected area and biodiversity. It is and wildfire smoke is also a global health problem. It causes about 339 premature deaths every year, the worldwide. But in the sub-Saharan Africa, we have almost the half of them. About 150 in sub-Sahara Africa. And as you know, smoke, wildfire smoke harms the lungs, especially for children and older people. For more than 20 years, Centre de Suivi Écologique, named CSE, has produced weekly fire bulletin. The big gap is the link between fire monitoring and health. This is our mission, what we try to do in our project. We use MODIS satellite data. We produce about 30 bulletins each year. 30 bulletins, it is between October and June, and one every week of the season. And our resolution is 1 kilometer with high reliability. So it is not a pilot country, but it is already operational node. This season, what I say this season, it is October 2025 to now in May 2026. We detected 2,275 fire, and 509 of them were inside protected area. Each fire has exact coordinate, it is ready for any Earth observation project. And this will feed 2 project modules in our project, because in our wildfire health nexus, we have 9 modules. And this will feed the module, the A module and the map module. And you know, fire in protected area hurt ecosystem. And in One Health, ecosystem health and human health are connected. And our weekly bulletin feeds the A module. It is the A of our systems. And our fire coordinate feeds the map modules for burning area mapping. Next, we plan to have the smoke emission for the emit modules and health exposure for the life modules. Quickly, next step, and I just end with this. Our next step is a decision support system with the aim to reach West Africa. And now we are working on also on adding sub-hourly satellite data for faster detection. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Salle. Let's move on to our last speaker, Dr. Alice Hughes from University of Melbourne, Australia. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully wake you up after what I hope is a pleasant lunch. So we've heard a lot about some of the pressures that impact the risk of One Health. We've heard about changing climate, we've heard about fire, and we've heard about some vector-borne diseases. But how do we marry together different forms of data so we understand what risks look like across landscapes? And why is an organization like GEO getting, thankfully, more engaged in One Health-related work? So today I'm going to be talking a little bit about assessing the risks of One Health from a wildlife perspective. I will be brief because we don't have a lot of time, but I'm happy to talk to anyone more about this after the session today. So firstly, let's think about some of the situations which can lead to zoonotic spillover. If we think about the interface between wildlife with either humans or other animals that we live with now, those might be domestic animals, they might be pets, they may be livestock. But understanding what these interfaces look like is critical to understanding where spillover may occur. Now let's think a little bit about what factors may drive that spillover. Any pressure in the environment that causes either an increase in the interface between wildlife, humans, and other animals, or increases the stress and therefore increases the susceptibility and the risk of disease spread. And so if we look at any part of the world, what's going to do both of those things? Changes in land cover. When we change land cover, we cause animals to have to move more. We cause them to move through suboptimal conditions. So, for example, bats are very susceptible to pesticides. If suddenly you deforest an area, they have to move further to forage, they get exposed to more pesticides, they're expending more energy, and they are coming into contact with more animals that they may either contract pathogens from or spread them to. At the landscape scale, we can now build models that allow us to assess what those risks look like. By understanding the rates of habitat loss and where we have interfaces between intact habitat, the distributions of competent hosts, and where we have human population centers. And so the map you see here, which I'd much rather explain over a series of slides, shows where those risks are at the immediate interface between wildlife and human populations. And the map you see here is purely focused on beta coronaviruses. The reason that's significant? COVID, MERS, and SARS were all basically reservoired in the same group of bats, the rhinolophid bats. And so this map here shows where you may have at-risk populations. It is missing a piece of the puzzle. We do not know if those people have acquired immunity. So I've never had COVID. I have a recommendation for everyone. If you don't want to get COVID, play with bats. If you expose yourself to low doses of any pathogen, you are likely to acquire immunity. However, most of the world does not have that exposure, which means most of the world is at risk. And as we have an interconnected and telecoupled world, the exposure of naive human populations to novel pathogens is going to increase. And thankfully, we have increasing volumes of data that allow us to assess where those risks are, and by encompassing things like changing climate, when they may happen in time. So if we look at what this looks like on the landscape scale, we can see that as we go through a scale of landscape level risk, we infinitely increase the potential for spillover to occur because we are forcing increased interaction between competent wildlife hosts and other forms of animal. And that might be increase in Lyme disease. That might be an increase in the types of ticks, the Lone Star tick, that is now responsible for meat allergies in much of the US. As we degrade these landscapes, we exponentially increase those risks. But using types of data we now have available, including land cover data, plus wildlife data, plus pathogen data, we can start to unpick what those risks look like. Now, I said I was going to talk about wildlife. Of course, the other facet of wildlife which presents a major risk of spillover is wildlife trade. It's not something that in forums like these we talk much about. But you might be alarmed to know that we actually don't even know how many species of wildlife are in trade. IPBES put the number at about 50,000 species in 2022. But in our latest assessment, we find over 100,000 species are in trade. If we know where those animals are coming from, we can start to map out where those risks might be. But unless we start tracking those chains and looking at the exposure, we can't understand what that risk looks like. If we don't understand what the risk looks like, we cannot mitigate it. And so I wanted to leave by thinking about some of the persistent types of gap we need to talk about. Within wildlife, we often have a lack of biosurveillance data. In fact, in some recent analysis we've been doing and looking at wildlife biosurveillance worldwide, we see there is a systematic lack of protocols to actually look at the health of wildlife and what pathogens they have. We also see a lack of collaboration. So when virologists go to the field, they don't collaborate with ecologists and they don't collaborate with people who are mapping out the landscape. And that means that these silos do not collect the data, meaning that our ability to predict what those risks look like or the drivers which occur at the landscape scale and increasingly include climate do not get encompassed into these models, and that does not allow us to move forward. And within wildlife trade, we simply lack much of the data. We don't know where wildlife is coming from. We don't know what those exposure pathways look like. Because of that, we still have a very incomplete knowledge of what those risks are. But we do know the data we need in order to understand it better. And we do now have models that allow us to predict what those risks look like, both spatially and temporally, and increasingly encompassing things like extreme climate events, which are also known to increase spillover because of changing behavior, as well as stress and vulnerability of species. So with that, I'd like to thank you all, and I hope that we're going to have a stimulating discussion with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alice. With all these 6 fresh talks, now we are open for discussion. I think at the first stage of the discussion, we would like to invite audience to respond to these talks on One Health data sharing. Any questions from the audience? Maybe we can mix questions from the audience and the framing questions. Oh, yeah, please. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a very good presentation for me. I don't work in the field of One Health, but I know the principle of the data sharing in GEO. We have a very good principle, but compared with the data sharing in the health, I think maybe most of your data is very sensitive or high value. Maybe I don't know how you consistent with the data sharing principle of GEO. Thank you.
Maybe Alice, you want to have a first go?
In terms of data sharing, we are not going to move forward without data sharing, but also increased collaboration. And so in some of the work we've done recently, we found that basically a lack of collaboration between different disciplines means that we're not able to advance. So the models aren't necessarily getting smarter because the data that's being generated doesn't cover all of the facets that we need to encompass. However, in the few instances where we do have more comprehensive data, so for example, there is a very good case study of fruit bats in Australia, where they found that the intersection of habitat loss and extreme climate events actually allowed them to, with pretty good reliability, predict when spillover would occur. And when you understand what those intersections look like, you can start managing it. So in that instance, it would be, let's put out alternate food and water resources. So rather than the fruit bats moving into the horse pastures and giving them hendra, they stay in areas and we don't have that interface. So whilst GEO has got good principles and we are seeing increasing dialogue within the One Health discussion, there is still a very long way to go. And I think we're still only scratching the surface of the types of data we really need and the relevant resolutions, which include spatial, temporal, and taxonomic, to be able to have a real understanding and predict these types of phenomena like spillover reliably.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alice. Any? Yes, please.
Alice.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the nice presentations. And I have maybe a question to Alice, but of course, I mean to the other speakers. It's indeed, I mean, it's not, there's no doubt that the changes in the landscape, and because you refer to that in one of your slides, is significantly impacting the expected outbreak of different diseases, and especially the ones that are very much linked to the climate-induced health issues, as we are used to say, especially for vector and mosquito-borne diseases, etc. We do run some rather accurate modeling today for entomological and epidemiological risks, but of course, in all these cases, we have enough data. We have based on data which are systematically corrected and of very good accuracy, especially in Europe, but of course, now we can transfer this data to other regions as well. That data are not that good. But I also had an experience also in Europe that after a big flooding event in Germany, we had an outbreak of mosquitoes, Aedes albopictus, that it was not at all predicted by any of our models. All of the models had been validated for the last 10 years. Now, because you refer to that importance of the land change, I mean, do you have now yet some modeling that considers or takes into consideration, I mean, what has been changed in the last mosquito period, or since, I mean, some years now, that can predict with some better accuracy what is going to happen in the next season or in the next years? Because I think for us and for the health authorities, I'm sure this is very impactful information if they can have this. Thank you.
So that's a great question. With mosquitoes, of course, in many ways you are lucky because there is much better data. And yet, as you said, there are still instances where things will not be foreseen. I think something we need to get much better at is working with things like disaster preparedness authorities, as well as where we see a risk of predicted flood or any other extreme event, because most of them will link to other forms of risk, and some of them we are not very good at anticipating. And we know that in the case of a lot of wildlife-borne diseases, they are going to be upregulated when there is an extreme event, but also human behaviors change, and that means humans can get more exposed. And I don't think we have got very good at encompassing that in models. I do think in the case of things like malaria, there are probably lessons from other countries where we could say, actually, there are interrelationships here. Suddenly you've got these big stagnant bodies of water. It's not draining. This is going to be a good habitat. And so let's try to prepare for it. But even then, there are always going to be challenges. And so really doing a systems-based approach to, under these scenarios, what is going to create breeding habitat? Well, stagnant water is. And so we can predict that. Obviously, projections of climate still have massive uncertainty, but we do know areas that would be, in your case, flood prone because they're in lowland areas for the most part. Many of them will have a history of flooding. Even a 1 in 1,000-year flood, you can still sometimes say, under these conditions, these are areas, and this is our plan of how we respond. One other thing I would say is with a lot of One Health, from the work we've done, we've seen that responses are generally reactive. Oh, we've got an Ebola outbreak. Let's try and stop it spreading, rather than proactive. And this is where having background biosurveillance and saying, hang on, we are seeing an increase in this pathogen in wild populations. Let's actually stop it from spilling over, or let's stop it from having that initial spread, because getting to an uncontrollable spread point can be rapid, especially if you are in rural areas with poor detection. And so I do think within the One Health paradigm, really shifting towards that proactive, preventative approach is necessary, and we haven't got there yet. But using these kinds of analyses, we can start to understand the types of data we need in order to put the right measures in place in a much more rapid, responsive way than we are now.
Thank you. I think any other panel members want to respond to this data sharing and also maybe prediction or modeling, etc.?
Yes, I wanted to contribute to that. I think looking within GEO, maybe is my thinking, but it appears the One Health concept has not yet distilled to all the initiatives properly. for us to understand. Because, for example, just as she showed her diagram, any landscape change affects One Health. So, but we have different initiatives working on the different landscape, more or less analysis, land cover change. We have, for example, LDN is doing a lot on land cover, but the challenge is how do we pick our derivatives and link it up to the side of the One Health. I think this is something that maybe within the initiatives, the flagships, we need to think about some concrete pilot in order to demonstrate that. I think that will be very important. Now, another thing, in Ghana recently, we realized that land degradation, which is more of a lot of mining, is, first of all, is affecting microclimate. So invariably, it is changing the behavior of some vectors like, I don't know, I don't have the biological, but like CSM prevalence, the belt has moved from what we used to know because of the changes. Now, another thing that is also happening is we realize that communities where there is mining, usually it also affects children that are born. So you have children born with very complicated conditions. So the landscape risk, so if we can understand from the landscape side, then we can now put in the issue of how to be able to predict. Then I also think another thing we might need to do is for GEO to start to bring in public health experts into our group more, so that they can bring in the other data sets that we don't have. Because the data on the other aspects, women is not EO data. So we need to have that other people coming in. Then jointly we can be able to come out with some nice work out of that. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Try to be quick, concise.
Okay, thank you. If I take the case of in Senegal, for example, the problem is how we must move from reacting to preventing. We know that Earth observation gives us early signals from the environment, but the problem is how we can predict the fire and smoke and to protect the people before exposure. And this is what we try to do with in the initiative, the project Wildfire Health Nexus with China, Senegal, and Spain. And for data sharing, I think the key is common standard and open data. Make sure that the country can speak the same language in terms of data. And this is what we are trying also to do in our initiative. Thank you.
Nicola, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, just One Health is very complex. As we have been listening, there are health issues developing very fast on a geographical scale, like mosquitoes or vector-borne disease that are very fast, matter of days. But also regarding the data sharing, that GEO, I think, was thought in 2005 just to facilitate, to leverage the effort of countries for sharing data and information. And when we talk about One Health approach, of course, is very diverse, because in my introduction, I mentioned impact on human health due chemicals. That is a more long-term, medium long-term effect, and that can cause different type of disease. And the sharing of data is crucial, but it depends on many different actors that are at national institution, private sector, and so on. And also to have access to this data, it's not always a straightforward operation exercise. And in Europe, we have tried to somehow not to solve, but to facilitate the solution through the so-called data space for different sectors, you know, health and energy and biodiversity and so on. That was, I think, a big effort in Europe to facilitate, to develop strategy and also to allow different institutions to share the information, which is not really easy. Many countries sitting in this room very often have a problem, have a limitation to share information at the national scale for different reasons, for geopolitical reasons, for privacy reason, for many different factors. So it's not easy, but I think One Health is a starting point now. We are starting now to put different pieces of the puzzle together that of course involves not only data, but also instrument for data analysis of so different models, because the final goal is really to support decision-making process that sometimes, like what we have been hearing, must be a very fast decision. So you have to have instrument that really allow people that take decision to be quick. Otherwise, if you get later, nothing will happen, and you will not be effective in the resolution of the issues. So I think GEO can play, and I hope will play a key role in facilitating this sharing of knowledge, data, and instruments. So that's.
Thank you. We have a question from the audience.
Thank you very much, all the panelists and all the presenters. Very specific observation and comment on the presentation by professor from China on the health impacts. Well, we recognize and we see a growing concern with regard to health impacts and what GEO could do. In your presentation, I think you highlighted, but I was also kind of trying to contemplate. Often in the past, we had these public health, preventive, but now we are seeing that more reactive rather than the more business mindsets. The healthcare services are more oriented towards business, reactive rather than preventive. But in the future research, I think I would strongly suggest and recommend that any analytical work towards proactive, preventive, and reactive health benefits for publics, because that's not there. As a policymakers, I think it's something that's critically important to be informed, because I know when I was growing up, the preventive healthcare with public health was something that was quite eminent in most parts of the world, especially in our part of the world. But now, for some reason, it's been kind of diluted, but more towards preventive. So I'm really serious about it. And I also wanted to alert that the transboundary air pollution is somewhat that might need to a deeper dive, because to us, I think that's a serious concern. That impacts health impacts as well as the economic impact, the cost of economy. We are a tourist-dependent country. In Southeast monsoon, people can't really it's not a pristine air. And that's our tourist peak season. And we're losing a lot of revenue too. So just two observations, and thank you, really impressive. Thank you.
Thank you. And maybe our two Chinese colleagues can respond. Qiyong first, Professor Liu.
Okay. Thank you very much for your comments and also the question. I think we feel the similar situations that we also realize in the past. We have the most significant change now from the passive, reactive to the proactive with the One Health, such as I introduced we eliminate the malaria from China. And you know, in the past, we have 70 million cases per year, but now we have 0 local cases. Yeah. How we fulfill these achievements? We shared a lot of tools with the global, as the WHO, as IRS, LIN, as we all use. But in China, we also stress on the One Health approaches. The first is the inter-sectoral cooperation. For example, for the mosquito breeding, most of them is from the rice field for agriculture with irrigation. And they have to study with the innovative strategies or the approaches. For example, with the rice fish co-culture. And also we try to develop a new seedling, new seeds with the less water can have the high harvest. Yeah. So this is one of the example. And also for the environment, as we all know, the mosquito breeding is because of the water, and especially in the urban area. So we have the Patriot Health campaign to mobilize all the sectors and all the communities to work together to eradicate the breeding size, then to decrease the mosquitoes. And then we had with this One Health to support our elimination action plan. So we achieved this malaria elimination by 2021. Yes. But we still have some problems, such as I mentioned there, we have the more and more imported mosquito-borne disease because of the local transmission and the outbreaks. That's dengue, chikungunya. So we still have the lesson, and we still have the projects we need to work together for the One Health, especially with the AI approaches. So last year, we got a very serious chikungunya outbreaks in South China. So we try to use the AI-based mosquito surveillance and control projects with the emergency response systems. And we got a very good results. And I think if we have the chance, we can share our new achievements. But it still have the lot of, we try to make use of the GEO, the Earth observation data. I think it's very good. For the AI modeling, we make use of the GEO data already, but we can learn from our colleagues in the world to make it better. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Liu. Any response from Professor Xu?
Thank you. So in response to the other question on the proactively or working on this rather than just waiting until this happened, then you just passively react to this disease burden. So I think One Health concept is to involve different, not only human health, but also animal health, even plants health or ecosystem health all together. So it involves really different sectors and different, also involving private sectors and different stakeholders. So for example, for human health, it can be in China, if it's prevention and control, it's CDC, which is responsible for. And if it's you get a disease or illness, then you get treatment from hospitals, and all involves Ministry of Health. So it does involve the collaboration among different sectors and stakeholders, including private stakeholders as well. And also the reason why we do this early warning system and also proactively to predict or forecast the dengue dynamic or the COVID-19, for example. So by linking this climate factors and also in cause with this mosquito abundance. For example, in China, there are two types of mosquitoes, and one is Egypti mosquito, and that one is more resistant to the heat. So with global warming, with higher temperature and in the higher latitude, also in higher elevation, that actually that mosquitoes will still survive. So they can be very resistant. But for the other type of mosquito, for example, they will not survive. They will die basically if it's really hot. So there are two types of change. One is the contraction, the other is expanding. So it really depends on what kind of species of mosquitoes and you are. And also in terms of flooding, and I think it's also diverging impact on the different type of vector-borne like mosquitoes or for example, snails. And it's very interesting that when the flood coming, and actually the snails will be inundated instead of, they will not survive. So for mosquito, I don't know, probably in the first year with very rapid, flooding events, the mosquito might die as well, but probably for the following year, they will be bounced back. So the disease, the vectors are very different. And also we do the what if scenario analysis. For example, what this happened or for the COVID-19, and we have different strategies targeting on different cities. For example, for the air passenger flow and you have infections through this air flight. And also you do this, if you have quarantine before or after, then you have such consequences. Or for example, if you have this flight or not flying anymore, or you cut off different airlines or flights, and they will have this consequence. So we combine different strategies of quarantine strategies and also this flight line preserving or cutting strategies and to basically to improve the situation or control or prevent even further spread of this infectious diseases. So we do have different strategies and also involving different sectors. So we do involve the collaboration among them. So regarding the data sharing and the technical side, it's much easier to tackle because we have same standard to apply on so that people from different sectors could talk to each other. But for the political sensitive data, for example, some health data, it requires institutional support. And for those data to be shared and also to be different sector working together so that can be shared data. And I think GEO has been doing really well in advancing this standardization and also this sharing data in comparison to health sectors. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Any, yes, please go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much for the very interesting discussion. I'm Dawood from Catalonia Space Study Institution. I have a very short maybe comment or a question. Do you think if there are hidden patterns in vulnerability assessment for public health? For example, let's imagine that we have a wildfire or drought in a region, that they are the main producer of a specific agricultural products. And they don't use this product in that region. They export it to another country or region. So do we consider this hidden pattern of public health in a very far region that is being affected by the drought or wildfire in another region that is the origin of producing that specific product in terms of food security, for example?
Mm-hmm. Alice, yeah.
I can give a partial answer. So in short, we're really bad at thinking of systems effects. For example, when the EU Biofuels Initiative came in, it caused mass deforestation in many areas. And so thinking about those telecoupled effects is something that generally we do not do well. And they are significant and they do permeate many different facets. So for me, from a One Health perspective, the most obvious one, of course, are things like wildlife and fur trade, where actually the patterns of use are changing and there are very high risks associated with it. But even now, and even following a pandemic, the regulations that are in place do not address most of these types of risk, because if we were to look at wildlife trade, most of the international regulations are targeted at a subset of species that are traded in high volumes, so livestock, for example. But now everyone knows what monkeypox is. What you probably don't know is one of the first times there was an outbreak in the US, it came in with pet prairie dogs, because tropical and exotic animals, as well as those traded for fur trade, can have major risks. And yet we're still not very good at thinking of those kinds of interlinkage.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think indeed that's a problem in the embedded risk in the global trading or other mobility of people and commodities, etc. I'm conscious about the time for this special session. I think that our panelists have covered a large ground, from biodiversity to infectious disease, exposure and wildlife, and also we have covered some special geographical locations, so pretty much representative of these global challenges regarding One Health. And we also have discussed about data sharing. This is indeed a big challenge. Data sharing between countries, between sectors, between, I would say, scientific disciplines. Right. Yeah. One of the challenges for One Health is the barriers between different silos, environmental science, ecology, infectious disease, medicine, etc. And really illustrates that integration is a key to ensure One Health for the future, for the sustainable and a healthy future. And I believe GEO is a great platform that we can leverage on for collaboration, for exchange of ideas, and also for capacity building, perhaps. Through this GEO mechanism, we can help each other by exchange experience and also scientific discoveries, and apply those knowledge into practices in different scenarios. And then we can, again, learn from each other and integrate the indigenous knowledge with frontier science. And I think that maybe one of the outcomes we can see from this discussion is really to build up a global community. The community, within that community, we can collaborate for research, for data sharing, for modeling. I think modeling is particularly important. We talk about whether it is a passive reaction or proactive reaction. And I think robust modeling will really help us to predict in well advance, to enhance our preparedness for future, for example, pandemics or other impacts of environmental changes on human health and environmental health. So I think with that, I would like to wrap up our session, and I really want to invite all of you to join me to thank all the panelists for their excellent presentations and great discussions, and also thank you for your participation. And I hope it's a real new start for One Health, particularly under GEO umbrella. We hope in the future we work together. Thank you so much. Very good. Thank you. Well done. Yeah. Yeah, we have a student at the beginning. Yeah. For long.
Grace.
Yes. Yes, hello, everybody. I know that we are only one session left before the closing session, so getting excited just to finish because it's a long day. But okay, just coming here. So we have been navigating through the couple of days about Earth observation contributing to the different dimensions. Here, the discussion will be how Earth observation is enabling monitoring, reporting, and verification for nature-based solutions, but also carbon management. Why we select this? We select this because the topic of the symposium or the conference is about investing in Earth intelligence for a resilient future. And we understood that the dimension of the policy is so important, but equally the market. Nowadays, there are certain markets that are moving on. The voluntary carbon market is there, but it's also another type of movement through the policies that are somehow injecting this interest from different corporates in the energy sector, in the insurance sector. So, but to better understand what does it really mean, monitoring, reporting, and verification, and how this type of technology could support on that. So this session is about that. I'm very glad that we have an excellent panel. Those ones which are in the room, we will miss them, but you not. So let's start to make a kind of journey about what we will discuss. So we will begin with UNEP, with International Ecosystem Management Partnership, that will provide a kind of broader policy view, but also connecting that with the societal framing. So this opening perspective will explain how Earth intelligence is increasingly important, not only for the Sustainable Development Agenda, the SDGs, but other frameworks, like the nature-based solutions, or how they became truly valuable when you are embedding that information or integrating with the socioeconomic information. From that, we will go through the Chinese Academy of Science, where we will focus on the shift from the scientific perspective foundations, and also about how through the CERN, but also China flags, they will present the long-term ecological observations, the flags towers, the field inventories, and how all these data sets are merging together and integrating together to better understand uncertainty, the trust for the users, etc. Then we will move to the Colombian Institute of Hydrology and Meteorology, which will dive into the national operational systems. The Colombia experience will illustrate how Earth observation, field data, modeling, but most importantly, the institutional cooperation can support forest monitoring, greenhouse gas reporting, the REDS implementation, but also territorial planning and climate governance. Then we will move from a very practical case, very operational service delivery through the CLS group in the Gabon case, where we will move from this forest cover and land use chains, and how to make these systems more automated, scalable, but also reliable. And finally, we have a presentation that unfortunately is recorded because the person that was Flavia, which is from Planet, was not able to attend at the very last moment. So, but she kindly sent us her video recordings. This presentation is also very important, and we wanted to have it here because through Planet's exercise, they will go beyond the policy. They will go through the advanced analytics, but also trying to understand how these policies are connecting to the carbon markets. And these carbon markets are connecting to a high-level discussion and new level. So in this case, there is the Article 6 from the forest carbon integrity and carbon markets. And this is the connection between a technology, a policy, but also the market. Different communities that maybe today are not here, but they are already getting an interest on what we are doing. So without further delay, we will do through this roadmap. Global goals, socioeconomic relevance, scientific credibility, national implementation, operational scalability, and then we will go from this final chapter about finance. Who is going to finance these activities? So I'm very excited now to present our speakers. So we have the first speaker is Linshu Sun. She's the director of UNEP, International Ecosystem Management Partnerships, and it also collaborates with the Joint Center of Chinese Academy of Science. As I mentioned before, she will bring us due to this socioeconomic framework and how we connect these ones. So Linshu, thank you.
Thank you very much, Monica.
Let me see where my presentation is. Oh, those are the questions. Yep. I would like to start with how the Earth intelligence can support the SDG implementation, but I would just touch a little bit, how to bridge the observations and towards a long channel towards decisions and impact. And the reason I start with this is because at UNEP, we're trying to address the triple planetary crisis. We know that the intertwined triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and ecosystem degradation, plus increased pollution are really undermining our ability to achieve the sustainable development. And from yesterday and today, we all believe that Earth intelligence can support the acceleration of SDGs. However, we all know that achieving SDGs requires not only data, but the ability of translating it into the knowledge and the insights and for supported action where it leads to the impact. So we know that we have a data abundance, but we have a very long way of making data into a decision-making kind of tool. So that's, I think we've been talking about it from yesterday to today. So we know that from data to knowledge, that means transforming environmental data into SDG relevant insights. But to do so, we need to answer 3 questions. Why is changing happening? Who is affected? And also, what are the implications or impacts there? So here, really, integrated environmental intelligence becomes the key that we began bridging science and policy. And of course, turning insights into decisions requires the knowledge integration, but very much so integrated into the decision-making process. And then we can have, the knowledge or the insights for supported decisions and action where we lead to the impact. So I don't want to go for the concept, but just wanted to use a couple of examples to do so. But before that, in terms of the integration, I think from yesterday and today, so many people talking about, different disciplines somehow. But I would think that if it's not a missing link, but it's a weak link between geo and also socioeconomic. Because the importance of a socioeconomic integration that enables causality, human relevance, and decision clarity, but it also enables practical and equitable NBS implementation, and also navigating the trade-offs in land use and carbon outcomes. I think socioeconomic integration is very important. So the 2 examples I'm going to use, one is the sand and dust storm study, where we using the EO information to identify the dust origin, but integrating with the vulnerability mapping where socioeconomic and local in situ data were integrated, where we could combine the source and vulnerable mapping in order to support the government to balance cost-effective decisions, whether it's a short-term adaptive measures or long-term investment for restoration. And that work is a collaboration with UNCCD. It's contributing, this one is contributing to China's UNCCD work, but we are also using this model to apply it in the Central Asia. For the time interest, I'm not going to go there, but that's with UNCCD. So I know from yesterday, today we're talking about land degradation neutrality. Actually, that's UNCCD's kind of a goal, And the second study is really a scenario analysis about sustainable agriculture. That is UNEP's TEEP initiative, supported by, funded by EU, where this is really a scenario analysis using EO data to analyze or to assess the land use and land cover change that has the estimate or assess the impact on ecosystem services. But the key of this is really it was coming from local needs because the local government is in the process of developing their 15th five-year plan. And they want to know that different pathways of agricultural development would cause what kind of consequence or environmental, social, economical, and even human sides. So with that one, I think we have been collaborating or co-branding this throughout the process. So the impact or the consequences, the local government have this as information for them to modify their 12th five-year plan, but at the same time, they know that this work has supported the national biodiversity strategy update for China. So that's supporting the UNCBD work as well. And that one is also we wrote a policy brief at UNEP, which really talking about the country cases there. So these two cases, I would say complementary. And one on the dust storm is retrospective and improve the understanding. But the second one is forward-looking with scenario analysis, but enabled action. So both cases really prove that the socio-economic integration transforms EO into Earth intelligence that really supports MBS implementation and carbon-informed decision-making. So with that, I hope my time is okay. I haven't got the 2 minutes or something. So to conclude, I think, moving from data towards impact, we must make sure that integration and implementation are the key because this would enable the advanced MBS and effective carbon management policies there in the country. And with this kind of background, I wanted to make and hammer 3 recommendations for the EO. I think the first one, and that the GEO should operationalize integration through thematic pilots where EO data and socio-economic data and policy relevance should all be integrated together where to deliver kind of policy relevant outcomes that could be uptaken by the different stakeholders, government. But also the second one, the GEO should support the development of adaptable and modular integration framework where to maintain the technical consistencies, but at the same time allow the flexibility of the carbon policies and also the nature-based solution that fits with the specific context. The last but never the least, I always wanted to say the GEO should emphasize and strengthening the core design of any project throughout which involves multi-stakeholders, especially the policymakers, that we know that the results and the outcomes from all those kind of fantastic GEO work could be uptaken by users, not only the government, but also communities and other stakeholders. So in all, I wanted you to keep in mind the integration, especially with social science dimension, is very important because that involves human, institution, policy, and governance. I think I have the time to conclude by saying who we are, what we do. So UNEP International Ecosystem Management Partnership is a joint venture between UNEP and Chinese Academy of Sciences. And we always say we are UNEP's first collaborating center in the South and for the South. We work at the interface of science, policy, and action. What I want to refer is that the reason we are housed at the Chinese Academy of Sciences because we have a technical backup from CERN, Chinese Ecosystem Research Network, where they provide the technical assistance wherever we go. Because our mission is really to provide the science policy and the capacity support to developing countries in order to integrate ecosystem management into their national policy to preserve and enhance ecosystem services. So we have a flagship program named Climate Ecosystem Livelihood Nexus, where we're calling for interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary and cross-sector, even cross-border collaboration throughout. Thank you very much. That's all.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Lin Xu. I think it was very inspireful. I think because he was very diligent, maybe I could, a burning question from the audience, maybe you could take it. Okay, I think it was really good that you reflected on this socioeconomic, obviously, component, but what I like it most is really this convention with the global conventions, but also the type of regulations that will be foreseen in the countries. So let's keep that. And also, maybe it's a good transition to go to C-Chain, because the collaboration that you have already with the Chinese Ecosystem Research Network, but also with UNEP, as you refer. So C-Chain is a researcher is a director in the CERN, is the Chinese Ecosystem Research Network, but she's also working in the China Flash, which is, you will see in the presentation, is a very nice experiment, how we're looking into the carbon sink dynamics. So thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Zhi Chen from the Institute of Geographic Science and Natural Resources Research, the Chinese Academy of Science. It's my honor to be here to present at this GEO Symposium. Today, my topic is about the bridge for the carbon management with the GEO and the ecosystem research work in China. I would like to explore together how we can use the Earth observation, turn this observation into actionable intelligence for our resilient future. So first, let's, it's hard for me to control. First, let's realign on what Earth's observation represents. In my opinion, the Earth's observation is a technical systems that utilizing observations at different scales, from the satellite, the airborne platform, and also the UAVs, also combined with the ground-based observation stations, that to continuously and dynamically, also very important, quantitatively to monitor the Earth system. However, thank you. However, just the observation and raw data is not enough. So our mission is to deliver operational Earth intelligence. So we need to, by integrating, diagnosing, and forecasting, also delivering multi-sources data, we transfer the observations into quantifiable and also the traceable and actionable intelligence for several critical domains, such as we focus on the ecosystem sustainability and the carbon management. And to ground this optional intelligence with robust empirical validation, China has invested heavily in state-of-the-art infrastructure over the past 4 decades. The Chinese Ecosystem Research Network, often we call CERN, established in 1988, and now spanned diverse ecological roles with 48 comprehensive field stations and more than 15,000 permanent survey plots. And as its co-extension, the ecosystem flux observation and research network also launched in 2001, utilizing the eddy covariance technique and micro meteorological methods to conduct the long-term network observations of the carbon fluxes exchange between the ecosystems and the atmosphere. So through this infrastructure, we can conduct multi-scales, multi-factors, and multi-processes integrated Earth observations and experiment. So these long-term standardized and in situ management measurements have significantly advanced our understanding of the carbon cycle. For instance, studies published in PLAS verified that the massive carbon uptake capacities in subtropic forest at the East Asian monsoon region, and also revealed that the plant carbon uptake outpaces the carbon loss from the permafrost on the Qinghai Tibetan plateau under these warming scenarios. Looking forward, the CERN is now pioneering a new generation of Earth observations that we call the Space, Air, Ground Comprehensive Observation System. It has architectic carbon sink monitoring platform that integrated the high precision greenhouse concentration observation, the high frequency greenhouse flux observation, and also the near surface remote sensing of the soil and the biomass carbon stock change observations. Okay. This infrastructures tracking over 300 co-ecosystem indicators and achieved the standardized protocol and automatic monitoring for the carbon sink data. Also, this infrastructure is expected to support the strategic goal of the carbon neutrality and carbon management in China by cross-validating the long-term field inventories, the models and the satellite inversions. It could substantially to minimize the uncertainties in the carbon sink estimation to provide us a more robust and high confident carbon of our national carbon accounting. So, and finally, I think to promote the collaborations of the GEO and the network, I'd like to propose several recommendations in the field of carbon management. First is to promote the coordinated deploying between the GEOs and the national or the regional observation networks. And the second, establish a unified data standards and open sharing mechanisms for the carbon cycle. Third, integrate multi sources observation data and harmonize the carbon accounting method. And fourth, to build the regional regional demonstration and collaborations in typical regions such as the monsoon region, the arid regions, also the permafrost areas, I think. And the last, enhance the support of the GEO's results for the international climate governance, such as the global stock take and global carbon budget estimate. We are so eager to foster the open collaborations and sharing insights with global partners in the field of carbon management, and welcome for your insights. Thanks for your time and attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Xin-Chen. I think also we have time for a question from the audience. So any burning one? Okay, for me, it's really interesting that you connect with the carbon markets and also carbon accounting, specifically because the dimension of the finance and also to bring different stakeholders. Do you have in China any corporate, I mean, an insurance or energy company that wanted to approach you to better understand which is the carbon removal, the carbon sink?
Company to finance?
Different companies in different sectors.
The government.
The government, yeah, okay.
By up to today, up to now, the company is not so many, but the government invested a lot of.
It's mainly the government side.
Yes.
Okay, but indeed, very, very interesting lessons learned there. Thank you so much. So we move now to the next speaker, and I have the pleasure to invite Ghislaine Echeverry-Prieto. She's the Director General of the Colombian Institute of Hydrology, Meteorological, and Environmental Studies, IDEAM. She holds a PhD in environmental science, but her focus also on strengthening science-based decision-making on environmental information systems, but also international cooperation. Thank you very much, Ghislaine. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Okay. It's too far. Good afternoon. My name is Ghislaine Echeverry, Director General of IDEAM. I would like to share Colombia's experience in forest and carbon monitoring and how air observation technologies are supporting environment governance, climate action, and decision-making in our country. Okay. Colombia is one of the most biodiverse countries in the world, and forests are the center of our environmental, social, and climate priorities. Protecting them requires science, innovation, institutional coordination, and international cooperation, and IDEAM is in the heart of all this. Excuse me, I am lost with this. This is because IDEAM, in addition to being the it's difficult to mean English, hydrometeorological service, we also the National Institute of Environmental Science, and we have to integrate all this information in only one institute. And our mission is to collect, process, and provide environmental information that supports national policy, territorial planning, and sustainable development. We generate scientific and technical knowledge on ecosystem, climate, water resource, soils, and forests, and provide critical information to all the sectors in our country. In practice, this means we transforming environment data into tools that governments, institutions, and communities can use to make informed decisions. Huge challenge for us. So, at IDEAM, we operate and integrate environmental monitoring infrastructure, which combines satellite imagery from cores to high resolution with meteorological radars, field networks, and atmospheric observation. This information is processed through advanced technological infrastructure, including cloud processing system, large-scale storage capacities, and progress towards high-performance computing environment. The objective is not only to collect data, but to transfer into actionable information, early warnings, hydrometeorological bulletins, deforestation alerts, scenario modeling, and open access products for decision makers. This integration between science, technology, and policy is essential for countries facing increasing environmental pressure and climate risks. So, within IDEAM, the Ecosystem Subdirectorate leads forest monitoring and land use analysis. Our works include forest cover monitoring, deforestation assessments, ecosystem mapping, soils analysis, and inputs for ecosystem-based adaptation strategies. These efforts generate annual reports, national inventories, technical bulletins, and monitoring products that are publicly available and scientific roads. A key component of Colombia's forest and carbon monitoring system is the integration of the forest information at the national scale. So, the forest and carbon monitoring system combines several complementary components. First, we have the National Forest Information System and the National Forest Inventory, which provide data on biodiversity, forest structure, and carbon stocks. Second, we produce annual official forest monitoring reports and early warning detection. Third, with integrated degradation monitoring, restoration monitoring, carbon accounting, and community participatory monitoring. This entire process is supported by technological platforms and by innovative algorithms developed in Colombia for images preprocessing, cloud masking, fire detection, change analysis, and deforestation assessment. Today, satellite information and computational technologies are fundamental tools for controlling deforestation and strengthening transparency. So, this is, Colombia currently has approximately 59 million hectares of natural forests. Of these, nearly 39 million hectares are located in the Amazon region, where about 85% of the territory remains covered by forests. This is why we say Colombia is a forest. Forests are not only ecosystems, they are essential for climate regulation, biodiversity conservation, water security, and the livelihoods of indigenous people and local communities. However, maintaining this natural heritage requires permanent monitoring and strong governance mechanisms. Excuse me. I don't know what happened, but okay. Despite progress, Colombia continues to face major deforestation pressure. Okay, está quieto. The main direct drivers include land grabbing associated with pasture expansion, unsustainable cattle ranching, unplanned infrastructure, illegal mining, illicit crops, and illegal logging and agricultural expansion. Through a monitor system, we identify active deforestation hotspots across the country. In 2024, more than half of national deforestation was concentrated in only 9 critical hotspots, particularly in the Amazon region. This information allows authorities to prioritize intervention and strengthen prevention and control action. Okay. No quiere cambiar. Sorry. I don't know what happened. Okay. Although Colombia has made significant progress, important challenges remain. One challenge is ensuring sustainable financing for cloud processing and technological infrastructure necessary for operational forest monitoring. Another priority is strengthening a national deforestation reduction strategy with measured objective and long-term implementation. We also need continued access to high-quality remote sensing data and stronger interoperability between monitoring systems and traceability mechanisms. At the same time, Colombia is advancing toward more robust estimates for net zero deforestation and improved climate reporting under our commitments to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement. In addition to monitoring forest loss, Colombia is also strengthening restoration monitoring. Our objective is to track and report effective forest restoration, and other forest cover transition using interoperable data integrated into the forest and carbon monitoring system. This helps improve the follow-up of restoration action and enhance climate change reporting and accountability. Monitoring restoration is essential because climate action is not only about reducing loss, it is also about recovering ecosystem and strengthening resilience. Finally, I would like to highlight Colombia's commitment to international cooperation. The forest and carbon monitoring system is now part of the Colombian South-South cooperation portfolio through the Cooperation Agency of Colombia. Several countries have showed interest in Colombia's methodologies and good practice, particularly in integrating satellite monitoring, institutional coordination, and transparent reporting systems. We believe cooperation is fundamental for achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and for building more equitable environment governance. So, in closing, Colombia reaffirms its commitment to science-based environmental management, technological innovation, and international collaboration. Earth observation is not only about monitoring our planet, but is also about enabling better decisions for people, ecosystem, and future generations. Thank you so much for your attention.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Ghislaine. It's very interesting to see how the different, maybe the government, the ministries, are also the institutes are working together for the common goal, which is preventing maybe deforestation in a country. So I'm sure that you have a lot of lessons learned, but let me see if there is a question from the audience. Okay, I just have a quick one about how you say that you interact with different institutes. How often do you meet with them?
Okay, I can answer it in
Very
Spanish
quick,
y you can help me to translate in English. Te puedo contestar en español y tú.
Sí, sí.
Okay. Sí. In Colombia, we have something that is called CONALDEF, Consejo Nacional de Lucha contra la Deforestación, and we meet every Monday. Every week.
Yeah, but you already say in English.
Every week we have a reunion, a meeting with the Minister of Environmental, and we are several institutions from Policía, Fiscalía, I don't know what is the name, Ministerios, Presidencia, all the institutions in the government and the instituciones que criminalizan la policía y demás, nos reunimos cada lunes para hacer seguimiento. For the alertas, the early warning of deforestation.
Yeah, I think everyone noticed that they are meeting very often with the different institutions that do in the law enforcement, so they meet regularly with that. So that's great. I mean, I think it's a good achievement already. So thank you very much, Ghislaine, for your case. So let's move to another case, and with that, the leading actor is the CLS, Sebastian Delbourg. He is a senior geospatial professional at CLS Group, and he leads these operations with the Copernicus program. Is also different activities, but also forest monitoring, a key priority topic. And he will dive us in a case that is operational in Gabon. Yeah, I think so. So yes, and he will dive out from these discussions and how they really make it scalable in another country. So thank you, Sebastian.
Thanks a lot, Monica. Indeed, it is a good transition with the Colombia case in which CLS has supported another country to make benefits of EO for forest monitoring and to deploy capacity and capabilities also to operate it independently. Okay, so the presentation is split in 3 parts. Firstly, I will give you some elements of context regarding this country and CLS collaboration. Then I will give you a brief overview of the main activities carried out by CLS with the Space Agency. And finally, some main issues, lessons learned, and next steps. So Gabon could be considered as a quite small country in terms of area and population. but has a significant amount of natural resources, which is necessary for its economy. So in this context of climate change, ensuring its economy and public policies evaluation, a space program has been created by building infrastructure for data collection, processing, and exploitation directly by a new entity created in 2010 called GEOS, Gabonese Space Agency, with the following main priorities: obviously forest monitoring, but also coastal dynamics, water resources, and urban trends. In terms of environmental context, Gabon's forests cover more than 90% of its territory. This is huge, and it makes this country a global hotspot for carbon sequestration, but also biodiversity conservation and water regulation. The deforestation rate over the last 2 decades was pretty low, and degradation was more generalized over some area with a high presence of human beings, linked to activities such as logging, plantations, and cropland, but also new infrastructure and roads. This is the first country to receive a performance-based REDD+ funding in 2021 for the efforts put to reduce deforestation and degradation measured over the 2-year period, 16-17. Still, there was a need to enhance institutional and technical capacities to access carbon markets. CLS collaborated with Gabon since years through the Central African Forest Initiative, namely CAFI, for which a national program has been settled, the National Land Use Planning and Forest Monitoring to promote sustainable development strategies for Gabon, and the relevant EU-based system at national level for monitoring natural resources and forests called SNORF. Here is one of the specific objectives of the CAFI program. Improve knowledge and understanding of forest ecosystem dynamics, improve ecological monitoring and support long-term research on this, and finally build capacity to tackle climate change through rigorous postgraduate training. To implement this objective, GEOS has received technical support from our company. So regarding now the main activities carried out over the 3-year period of the project for SNORF, the technical solution, firstly, basically the methodological approach is based on a joint use and analysis of time series of freely available optical and SAR satellite imagery, enabling high frequency of measurements and near real-time monitoring. Basically, the sensors as inputs are US Landsat and Copernicus Sentinel-1 and 2 data. Whenever the system observe a change in the trend of time series, he will alert operators and users that there is something new and characterize at a first level. This way, operators and end users within the country can take decisions and make actions directly on the field if required. It is worth also to highlight as specifically the use of SAR data is well suited in tropical environments such as Gabon because they can observe the territory through clouds. Data dissemination is also a key part of the project. It is essential and performed through a web-based dedicated platform in order to enable users and operators accessing to satellite input data themselves, but also data sets related to land use and forest cover and changes, and finally deforestation and degradation reports, both at national or regional level, or even for national parks, for example. In addition, declarative reports from field operations can also be registered for validation purposes. Last but not least, capacity building was also important for strengthening the sustainability of the system. It means increasing knowledge in remote sensing technologies and developing autonomy of operators by custom trainings, literally, we dedicated 2 on-site workshops and 3 webinars over the lifetime of the project to train the people from the Space Agency. Now, the main issues encountered during this project, from our perspective, it was about initial objectives and definition of technical requirements. It was not specific or detailed enough at the beginning, and it was necessary to communicate and to refine needs and specifications. This implied more effort and difficulties in terms of budget, literally. Another aspect was also Space Agency staff availability over a 3-year period. It can be a challenge because different duties for the staff, and capacity also because heterogeneous background from the different people. And finally, on-site conditions of operations and logistics matters are also to be taken into account. As main lessons learned from our side as a private company offering services for such solutions, the key issues were very objectives and requirements to be defined at the very stage of any process or projects. This is a key for a smooth implementation, and also communication to be performed with the right communication channels and tools, and getting feedback regularly at each step of the implementation of the projects. Finally, next steps. Definitely, we expect a long-term adoption of the system by the Space Agency itself and end users within the country, as long as there is a dedicated budget for maintenance and even service evolution. For example, we could explore further how to follow the efforts in terms of reforestation. Also, adoption by local authorities is expected by looking for concrete decisions and actions derived from its exploitation. I remain available for any questions, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. He already put the question to you. Anyone has any question? Okay, maybe I have one just of a transition now for the other one. Is you mentioned about capacity building, and I think this is a common word that is coming so often. Do you have any experience after this first capacity building? I mean, maybe 1 year after, you have a kind of follow-up process about the issues they may have without you training them daily or monthly?
Yeah, indeed. It's very relevant to ask for this capacity building things, because generally this is a huge part of the multi-year projects. But yeah, at the end, it is highly recommended to get a specific contract or something for a period of after-sales service, I would say, to accompany the local operators, because they can be struggling with different kinds of difficulties and issues to learn, handle the systems and tools. So yeah, it is definitely of high importance. It happened with the Gabonese Space Agency, and we have some other initiatives in which we observe this too. So highly important to propose support on a longer term, just for a smooth implementation from their part.
Indeed, I think this is one of the key elements that we have been listening. Capacity building is not only just one workshop or one webinar, it's really long-term. And also because maybe the needs are not maybe the first day, they will come later. So there is good that you plan this already. So we do have a last session, last presentation. Maybe you can give me that, because Flavia de Sousa Mendes is not here today, but she sent us the video recording. So Flavia is working with Planet Labs, is a data provider, which is bringing somehow Earth observation, very high resolution, and they are working really on climate action. And her specialty is in the forest and carbon information. So let's see if you can hear her.
Hello, everyone. I think actually it was a great idea to do the last one in this panel, because what is really interesting about what we have heard before is that together they really tell a bigger picture, right? Like a story that can connect. We heard about Earth intelligence, scientific credibility, which we are talking a lot lately, carbon monitoring, and of course, how countries are building these operational systems into their national systems. And what I really would like to do now is try to connect this to the future of climate finance mechanisms. Because today we know that whether we are talking, for example, about Article 6, right, like Article 6.2, which are this bilateral agreement, or the 6.4, for example, or the regulated carbon markets, even the voluntarian, or maybe the TFFF, or regulations, for example, like UDR, all these kind of mechanisms, finance mechanisms, also the regulations, they depended mostly on one thing, to really have a trusted monitoring system. And I think this is the major shift that is happening right now. So before, Earth observation had a completely different meaning and usage. And I think it's no longer only helping us to monitor the forest. That's something that we have been doing very well for the last years, but it's really becoming part of this infrastructure behind the climate governance itself. And here in the slide, you can see like these 3 different main mechanisms that we have around climate and the forest. And I really think this transition is already happening. At last COP in Brazil, the COP 30, we have launched some initiatives with some countries across Latin America, with Planet and all of these countries. And I think what is really interesting that each one of these countries, they have and they kind of represent also a completely different stage when you think about MRV and climate finance readiness, and also use cases, which is super interesting. For example, in Panama, the focus is mainly the Article 6 MRV. So really trying to powering the national systems that can support all the transparency, also to connect with the NDC implementation, which will be connected to the Article 6, and also the future participation in other kind of climate finance mechanisms under the UNFCCC or also under other kind of institutions. In Bolivia, for example, the focus is more about carbon accounting, so uncertainty assessment, building like this readiness for the future participation in this kind of mechanism that can be connected to the TFFF or to climate or to Article 6 and other kind of forest finance mechanisms. In Colombia, it's completely different. And the focus is mostly on forest enforcement to really support the government to better plan and to know where to send people, for example, to stop this kind of deforestation. And in Brazil, which is pretty interesting also, the focus is completely transparency, because there we have many different kind of mechanisms that can pretty well do the deforestation monitoring around the country, including the Brazil Mais program. And of course, and in Brazil now, they have different challenges also, of course. This is still remain a big challenge, but they are building, for example, the new domestic carbon market. So using this kind of data to understand a little bit better the distribution of the carbon and trying to support some investigation around greenwashing. So what we are seeing is a really transition from this monitoring to operational implementation and now to climate finance participation. And I think one of the biggest lessons from the recent years, I think especially from some of these challenges that we saw in parts, of course, in the voluntary carbon market, I think is that trust really cannot come only from these methodologies written on papers. I mean, as a scientist, I really think it's important, but it also needs a system that are really transparent, that can be operational, and that you can have this continuous monitoring, right, for all the areas that we have spread by the country. And of course, I believe, and also many people believe, that this is why digital MRV it's becoming so important nowadays. Because the digital MRV really allows this country not only to monitor the forest, like with more frequency, consistently, but really to build all this system that you can have traceability, that you can scale, and that you can really trust. And of course, this is not about replacing some different kind of methods to estimate or to monitor, for example. We always have this thought before, like, oh, field work against satellite image, but it's not. It's really about empowering them, merging all the kind of technology that we have to really power country to have their even stronger ownership through all these national systems, combining public Earth observation, private Earth observation data, field data, local expertise, and principally the national institutions that are involved. And I really think that is really where I see Earth observation is really heading. And we are moving from data to really governance of infrastructure that are built into these national systems. And of course, I think to really finish here, I think the future of climate finance will really depend on the systems where the governments, also big institutions like the United Nations, the investors, which are playing a big role in all these finance mechanisms, and society, of course, can really trust. So thank you very much.
Yeah, well, I think even they deserve an applause if she's listening to us. No, I think it was great somehow to closing with Flavia. In fact, I thought that she was here because I think she connected the flow of the discussion. But we wanted to close with the finance. And as I mentioned before at the beginning, because this symposium is about investing in Earth intelligence for a resilient future. So investment means also finance. And the connection with the carbon markets, the carbon accounting, we have new players on the room, not here, but unfortunately, but they are all these rating agencies, insurance and certification bodies that they are looking into the MRV solutions, monitoring, reporting, and verification. And they are really willing to embed the Earth observation into their workflows. And this means that they will be buyers of these MRV solutions. So we wanted to finish on this presentation because they open maybe the floor for more thoughts than being only in the governance, really coming out from this comfort zone that we are looking for potential customers or users, final users. Well, any burning question now? I know that Flavia will not respond, but maybe other people from the panel. Yeah. Okay, so well, then I will open the questions also because we have, okay, we keep it in this sense. The idea is that I think through the presentations, we have a kind of navigation, a journey, on about how EO is embedded into the MRV systems for provision, but trusted was a word that has been already mentioned by many of the speakers. Also, there will be the discussion now that will take place is about credibility, about transparency, about how we are cross between science, policy, and the financial mechanisms, but also communities. And then we will build a little bit on all this data integration, about this modeling, about this uncertainty of the data or the model or any uncertainty that could build on the aggregation more for the nature-based solutions in practice. So these are more or less the questions that we will go through the panelists. And I do have one generic one for all of you. That is about, you presented your experience cases in all the countries. And then there was this question about how to move from these pilots that you've been experiencing with this trust, sustainable and operational decision making. The question is very broad, but I would like that you, apart from these words that I mentioned now, you will give me something new about transparency methods, the validation of the data, the clear uncertainty information, and integration. So your experience from pilot to trusted operational decision-making, but give me something more than the words that we mentioned now. Maybe can I start with you?
One word, I know trusted system has been mentioned many times. What I would think, one thing is institutionalized trust. Without, institutionalized and regulatory framework, it's very difficult for people to really make a decision on investment in this and build this into the system where to approve that this methods or somehow is accountable and consistent in use. So I would say trust is not about the technology itself, about the system itself. It needs to be institutionalized in order for this system to move from pilots to sustained decision-making tool, which can attract a lot of support, whether from government or other stakeholders in private sector. So is that the new words? Institutionalize the trust.
Exactly. This is exactly what we want, because we wanted to make it a little bit a step further. We have been a couple of days here. These words need an extra word. So thank you so much for offering that. So now the question for you, Si-Chen.
So you already mentioned a lot. So the new is the difficult, I think. Maybe I mentioned the one word, the standardization.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's very important because for the decision makers and also the international bodies to trust the results. I think it's very important to transition from the fragmented data connection to a strict, standardized and harmonized protocol. That for the data quality control and also the unified methods. Yeah,
Okay.
That's my opinion.
Yeah, thank you so much. Now for Fabian. Yeah, I mean, Gislian or Fabian, I just see you here.
Okay, I can go ahead. Yeah, fully sharing the view already expressed. I will try to complete maybe. I would say at more personal level, scalability and sustainability are keys. If I can develop a little bit, generally we performed pilots and demonstrations. It's about testing methods and tools on given area, but generally area to be covered in operational phase is much larger. So they must prove scalability without compromising both system effectiveness and quality of the results. And for this, when upscaling, it is of high importance to anticipate the needs in terms of data infrastructure, I mean storage, computation, maintenance, and implementation environments. And regarding sustainability, it's about being able to get both a continuous access to data, tools, and methods deployed, but also the capabilities to handle the tool pilot algorithms. I mean, detecting errors, adapting scripts, applying new requirements or specifications from the input data, such a thing. So it is important, once again, to deploy capacity building. And as an alternative, for sure, contracting a long-term service with an external organization may also secure the sustainability of such MRV system. Thank you.
Thank you, Fabian. And now for you, Gislian.
I would like to highlight the opportunity of the information. Okay, it's very important to us as hydrometeorological service. Early warnings are very, very important. So having access to the state of the art of the last technology is very important to provide us early warning for the government and the making decision. So if we don't have access to that technology, we don't have provide information. So the government has not the opportunity to make decision in the right time. So.
Indeed, thank you. Now, any opportunity again for the floor? Okay, so I keep going then. I do have now, I will go one by one. That was a generic question just to warming up a little bit. So now for you, Silencio, how can Earth observation evolve beyond this environmental monitoring? You mentioned about this institutional trust, but my direction will be that you expand on these socioeconomic variables. You mentioned the importance, so how we go beyond this environmental part, the socioeconomic variables, the institutionalization.
Yeah. What I would think is that given the requirements and condition provided that we are fully integrated, but I would hope all the efforts, all the go beyond the monitoring efforts is that we shift towards a more problem-driven and solution-oriented approach, rather than we starting with abundance of data availability, because that will not allow the chances for the uptake or somehow. So I think the key part of this I wanted to emphasize again is a core design of any of these projects. We, the stakeholders, especially decision makers, because that would ensure the relevance and ownership and eventually the uptake and the upscaling, especially for. Is that?
Yeah, that's perfect. But maybe let me see, because you mentioned decision makers, and it's too broad. Who could be these decision makers? For you, maybe because you are in the UNEP, you are targeting decision makers, the UN level, higher up hierarchy, or maybe in the local dimension, the local authorities, because I guess that there are different messages for each of those.
I think decision makers are at all levels. At UN level, because the member states all supported for the resolutions. Those are the decisions made. So we need to monitor the progress and then implementation every day. So those could be, I wanted to mention about from yesterday, several mentioning about land degradation neutrality as a target, right? So we can support, but that was a decision at the UNCCD made. We wanted to reach the land degradation neutrality. So that is the one level of decision making. But at the local level, we always have different stakeholders, and they needed to be the owner, to be granted the ownership of this. And also, of course, national government, local government, even communities, because some of the forests are owned by the collectives and communities, and they are decision makers of every use and then, the trade or everything that they apply. So, I mean, the decision makers are at all front, but companies as well, because some of them are providing technologies and providing services, so they needed to be involved in this. And as I said, if you are problem-driven and solution-oriented, you form a group of people that best fit the needs rather than, I have a supply, who wants? And we have a demands there, we can, start responding with providing suppliers. Yeah. I'm not sure whether I elaborated in the way.
Well, I think it's important to make the boundaries about who are the decision makers, because every one of us, maybe through the experience that we have a different concept about that. For now, Sichain, you presented the case about the long-term ecological networks, and this is very related with nature-based solutions. And also all this, you mentioned about this credibility, but also the uncertainty. So could you expand about, within the government, how they will consider the uncertainty in terms that you need to define a target for getting more funds to get into the next level? How much important is for the government, the uncertainty? Because you mentioned the government is your main driver, no?
Reduce the uncertainty is for the carbon.
Yeah.
I think for the global carbon estimate, the uncertainties quantification is very important. That's because it gives us a more robust and high confidence results for the decision makers. That such as currently for the Paris Agreement. Yes, and also for the global carbon budget estimate. Currently, it also have a high uncertainties. So right now, so many networks and so many scientists do great efforts to reduce them. That's, for example, we established the comprehensive infrastructure by using the different skills approaches together to reduce the uncertainties, because each approaches have their advantages, as we know, such as the satellite. It have a wide areas and continuously observation, but also it suffered some errors and inversion bias. So at this time, to combine the ground-based methods, it's good to reduce the uncertainties. That is also important to finally to reduce the uncertainty, I think. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. No, indeed, uncertainty is nowadays, I think, a high topic, at least in Europe, because they have the carbon removal certification framework. It's a new framework that is being now, is going to look into the implementation, and they are discussing the methodologies, and the methodologies are quite related to the uncertainty discussions. So your example, they could be very, very relevant for this. So thinking now in a question now from the Colombia case of Gislian, we saw this strong example from forest monitoring, and you mentioned about these key institutional discussions at the governmental level. So for this national reporting, which for you are the main barriers? You have the discussion in place every week or every time. So which are the barriers they come from you for the government?
What's los términos? Okay. Explain how difficult it is to get the information. La periodicidad de la información. The government needs information for early awareness, needs information in one way, and most of the case we don't have the information in the way they need, because it's different. So we have to explain how we get the information and how kind of information we can provide, and then evaluate or associate another variables to analyze. So it's a very important point, because it's communication. Okay, it's how. What is the information available and what the government needs? So we have to share, looking for a place in common, to communicate information. And I think something very important is I don't know in English how is the expression, but in Spanish we say voluntad política. It's very important that the government want to protect the environment, want to que para el gobierno sea importante la ciencia. The science has to be important to the government, because if don't want to making decision based on science, we don't know nothing to do. So that is very important. The voluntad, I don't know the name.
Yeah. The political willingness.
The political willing to the government for hear the information, the science information, and making decision based on science.
Okay, so it is interesting what you mentioned about the communication, because here do you feel that there are different languages coming from the institutionals, I mean the government side, and also you as representing the science community, so that you don't talk the same language somehow? It's not about the communication itself, it's really because science needs to be translated.
No, a common language in the meeting is very important, that everybody is understand what I'm talking about. It's very important. We speak in the same language, but it's very difficult.
Yeah,
I think it's possible. Lo logramos.
Yeah, I'm sure that what Gislian is resonating to some of you, that you talk with someone in the policy dimension that is like a barrier. And in fact, I saw slides, I don't know in which presentation, that was a common wall, that there were two communities there and still the communication barrier in the middle. So yeah, let's move on this. Okay, so thank you so much. And now, Sebastian, for the case, for the Gabon case, you highlight the near real-time forest and land use monitoring. So, but for you, what will be the lessons learned that you have for the government, this experience with them, talking with them, doing the training, the capacity building? What are the lessons that you would like to extrapolate for a future piece of work that you have, or maybe the scalability in another country?
Yeah, sure. I will try not to to say the same thing, but yeah, it has already been mentioned in the presentation and also by Chinese colleagues, especially the involvement of any local stakeholders is a key at the very beginning of any process for deploying such a EO-based system for monitoring forest and other topics. So co-design and co-development need to be part of each step of the process in a way that they can, the stakeholders can appreciate the provider's knowledge and get to trust them. This way, the tool must be co-developed, making it possible the local stakeholders to understand all processes, make interactions, adapt methods, specifications, definitions according to the needs expressed, and validate each step. This should be an iterative process, carefully communicating with the right channels and asking for feedback regularly to ensure this usefulness that we need for a long-term adoption by national authorities and other stakeholders. The other point is capacity building once again, with adapted communications required for automation and maintenance of the system by local operators, and also maybe more practical aspects, logistical considerations should not be overlooked either. For example, here for Gabon, shipping and installing the equipment along with local operational conditions such as frequent power outages or poor internet connection are factors that must be considered seriously too. And finally, in terms of interoperability and data dissemination, it is still an important feature from my perspective following this experience. And it could be successful this way with a visualization platform offering proper and relevant analytics and reports for authorities, specifically fitting the needs expressed by them.
Thank you. Thank you. I think it was very comprehensive. Before moving to the next round of questions, I still give an opportunity for the audience. We are not motivating you to discuss. Okay, so oh yeah, sorry.
I think this one is a contribution. I would like to say that at the University of Energy and Natural Resources, in fact, recently, just last 2 months, we had an MOU with the Gabon Space Agency.
Yes.
And one of the things we are looking at is capacity building. And it will be interesting because we also have a carbon monitoring tower in Ghana in one of our forests. So I would like to explore the opportunity whereby CLS could also, we could think about something jointly because now the two institutions have something in common. Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks. I think we need to wrap up, so but any last question on that? Okay, so I will leave there maybe the Yeah. Sorry, I think I've been informed that we need to wrap up, but before going that, we think we have some minutes, and I think with these 5 minutes or few minutes that we have, maybe I will leave you the floor again to give which message do you like to give to GEO to work more, how we this community could build together. Maybe you put already, some of you put already recommendations, but what will be the message for this audience that about collaboration, about the strengthening, about which is the message that you would like to put to them? Maybe you can start. Yeah.
I want to start with one word, that talk to different disciplinary people about EO and about others, because this is my first time to be at EO, but I wanted to, in 5 years from now, everybody knows what EO can do, what EO could support. So multidisciplinary communication and common understanding with languages would be very important. Just want to start there.
Yeah, as I want to see to further strengthen the linkage between the GEOs and the regional or the national network. That's my opinion. Thank you.
From my side, I would say taking care of robust communication efforts during pilot projects and demonstrations to raise awareness among all the user community in order to engage. And if the target audience is convinced by the benefits and understand the EU potentials, then finding a financing solution should become easier. And another factor I would like to highlight is the lack of resources to maintain and operate such services and systems. So take care of capacity building, even with a long-term after-sales service to give support to local operators. Thank you.
Sorry. To me, is to better understand the local needs. Most of the time, we are looking for solution for problems we don't have. So that is very, very important. The innovation is in the local.
Yeah, thank you very much to all the audience and the audience. And I think we'd all deserve a round of applause and looking forward to continue this collaboration. It means that you need to
Does it work? Hello. Can someone hear me? Somehow this doesn't. If you hit it, if I hit it, okay. All right. So once again, distinguished excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to, let me call it the final section. I don't want to call it closing because work in GEO is continuous. After we leave here, it's a pack of actions we have to take. Back home, do our homework, and hopefully next year again we come back. So there are more people coming inside. First of all, it's very amazing that in the opening section we had very packed room. And I think we can clap for ourselves because at the closing, we have almost the same number, which is really encouraging. So at the beginning, we had mentioned that first is a 2-day very intensive set of sessions. We had 2 town halls. We have 28 sections, 28 sections and several community events with a lot of showcases and posters and what have you. And what I could also see as one of the outcomes was also the fact that in every break, you could see that connections were being built. And I think that is very, very, very important, that for GEO to be able to scale up, we need that long-term partnerships that we have nurtured here. So this final section, first of all, I would like us to, I hope our technical team is set. I would like us to take a video recap just to see what have transpired in the 2 intensive days. Then after that, we'll have some reports from some of the sections. Please do bear with us. There were several sections. I know it's getting to dinner time. If we have to listen to every section, we will not go home. But one important thing that I want to mention is that, of course, all the sections we are going to have a report. But please do remember we have the GEO blog posts. I think that is an important message. Take note to send your contributions because some of you were not able to hear what is in your heart. So please do well to share your blog post with the GEO Secretariat so that we can jointly work towards finding mechanisms in investing towards Earth intelligence for all. On that note, let's have our recap video. The smiles and all the discussions show how much. I think is it coming again? Okay. All right, that is really good. But I hope each of you was able to find yourself somewhere. All right, thank you very much. So right now we have several report back, and what I will request of all reporters is to remember of the time. You were given some short time to do that, and you just sit where you are and give your report. So the first report from the first town hall, we asked Adiswa if you can just be there and give your report. You don't need to move to the stage. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I was asked to check for camera. Okay. So this was the first town hall. This discussion came in the heels of the phase 2 of the design of the GEO work program for the Earth Intelligence for All strategy having come out. There is no doubt of the increasing demand of Earth intelligence solutions that are not only about making data accessible, but also deliver impact. And we had this in the discussions as well as from the opening ceremony. So to do this, GEO designed the GEO work program design provides research to operations pipeline, indicating we need to move beyond short-term projects and towards solutions that are investable and owned by users. So 3 key insights emerged. One is the first on the co-design to co-creation is central to impact. We had practical examples such as the E-shape approach that gives us ideas on how to actually do co-design and co-creation. GEO-LDN provided us with examples of how countries responded to calls for solutions and they led those solutions. And with support from the GEO activities themselves. Some of the initiatives like the Global Heat Resilience Service are plugged into existing communities rather than building solutions in isolation. The second one was the partnerships, which we form as being fundamental in how we actually deliver impact. Examples included the GEO wetlands working directly with the UN Convention, scientific and technical bodies to build trust, to also end the mandate and to also provide transparency to the solutions so that the buy-in of the solutions once are tabulated are realized. And the Global Heat Resilience Index establishing formal partnerships, including with private sector for technology provisions. We saw in the poll in terms of the participation of the private sector that we see the private sector not only as technology providers, but also they participate in the contribution, in the development of the services and the solutions within the GEO work program. A key takeaway was that strong partnerships take time. We needed to slow down early to build the shared understanding, leading to more durable and trusted outcomes. Here we also had this discussion around bringing on board the social and behavioral sciences aspect so that we can strengthen how we understand each other and how we understand our users. The third one was on the clear and measurable outcomes and impact is what unlocks investments. Panel emphasized the importance of focusing on outcomes rather than outputs, as this also being feedback that is being received from donors. There was an appreciation of the framework that GEO had allowed flexibility to ensure that the indicators are aligned to the indicators that are already being given to the donor results framework. In terms of what this could mean for the GEO work program going forward, and I think we're putting this as recommendations and actions because we're asked to sort of like frame our feedback in this sense, but the panel was showing that these are actually being done, and I guess what we're encouraging here is to take these as best practices throughout the work program, embedding the co-design and co-creation quite early on with in the activities, strengthen partnerships, including with local institutions for sustainment after the initiatives have sort of like moved on, with that inclusion of private sector. And in terms of the results framework, making sure that we put forward simple and very clear purposeful indicators that clearly demonstrate outcomes and articulate the envisaged impact. Because with these in place, we can talk about how Earth intelligence is delivering value, and also we can start using this for articulating impact, sustainment, and leveraging the investments that we're needing to deliver through the GEO Work Program. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that report. So now I go to Mark.
Okay, so now we're moving to the town hall from this morning. As you see, I didn't get the memo, or perhaps more correctly, didn't read the memo on the template, but in my excuse, this was done quickly after lunch, since it was the only time I had since this morning's session. So anyway, what I did was I focused on the 3 areas that we agreed we wanted to see outcome from this morning's discussion. The session, of course, was on harnessing innovative technologies for Earth intelligence solutions. And I remind everyone, of course, that this was very much embedded in the GEO post-2025 strategy as a key element, although I suspect, as we discussed this morning, that really none of us could have anticipated how much has happened in the last 3 years since that strategy was basically written. There was an engaging panel discussion, and as I said, these 3 areas were the areas we were hoping to summarize the outputs from those discussions on. So first of all, scalability. There are some clear examples of scalable toolboxes that are being provided. We heard from Vincent Henry from ECMWF on this forecast in a box, which has been demonstrated in Malawi and many other areas. But I think it's fair to say in general that there are tool sets available to the Earth intelligence community that can be used to scale up these capabilities over many different regions. Secondly, there's AI-powered common processes which are being implemented, processes which we've all been working on in kind of the traditional world are now exploiting these new technologies, and we heard from Yifeng the example specifically on change detection. Research to operations is key, especially in the context of embracing these new technologies, and perhaps more importantly, the fact that we need to have these parallel tracks of research and operations that we take advantage of, with the operational services underpinning additional research and innovation activities. Training data was identified as a key aspect and element to scalability, both from the positive perspective. We had the example from the reanalysis data sets such as ERA5. From a negative perspective, there's still a strong feeling that there's a geographic disparity in access to training data. Then collaborative frameworks, as well as the training data, the actual frameworks and platforms we use to develop these AI and machine learning tools on were also underscaled, and there needs to be multi-scale commitment to embrace these technologies at both global, regional, and national level. On the inclusive innovation side, which was another key area that we addressed in a cross-cutting sense, again, feel that we needed to engage through technology, and the example was given of how at the citizen level, VHR provides a direct association with the environments we're living in. Technology brings us together. GeoGlam gave a key example of how some of these new tools are taking advantage of contributions from many different GEO members and participating organizations. Fundamental aspect is building capacity on these, as always, and sorting out regional disparities in innovation uptake. There is also a need for integrated workflows, which help us really build these last miles to the end users. And we should really put ethics of use of these methods on par with our focus on standards as well. Privacy considerations, the multi-licensing for the VHR data, which came in again in the session this afternoon, and access to the compute resources is still a limiting factor for many to really fully embrace these terms. And then finally, on the GEO's niche in these, I think there was a strong feeling that we need an entrusted broker, and GEO could serve that role on ensuring that AI is ethically uptaken in Earth intelligence activities. There was even talk that there could be some type of a GEO stamp of approval in addressing these. Technology for last mile applications is another area where GEO, compared to other international coordination bodies, we felt could take a lead. Ensuring as well that, of course, GEO in the broadest sense is considered in this context, integrating both satellite and ground-based observations. GEO best practices, which, of course, we've heard this afternoon from the launch of the new living book from the AI for EO community. And finally, there was some feeling that some member states need a recognizable global entity that could advise countries on their AI strategies and how to integrate this. And then my final comment is a comment that was made by France from the European Commission, that we really shouldn't be complacent about these new technologies and things. GEO needs to be very proactive in making sure we remain up to date on the state of the art and engage with the relevant communities. Thank you. I'll stop there, Amos.
Oh, thank you very much. And in fact, I'm touched by the GEO niche there, where you say GEO as entrusted. Oh, they move so fast. Can you, because I think that is very important as a take-home message. GEO as entrusted broker of AI-based Earth intelligence. I think it's something very catchy, and we need to think around the next 1 year if we'll be able to come out with something like that. I think that will be very good. So now we move on to the reports from the regional GEO. So first, I have Haki. I hope I'm calling your name well. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Before inviting the session leads to take the floor, I would like to briefly reflect on the overall framing of the regional GEO sessions on behalf of the GEO Secretariat. Actually, as at the beginning of the 2025, the GEO Secretariat has established an inter-regional coordination platform that convenes virtually every quarter, bringing together the 4 regional GEOs to exchange information, share best practices, and coordinate upcoming activities. And this year, rather than a single-person event, in conjunction with the symposium, the regional GEO Secretariat decided to move toward a more open, collaborative, and distributed format. The aim was to strengthen engagement between regional GEOs, GEO work program activities, and other partners throughout a series of interconnected sessions under the umbrella of regional GEO community events. Over the past 2 days, the 4 sessions brought together 34 speakers and 19 showcases and many valuable exchanges among the panelists representing regional GEOs and GEO initiatives. The discussions covered a wide range of themes and created important opportunities for operational collaboration and engagement across the GEO community. So once again, it became clear that regional GEOs play a critical role in translating global capabilities into practical solutions that respond to regional and local needs, and that GEO initiatives should work even more closely with the regional GEO structures. So on behalf of the GEO Secretariat, I would like to thank all the session leads, moderators, speakers, and participants for their contribution and active engagement. With that, I would like to invite regional GEO session leads to briefly share the main takeaways and recommendations from their sessions.
Gufe?
Thank you. I think it may be more harder to summarize the sessions through achievements in 2 minutes compared with the implementation from strategy to action. In this session, distinguished guest speakers from your commission South Africa, United States, and China shared their progress and achievements in transforming the strategy to nature actions within their country and the region. Their efforts include the increasing financial support, promoting open sharing of public and commercial data, exploring the decision support and public service, conducting research on Earth intelligence engineering and technological architectures, and formulating relevant policies. The main recommendations are as follows. First is the Earth system must prioritize the decision support, improve government services and legislation to provide decision-making bodies and public tangible benefits. Second is fully advance integration of artificial intelligence with Earth observations, explore engineering architecture for Earth Earth intelligence development, and design the user-centric solutions. Third is further enhance interoperability in data, facilities, large physical models, and applications to achieve global, equally accessible Earth intelligence. The last one is to emphasize application of commercial elements and establish categorized management mechanism to mobile sources. Highly appreciate the guest speakers and moderator, Dr. Haki, and participant of the session for your contribution. Thank you.
Michelle?
Thank you, Chair. The session on data partnership and regional action was really a unique opportunity to convene stakeholders working on the topic of human settlements. So I can say the experiment is fully successful. We recognize that human settlements are a thematic focus across all regional geos, and different thematic flavors emerge. For example, we have resilience focus in Asia and Oceania, urban expansion in Africa, and climate neutrality and smart cities across the European region. Contributions from all the geo-regions had their experience presented, both showcasing the substantive work on the thematic areas, but also from the policy stakeholder perspective, and this was very valuable. This is really key to ensure a link between innovation and impact. And it emerged that human planet products are a structural elements in several last mile policy application for decision making at the local and global scale. GEO Human Planet is being effectively integrated with other data from across the work program of GEO in a clear demonstration of Earth intelligence applications in thematic areas such as air quality, heat, and urban expansion. This is really key to show the integration between statistical and Earth observation sources. Key outstanding issues for the future uptake include obviously localized indicators and the need for capacity development and data interoperability. Interoperability emerges not only from our session, but I've heard this all across the conference. The session also promoted the need and surface the need for feedback loops between global and regional and national products, but also this new format of regional geo and specific work program activities really showcase the importance of engaging with regional geos early in the work program implementation to take full stock and leverage of the convening power of regional geos to really make impact in the local and the national application. Thank you.
Patricia?
Yes, thank you very much. We had a very dynamic session with representatives from three different regions and 2 regional geos represented. We had a hurricane response all around the theme of disaster preparedness and response and partnerships. We featured 3 case studies. The first one was from Jamaica in the Hurricane Melissa response with a kind of the local government and an NGO partnership. We had the newest member of GEO, Togo, sharing their experience and partnering with UNDRR and WMO.
And we also had China representing the academia, sharing some of their research on slope vulnerability. So one of the common themes across all was technology is great. We need it, we love it, but it's not enough. That these partnerships that are founded locally, led locally, are really the key to success, particularly when they embrace kind of the global capabilities and the knowledge from the global community, but applied locally. Another one was that these strategies and lessons can be that are created, tested, incubated in one region can be leveraged across others. We had representatives from AfriGeo and AmeriGeo to respond to the case studies that were shared and talked about how they can learn from each other, both in how AfriGeo and AmeriGeo function operationally and the projects and implementations that they execute. As I said, the partnerships that cut across multiple sectors are the most successful, and they can leverage each other's partnerships. Like in the Jamaica example, we had a partnership with Flying Labs, which already has a network of 40 country members in their Flying Labs network that can then complement the regional GEO network. And bringing the NGOs and academia and government and private sector together is really the key to advancing more quickly. And the last one is, of course, we all know, but it's worth saying that strategies for disaster response must be well in place and practiced in advance of the disaster, and that we can embrace new technologies like AI to embed Earth intelligence in timely decision-making. So we practice that in advance and can kind of turn it on when the disaster strikes and help in preparation. Thank you.
Lastly, we have Seji. I hope I'm calling your name well.
Okay. The main outcome of our event is that we realized the importance and value of the GEO community. A great opportunity to get all main stakeholders, United Nations, European Commission, businesses, and science in one place at appropriate time in order to get a synergy and to combine efforts to cope with environmental impact of the conflicts. Another one is the environmental impact of the conflict is not only a Ukrainian problem, it's a common problem, and particularly for neighboring countries. And the last one is that the pilot project in Ukraine could be a starting point in order to develop, update, and test technologies that could be used in other conflict zones. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we move to the report from the ODOC section. Maria Francisco.
Thank you. So we say ODOC session, but in fact we had 5 sessions. So the GEO in situ strategy and its implementation plan. It was opened by Alessandro Turco, who started this session introducing the integration of the ENVRI hub, which is a European hub for research in situ, and the GEO Knowledge Hub, enabling users from each community to discover the resources from both hubs from the usual portal. This is a real success story so far, and we hope to have many more of those. GREX was next. Yes, I was lost in the slide. GREX is a tool developed in the context of a GeoID project and the data knowledge working group supported by the European Environment Agency and the European Commission to express in situ data needs in a comprehensive way, capture them into a needs database that can be used by policymakers to identify where there are gaps to address needs and to map relevant data sets with the needs. The GREX is an integral part of the implementation of the new GEO in situ data strategy. Then we had Francesca Piatto from ERSC, who introduced the ENFORCE project as a contribution to citizen science by developing data readiness level framework. She also introduced the new Plaza toolkit for access and report environmental issues. Eleni Atanasopoulou introduced the DL cluster as a collaborative approach for filling gaps by collecting non-space Earth observation, such as drone-based, LiDAR-based, or sensor-based and in situ data, for more resilient decisions, reminding the increasing diversity of in situ. Then last but not least, of course, we had Ellen Glaves, who made a last presentation of the in situ data strategy before its submission for adoption on Thursday at the GEO plenary. We had some discussion on the strategic objectives of the strategy and how we plan to go forward. All these initiatives plan integrations with the GEO Knowledge Hub. Then we had a session, next slide, on National GEO Knowledge Hub with several national representatives. And what emerged from this session on National GEO Knowledge Hub was far from a technical showcase, in fact. At its heart, this session was about reusability as a philosophy. Felipe Carlos set the tone perfectly. The GEO Knowledge Hub is not just a global repository, it is a reusable building block that countries can take, customize, and deploy to build sovereign national hubs connected to the global ecosystem while reflecting local priorities. So South Africa has been a pioneer. Bolelang Sibola spoke about the challenges of being the first, but also the pride that comes with it. They have pushed the platform's boundaries, validated the customization model, and even implemented a marketplace for products which are not fully open. In doing so, they didn't just build their own hub, they made the path easier for everyone who followed. And Ghana followed. That path acknowledging South Africa's trailblazing role and share how Ghana built on that foundation, guided by a clear vision, strategic pillars, and defining priority areas. The ambition now is to deepen cooperation with GEO and continue growing. We had a presentation from China. We brought a different scale to the conversation. Of course, it's China. So Li Guoqing presented China GEOS, a vast national infrastructure, providing access to a huge volumes of Earth observation resources, and outlined plans to connect it with the GEO Knowledge Hub, opening new possibilities for a global knowledge exchange. Then Teradue showed us how all of this can be made deployable, reproducible, and sovereign. Pedro Pereira Gonçalves described how Teradue, drawing on years' commitment to the Open Geospatial Consortium standards and European Space Agency projects, supported Ghana in building a self-deployable knowledge hub grounded in reproducible open science, running on Kubernetes, built on open source components, designed for portability and long-term sustainability. This identifies a lot of words that comes with the open knowledge statement, if you know it by memory. What emerged from this session is the vision of an infrastructure designed to grow continuously. Every new hub enriches the network, validates the model, and lowers the barrier for the next one. This is not just a deployment, it is an organic and ongoing expansion of the global knowledge ecosystem. Next. Then we had a session on principle, rules, and tools for the GEO infrastructure. So Gregory Giuliani, that everyone knows, announced an unofficial release of the GEO Data Management Plan self-assessment tool on the Opidor platform, enabling automatic generation of data management plans based on GEO data sharing and data management principles. We have discussed that very often people and projects, for instance, European projects that have to provide a data management plan, see that as an administrative burden, when in fact it should have been looked at as a research asset. You learn a lot doing a data management plan. And we need to emphasize that executing the plan rather than just creating it is the goal. We discussed that short-term projects can rely on existing infrastructure, such as the Knowledge Hub, but there are others also, rather than building new catalogs. We need a culture shift to embed the data management plans into data workflow and active stewardship throughout project lifecycle. Then I presented that since 2022, the Data and Knowledge Working Group builds dialogue series for knowledge transfer to increase awareness on data sharing and data management, to foster community engagement. We are now getting good traction because we could see this year that the dialogue series has got a global engagement achieved with participation from Europe, America, Latin America, Africa, and Asia. And you could see the distribution here of the participants and the people coming online to check the resources. Next. We had a session on geo infrastructure and AI. This session started with an introduction and discussion on the new Geo Knowledge Hub features based on AI, LLM, semantic search, agentic search that will be demonstrated at the plenary in the context of the geo infrastructure. Then we had the presentation of the CEOS GPT, that is a platform providing high-level interface for access and analysis of Earth observation data. The first scenario driving the work is to access insightful time series from the GeoGlam platform enabled by the Geo Knowledge Hub. Then we had the announcement of the white paper that you also had on stage by Yufang, Unlocking Earth Intelligence for All, AI Driving Earth Solutions, developed by the AI for EO. We had the announcement of a new open source tool, AI Assisted Metadata Creator from the GRC, to address the challenge of documenting metadata as well as possible. It is metadata schema agnostic, supporting multiple profiles out of the box. We had a presentation of the bedrock of digital China, AI-powered spatial temporal foundation model for China. So we can see AI, as a matter of fact, arriving through all these different components. Next. Then we had a session for geo infrastructure use and indigenous islands. So it started with GeoVersity, which is a learning platform that is exploring right now with the Geo Knowledge Hubs on some collaboration to deepen the partnership. This keeps on growing the infrastructure that I explained before, that we can see now an expansion of the connections. Accessibility, which is the first principles of the data management principles, means more than making just data sets public. So the youth say that open knowledge must be understandable, affordable, localized, inclusive, and context aware, particularly for the youth and underrepresented communities. Then community first design, that we also call sometimes co-design, calls for reversing traditional top-down workflow, starting with local realities, priorities, and life experience. So co-designing with the users before building technical solutions or platforms. Then we mentioned the fact that we have to make sure that skills and EO ecosystems are growing together. This is something which is also addressed in some European projects. Youth needs hands-on learning, which makes the success, for instance, of hackathons to develop technical skills, but also AI literacy. And we all know that interdisciplinary background is needed to be able to be ready to work in teams with different backgrounds, which are always needed when you address real Earth observation scenarios, real issues. Applied real-world opportunities are always appreciated. Then Knowledge Hub, you have to understand that they are not just repositories. They are space for collaboration from global to local, from local to global, hopefully with the implementation of more national Geo Knowledge Hub, as we started to do with South Africa and Ghana, creating meaningful pathway for the youth to engage with Earth observation knowledge at whatever level. then data does not interpret itself. It is why we are so many experts in this room, because it is not magic. Indigenous and intergenerational knowledge systems provide meaning, historical memory, ecological understanding, and contextual intelligence, which are essential for responsible Earth observation and decision-making. And this is why there was an official launch of the Geo-Indigenous Alliance AI Biodiversity Toolkit and Relational Values Methodology, and an official launch of the creation of a Geo-Indigenous Alliance Knowledge Hub, facilitating their collaboration with the GEO Work Program. Then innovation and progress should serve the communities, not overshadow them. And this is what the GEO infrastructure based on the GEO Knowledge Hub enables, facilitating the interconnection of systems which are distributed from different communities or nations to enable them to keep their sovereignty. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a very Thank you very much. That was a very long one, and you did, you really did your best. Thank you.
I did.
Yes. So I try to talk about this section, section 6. So first of all, I want to really thank the Secretariat that put up this survey. That was very important. It has brought in new ideas, which we need to work with. So the survey clearly shows that there is the demand. And the other thing is that, yes, there is a demand, but there are also some challenges. And GEO, with the convening power, needs to take some steps. So I think during the section, aside this slide, what we've discussed is that there need to be some concrete steps. One, to make sure that those who are already providing some free access to some of this level of data, there is more stronger collaboration with them to make sure that it is scaling up. As we just saw that we should not be complacent, we have to find mechanism to scale that up. And the other thing is that to explore other options of financing for other data sets that may not be available. And one of the windows we discussed was trying to look at the Green Climate Fund, a mechanism to do that. And this particular section ended with we saying that the next big step we want to take is to hold a meeting and to strategize within the next 1 year to see that we have some concrete things that we can report back to you, hopefully next year. So on that note, we go to the next report, which is supposed to be on AI for EO. Okay.
Thank you very much. So in our session, I have announced the Living Book. Finally, the QR code of the Living Book was released, and we already have a couple of volunteers who want to contribute. So you're all welcome to contribute. And during the session, Tessera, one of the newer geospatial foundation model, was introduced, and also how to benchmark geospatial foundation models. Currently, we have about 100 geospatial foundation models that need to be benchmarked. What is good for what, and what are the limitations? So that was also introduced. And also agentic AI systems developed by Esri was also presented. And then how AI is used for biodiversity monitoring, tree species identification was also presented, a very nice use case. And then we had a lively discussion with the group, and I think we all agree we're now at the golden age of Earth observation with the AI models, and we are able to leverage large volumes of EO data to provide automated, scalable Earth intelligence. So we're really in the right time. We're happy, we're here. And also to provide fast monitoring and decision support. For that to become a reality, I think GEO has a unique role to play to help with scaling the responsible AI-driven Earth observation for Earth intelligence. So from our perspective, maybe there are a few things is really coordinate open AI for EO ecosystems, open data, you're already doing it, open tools, benchmarks, and living book will be continually updated and reduce bias and spatial integrity, representation inequality. I think GEO can promote representative training data, local validation. We have a global community here. It's really important to have this. And also build trust for operational use. Often people don't trust. So how do we build trust to operational users and stakeholders? It's really an important thing that GEO can, from our knowledge base and to demonstrate these are reliable. And then the last one is enable uptake through guidance and use cases. We are continually should collect use cases and also provide guidelines. When AI is needed, when AI is not, is not needed. So sustainable use of AI for Earth intelligence. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we go to the next section where it was tackled on the coordination between land, agriculture, and biodiversity. Angie?
Yes, thank you. So you can change the slide if you want. So it was about turning coordination into impact, delivering coherent country support across agriculture, land, and biodiversity. It was a session by the land-related GEO flagships, which is GEO Bonn, GEO GLEM, GFOI, and GEO LDN. GFOI provided a video message because unfortunately they could not make it to be here. We also had a strong message from the UNCCD acknowledging our work and giving us like a task to do. And we took it all, and we did this together with the regional initiatives, Digital Earth Africa and Digital Earth Pacific. We took the country perspective in this session. So our vision is, so land is the integrator of multiple SDGs. And we know policy and also the Earth observations community are organized in silos. So coherent approaches in reporting and implementation can save resources. So there's a clear task for the land-related flagships and the regional initiatives to come from coordination to actually operational integration to provide more coherent country support across the 3 Rio conventions. And you can break it down to 2 tasks, basically. So one is on capacity development, and this is crucial not to have siloed single trainings, but countries need continued capacity development. And this can include continued regional help desks or support mechanisms that support the countries across the Rio conventions to improve access to technical expertise, peer exchange, and country support. And the second is harmonization in data methods and workflows that is needed across the Rio conventions to support more efficient reporting, but also implementation processes. We had a follow-up session today after the community event with a very concrete planning session with all those actors, and we came up with concrete results that we decided we will start with a joint activity on Rio synergies, taking the upcoming EFRI's GEO Symposium in Nigeria as an opportunity and kick off a joint task.
Thank you very much. So also one clear opportunity to have some result as soon as possible. Now we move to the youth section.
Thank you very much, moderator, for giving me the floor. My name is Marta Koch, and I'm pleased to present a lead organizer of this event on behalf of the GEO Youth Community of Practice team. I'm afraid I followed the template verbatim, so you hopefully the subheadings will help guide you through the slide as well. So why this matters for GEO and the broader community. So our event was on investing in future Earth intelligence leaders. We launched the GEO Youth team and the mentorship program that we've just announced. So our event served to empower aspiring young leaders, essential for observation sustainability long-term. Young people we know are driving innovation and localized Earth intelligence solutions across key global challenges that GEO deals with. In terms of key messages from our event, we focus on developing mentorship, networks, tools, training, etc., and access to opportunities worldwide to all of our regional partners as well. We focused on youth capacity building, which contributes to the UN SDGs, Paris Agreement, and Sendai framework, and investing in people, young people as people versus just tech and data and resources. Another message was youth need to be empowered as active contributors to the GEO work program. In terms of key actions, partnerships, and commitments, we introduced the first GEO Youth COP leadership team, including myself and my team members who were unable to be here in person, sent videos introducing themselves. We launched the Youth Mentorship Program, our matching platform, our blog series, and poster competition winners. And we announced the winners at the event. Our event also connected young people with experienced practitioners across GEO stakeholders and partners, including speakers from WMO and UNEP Grid, University of Geneva. And we had an interactive activity which generated actionable insights to inform future engagement, including with WMO and AfriGEO. In the conclusion, our event reinforced the GEO's commitment to investing in future Earth intelligence leaders beyond just financial investment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is a lot of information for us to. So we have a lot of homework, as a teacher. It's like we are giving ourselves a lot of homework to do. On that note, I will now call on my colleague co-chair to give some your reflections on what has transpired.
So thank you, Amos. Yeah, I think all those wrap-ups have been very informative. We got a good idea of what has been the discussions around, even if we were not there. So I don't think we need more wrap-ups and reflections. We are already very tired. So I think I'll start giving some relaxing tone to the thing, but still informative, I hope. So during the opening, we defined the word innovation from the Greek origins. You remember that, right? I think I should, okay, I feel pressure on this. Yeah. I'm not Nick. My son is Nick, but anyway, I'll keep up the tradition for the closing of the symposium by defining the word symposium, symposio in Greek. So it's syn, it's a prefix like in the words co-design, co-create, collaborate, coordinate. This is what we are doing. And the second part is posis, symposium, posis, which means drink. So, symposia are the events in ancient Greece where people come together and drink to clear their minds and have some philosophical journeys about the current and the future status of their existence. This is exactly what we are doing here. Of course, I have to confess that I had a very intense deliberations, and then we reached a decision by consensus with myself that I wouldn't define symposium at the beginning because it would be a little bit awkward to hang around drunk here, and doing that stuff. But I think we have achieved what we wanted to achieve during this symposium. So, very many thanks to all the members of the program board for the efforts to bring together the work program that we are now implementing. and a priori thanks for the work they are going to be undertaking during the phase 2 of our implementation plans evaluations, let's say. Special thanks to the Symposium Task Force for conceptualizing and designing the content of this symposium, and of course all the session organizers for the engagement and for the effort they devoted for the success of this symposium. And last but not least, each individual GEO Secretariat staff, because if it weren't for them and all these organizing details, I think we wouldn't succeed the way we have done so far. So I think the greatest applause should go in this direction. Jana, over to you.
Thank you very much, Evangelos. I think we are writing the GEO edition of My Big Fat Greek Wedding here, and I love it. I think the best evidence that this was a great, successful event is the fact that this auditorium is as full now as it was in the morning of day one. Personally, this is first for me. I've never seen it this way. So thank you very much for being here. Thank you for engaging, and thank you for, just thank you. Also, thank you once again to the organizers. I shall repeat, to the program board, to the committees, to all of you, because as Wembo said in the beginning, this was very much a crowdsourced event. So thanks for putting your time, energy, resources into this effort. And thanks to the volunteers from the University of Geneva for helping make things run smoothly and being so pleasant and part of this convening. And of course, to the GEO Secretariat, a big thank you. Huge thanks once again to China for creating the tote bags with the goodies inside. To the videographers and photographers, we were able to see all the GEO Symposium shenanigans so quickly. Whatever did not make it into the official version, Sam, I hope we have that for the Secretariat consumption during the monthly mingle. I also really want to say thank you for these guys. I hope you all have them. If you didn't, I hope GEO Community is not going to be selling these on eBay for 5,000. But as of tomorrow, I was thinking of maybe proposing that this be a GEO mascot, but I realized there will be some trademark sensitivities potentially. We don't want to go there. But as of 2 days from now, these guys will be all over the world as the real ambassadors. So I hope you put them on your desk and they be a reminder of this great energy and the things you've committed to do here, so that they don't go into a faraway drawer, and a reminder of the action. But I think it's a pretty neat Earth Intelligence for All ambassador. I do want to say GEO is special, really. GEO is special because it is the place where childhood dreams come true, and no mission is impossible. And I do have evidence of a young girl wanting to be Judge Judy, and she became one here. Maybe not Judy, but meet Judge Andiswa. And then we had what may have been an impossible mission elsewhere, but here it was not impossible because Laurent Dereux transformed into a UN interpreter for a session within 3 seconds of an ask to save the day for one session. This is the community where no distance is long and impossible to cross. So Bradley, having now come here after 60 hours, and you will have to go back 60 hours again, I want to ask you, did you get what you wanted out of this event? You think you'll be back?
Yeah, thank you, Director. I suspected that you might call on me, so I cheated a little bit.
You prepared
some notes ahead of time.
Did you follow the template on the slide?
I did not. I did not follow the template. So as the GEO principal for the Pacific GIS Remote Sensing Council, we already have a working partnership and a work plan with SPC and the Digital Earth Pacific project, where we have focused on at least demonstrating some of the Digital Earth Pacific products to our members, as well as trying to get use cases from our national focal points. So I think maybe in that sense, we're already active in the GEO community, and I think that's great. But based on my engagement and experiences here, I see a wide variety of different tools and products that I think would be beneficial to our Pacific Island members. And we'd be more than happy to help promote some of those resources through our various mechanisms for distributing information. We have webinars, listservs, things like that. And we have an annual conference that'll be in Fiji this year, and you all are obviously invited.
Fantastic.
So I think I also would want to encourage GEO to make sure they reach out to the Pacific GIS and Remote Sensing Council, as well as NDISWA and at SPC, to make sure that we're able to help you connect to the Pacific Islands community. And I think it was definitely worth the 60 hours to get here. It'll be about 35 on the way back, so it'll be a little bit easier, but thank you for having us. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Bradley. Well, to all of you rule followers and the rule breakers, I do want to say, because you have just come away from these sessions with ideas to follow up on, with connections to further develop and pursue, I realize we kind of saved something for last, but it is something that fits this conversation. It's a space for you to take action and not wait for the Secretariat to go out with an email and say, here we are proposing another something. We have created a GEO community space, that's what we call it. That is intranet for the GEO community. It is your platform. It is your community engagement platform, virtual platform, where you can begin conversations. We'll provide light touch moderation just to make sure that, you know, it moves. But truly, do take advantage of it. And I know you're probably thinking, I've never seen it. I have no idea what she's talking about. How do I go about it? Well, we have Rick in the audience, who will point you in the right direction. And since you're all so savvy, and this is rather intuitive, right? It's very intuitive. And since this is very intuitive, you'll be able to navigate around this community space in no time. So I really do hope that Bradley, you and everyone else who is, I had an idea, I had a spark, I know what I want to do next, take advantage of this setup. And we turn the 0 views into 7,500 views by the end of next week. Rick, do you want to say something while you show?
Sure. So the GEO community space is accessible through your GEO account. If you don't know what your GEO account is, you just go to our website, and in the right top corner, you log in. If you don't have an account, create one. And in that account, you will see the words GEO community space if you're actually contributing to one of our GEO work program activities. If you're not contributing to one, please sign up for one of the activities, contribute, and then you can start talking to each other on this platform. The first part are the general channels. You can just talk about general subjects in between the activities, events, news, and updates. And then you have your own activity discussions that are going on. So I'm the admin, so I see all the activities, but you will see only the activities that you contribute to under this general channel. So you can contact the others through the general channel, and then discuss internally through these your activity channel. So you can start any subject, and you can follow a subject, and you get email announcement when somebody reacts to it. It's really a really nice environment to start talking to each other, independent of email and all that. And it's all centralized in your GEO account, where you do your registration or your official delegation, et cetera, et cetera. It's the place to be. Okay, Thank you.
I like that. It's the place to be. Well, on this note, this is obviously the place to be, but for tonight, we are finito. And I think you all have places to be this evening. So without any further delay, once more, thank you very much for this very productive 2 days. We'll see, hopefully, all of you again tomorrow for the GEO Plenary. Cheerio.
Okay. All right.